the grand and infamous first ancestor of the demon sect, now has been sought out and humiliated. How could he endure this? He immediately mustered the energy and slapped it over. The next second, Suishin-chan was hit by this overwhelming palm, his life or death unknown. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly ran outside. At this time, only Suishin-chan was seen standing in place, unmoving, staring in horror towards the direction of the evil sky pavilion, as if he was turned into stone. Those not involved could never understand the feelings of those involved at this moment, but it can be confirmed that he indeed lost in just one move. A guard stepped forward and offered his services. His clothes were all gone, truly pitiful. This is my good opportunity to show the leader. After all, details determine life. The favor I got among the 4 people is not without reason. Second sect master, you can wear my clothes. No need to thank me. After saying this, he draped the clothes on the other party, but he didn't expect that in the next second, Suishin-chan was actually turned into flying ash by the wind stirred by the clothes, dispersed between the heaven and earth. The third on the sinister list of the cultivation world, Suishin-chan, fell like this. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. You made the second sect master disappear. I didn't do it. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng swallowed. Some couldn't believe that Suishin-chan turned into dust. That guy really dared to act arrogant in the evil sky pavilion, and ending up like this can be considered a self-inflicted punishment. However, just a single slap and he vanished into thin air. Isn't it a bit too cruel? Xia Yuan had stars in her eyes and a look of admiration. I have followed Master for many years and have never seen Master use the great hand seal of the Tathagata Buddha. Suddenly, he was able to use it to kill Suishin-chan, who is known for his 4-leaf golden lotus inside avatar, with just a single blow. How many more tricks does Master have up his sleeve? Duan Mushing and Ming Shirin were both shocked and relieved. Then Ming Shirin's eyes hardened as she looked at the 4 black-robed subordinates. Do you 4 people still want to see my 100 tribulation inside avatar? Upon hearing these words, they instantly began to tremble all over. At this moment, Lu Zhou's voice came from the evil sky pavilion. Go back and tell your own sect master to manage their own people. When Master spoke, Ming Shirin could not take action. Immediately, they were told to leave. Ding, you have received 1,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou had a myriad of thoughts. A single item card provides 500 merit points. Meanwhile, killing an expert in the primordial spirit tribulation realm can provide 1,000 merit points, which is equivalent to earning twice as much. While item cards are good, they should still be used with caution in the future. Since the power of this item card is so indescribable, how can I use it when I encounter someone I don't want to kill in the future? The reason for letting Suishin-chan in was because, aside from wanting to understand the purpose of the demon-slaying sect, it was also because I wanted to try the effect of this card. However, killing him off just now can also be seen as a warning to those of the demon-slaying sect. After several disciples returned to the evil sky pavilion, they started to flatter the master. Master's divine power is unparalleled. You don't even need to make a move. And even when you do, you can make him disappear in a flash. Xia Yuan cutely moved forward, cheerfully indicating that she also wanted to learn. Lu Zhou shook his head and rejected her. You practice the Taijing Jade Scroll, focusing on body movement and boxing, which conflicts with the practice of Zen Buddhism. Aren't you afraid of being eroded by the evil spirits while practicing it? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan grumbled. In the mouths of people from the outside world, I have already become a devil. Lu Zhou, after hearing this, glanced at her, talkative. Duan Mushing asked with a puzzled face, Master, why did you let them go? Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shirin answered, Master only intended to use the fate of one life to warn the rest. He didn't really want to eliminate the whole demon-slaying sect. The demon-slaying sect is very ambitious and wishes to expand its influence, and first senior brother, the ghost sect, is their stumbling block. So, if the demon-slaying sect were to be eliminated, who would come and restrain the ghost sect? Duan Mushing continued to ask upon hearing this. Suishin-chan is the second-in-command leader of the demon-slaying sect. Since he was killed, the demon-slaying sect will definitely not let this matter pass easily. Ming Shirin sneered, you're thinking too much. Even if they are angry, what can they do? Lead their whole sect to come attack Jinting Mountain? If even Yu Zhenghai doesn't have the courage, would the demon-slaying sect dare to do so? Moreover, it hasn't been long since Jinting Mountain has defeated the top 10 experts. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect Master Luo Chanfeng, who has the 7-leaved inside avatar, was defeated by Master not long ago. Who else would dare to come and challenge us? Upon hearing these words, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng's eyes lit up. Fourth Master's words are really reasonable. It has enlightened me. Fourth Master is very talented and even cleared up the doubts from my heart. After hearing this, Ming Shirin was somewhat confused. Did these 2 idiots flatter the wrong person? Then he quickly glanced at his master and saw that the master was not angry. At this point, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. This guy is really good at analyzing. Just after hearing him out, it seems he actually made a lot of sense. Then he took out a few bags of snacks and distributed them to everyone. Master, where did you get these snacks from? Go ahead and eat. After you finish eating, fix the broken things. Meanwhile, after Suishin-chan's death, all the guards hastily drove the Black Dragon sedan away from Jinting Mountain, but without Suishin-chan anchoring them. Even mobilizing the Black Dragon sedan became extremely difficult, although they could barely get it to fly. The flying speed was very slow. They flew for half an hour but hadn't even covered 100 miles. Everyone put in more effort and infused spiritual energy into the Dragon sedan. Just as the leader was rallying the other guards to continue their efforts, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the side. Quick, look ahead. There seems to be someone. Following the direction of his pointing hand, they saw a figure in a green robe, blocking the path of the Black Dragon sedan. The person was suspended in midair, surrounded by an airy aura. The long sword on his back was faintly glowing red. The leader of the black-robed men cautiously asked, "May I ask for your honorable name? Why are you blocking our path?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strange smile appeared at the corner of the mouth of the man in the green robe. He softly said, "Apologies." Upon hearing this, the black-robed man gave a bow of his hand. "If it's a misunderstanding, there's no harm. Please step aside." After hearing this, the man in the green robe continued to fold his arms and stood quietly in place. Then, a surge of gang chi began to circulate around his body. The blood-red long sword on his back instantly broke free. The face of the black-robed man changed drastically when he saw the scene. He finally realized that something was wrong. "It's the sword demon. Quick, abandon the sedan and run." As soon as these words fell, everyone immediately scattered and ran like locusts. However, the long sword trembled, splitting into 2, then into 4, and 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a dense rain of swords filled the sky. It pierced through the scattering and fleeing black-robed men, accompanied by the spilling of crimson blood. Over 100 black-robed men fell back to the ground like kites with broken strings. The sword demon Yushangrong had a smile on his face all along. He crossed his arms and did not look at those people. In the next second, he vanished in a blur, disappearing from here like a ghost. Meanwhile, inside the evil sky pavilion, Ming Shireen tentatively asked his master, "The demon-slaying sect has all retreated. How should we deal with the female cultivators of the Enu Palace?" He was a bit unsure about his master's style. After all, according to normal logic, people like Yi Tianqin, who betray their master and destroy their ancestors, should be killed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou pondered for a while, then turned his head to ask Xia Yuaner what she thought. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner naively leaned in and said, "Why not kill them all?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zhou knocked on her head. Xia Yuaner immediately corrected herself. "I understand, master. I'll let them go right now." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at her. "When did I say to let them go?" Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen's eyes flickered, and he quickly had an idea. "Master, many parts of the evil sky pavilion have been damaged recently, and many places need cleaning and repair. How about we punish them by making them do hard labor?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded his head. "This is indeed a good idea. After they have repaired the evil sky pavilion, lock them in the cave of reflection to be punished alongside Yi Tianqin." "I will obey master's orders," Ming Shireen said. He then gathered his courage to ask his master, "Master, now that the entire Yenu Palace has been punished and Yi Tianqin's cultivation has been abolished, if someone were to stay in the cave of reflection with its threatening cold air, they would most likely die. Should we?" Before he could finish speaking, Lu Zhou interrupted him. "Do you sympathize with her?" Ming Shireen was in a state of chaos and quickly responded, "This disciple wouldn't dare. Yi Tianqin should be punished for her betrayal. This is what she deserves." He didn't dare to plead any further and turned around to leave. After leaving the evil sky pavilion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with junior sister's trial and error, "Master, that old man's temper is not something that's easy to think through." Thinking of Suishinchan's fate, he felt a chill and decided to keep a low profile in the future. When Duan Mushing saw him leave, he also bowed and was about to retreat. "Wait." At this time, Lu Zhou stopped him. He then carefully observed the chain in his hand. This is indeed a 1,000-year forge of cold steel, an ordinary weapon which is hard to destroy. If one wants to break free from the chains, they will need a heavenly grade weapon. It's just that right now, I don't have any heavenly grade weapon. All I have is 2 deadly attack cards left. The question is, can the cards be used on the chains? Won't they destroy Duan Mushing along with them? Upon seeing that Master's attention was all on these chains, Duan Mushing was overjoyed. "Master, please take action. These chains are rusted iron. They're no different from waste paper." Xia Yuaner also ran over to examine the chains, and after seeing the words Heavenly Sword Sect engraved on them, she immediately glared at Zhou Jifeng in anger. Zhou Jifeng, realizing that he was in trouble, knelt down and began to explain hurriedly, "That has nothing to do with me." Duan Mushing didn't care and expressed his excitement. "With Master here, even if there are hundreds of you, they will all be gone with just a single attack." No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard Lu Zhou's voice, "Yuaner, help me back." Seeing this, Duan Mushing was a bit taken aback. "Did I say something wrong?" Zhou Jifeng awkwardly walked forward. "Third mister, I really can't unlock those chains." Pan Zhong also chimed in, "Me too. Get lost." Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing instantly became angry. "I understand." The two of them nodded and quickly left in disgrace. Duan Mushing scratched his head and began to speculate. Maybe it was the chains that resisted Suishinchan's attacks, so Master deliberately picked it. Or is wearing these chains good for cultivation? Master's intentions may seem foolish, but it's best not to speculate. Since this is the case, I shouldn't rush. I'll just wear them. Meanwhile, in the demon-slaying sect, several black-robed men rushed into the demon-slaying palace. "Sect Master, the second fleet visiting the Jinting Mountain has encountered an accident. 40 kilometers north of Jinting Mountain. We've discovered the Black Dragon Chariot, with 150 corpses." After they finished reporting, there was an eerie silence from above. The leading black-robed man continued, "The second fleet has already formed an alliance with Jing Ming Dao and even had His Highness's support when we pressured the Jinting Mountain for an alliance. We didn't expect that old man." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Silence. The sect master's voice, like a thunderbolt, pierced the eardrums of his subordinates. "Inform Jing Tiandao to help. I will not be angered because of this, nor will I take this to heart. The demon-slaying sect and Jing Tiandao have always been the same. However, I hope that Jing Tiandao can also show some sincerity." The black-robed men suppressed their fear and bowed. "Yes, yes, This subordinate also has one more thing to report. Yesterday, 2 experts of Jing Tiandao competed with Suishin-chan and suffered heavy injuries. I'm afraid they won't be able to meet the sect master. Leave! Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure above suppressed his anger and roared, the sound waves causing the black-robed men's blood to surge uncontrollably. When I finally achieve power, I will crush that old man to ashes. At this moment, Lu Zhou seemed to sense something and sneezed a few times. He currently had 2690 merit points left. After using up the reversal card he had won from a lottery draw, he gained an additional 300 days of life. Now, he suppressed the urge to draw from the lottery. Cultivation is the basics. I think to convert the unconsumed merit points to buy the avatar. As for obtaining the merit points, the mission is the main part. These disciples are the main forces to complete the task. Thinking of his 6th disciple, Lu Zhou felt a bit gloomy. Yi Tianjin, this disciple who holds a grudge against me. If it were before Ji Tiandao's death, for such a rebel, most likely he would have been expelled. Just where did it go wrong? That part of the memory is still missing. At first, I thought it was the result of not being fitted after transmigrating. But during this time, I basically have full control of this body. The missing part is that part of the memory. Why can't I recall it? Forget it. If I can't remember it, it's her fate. With that, Lu Zhou no longer dwelled on it and began to seriously study the heaven writing. Meanwhile, in the cave of reflection on the back mountain, Ming Shirin arranged for the female cultivators from the Yanyu Palace and then brought a large quilt here. If it wasn't for Master, all of your subordinates would have died. Yi Tianxin leaned against the cave wall, her face pale. After hearing this, she clenched her teeth and coldly hummed, a bunch of bastards who take advantage of others. If I am here, when will Suishin-chan act wild? Ming Shirin sighed and continued, what are you talking about? The demon-slaying sect has nothing to do with your Yanyu Palace, even if Suishin-chan isn't your opponent. What about Yin Tianluo's 3 sects? Hearing this, Yi Tianxin's eyes were a bit dim. The 3 sects of South Dian have many experts, and they are beyond the capabilities of a small sect. Tianxin, senior brother can't help you that much. I originally thought that Master would fear the demon-slaying sect, and would send the beauties of the Yanyu Palace to others as gifts, but I never expected. Master only used a single attack, and it killed Suishin-chan. 1 hit. Yi Tianxin was stunned when she heard this. Ming Shirin's eyes were full of admiration. That's right, this single attack, regardless of the Chan sect's handprint Great Fearless Seal. Is he not afraid of wronging the demon-slaying sect? The back of the demon-slaying sect isn't as simple as just a few demon cultivators. That's what I thought. Junior sister Tianxin, you are still too young. What do you mean? Yi Tianxin asked in confusion. Ming Shirin answered proudly, this is all in that old man's control. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianxin suddenly began to cough violently. I don't care what you say, I will remember your sympathy. Seeing this, Ming Shirin covered her with her own blanket and transmitted some energy to her, which somewhat relieved Yi Tianxin. When he moved closer, Ming Shirin noticed that there were a few silver strands in her hair. Yi Tianxin nonchalantly explained, don't worry about me. My cultivation has been abolished, and the Dantian Qi cannot replenish my vitality energy, and will decline sooner or later. After hearing this, Ming Shirin couldn't help but sigh. Listen to my advice. Just plead forgiveness to Master, and maybe remember your relationship as disciple and Master. It might save you. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin slowly raised her head. Senior brother, have you ever thought of why first and second senior brother left? Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin looked indifferently to the side. I don't know and I don't want to know. After saying that, he immediately left. You have to properly reflect in the cave of reflection. When you finally understand, I will ask Master to release you. A sense of loss flashed in Yi Tianxin's eyes as she heard these words. I almost forgot to sun the quilt. The next second, Ming Shirin returned to take the quilt from her. After leaving the cave of reflection, Ming Shirin took a deep breath, mumbling to himself, I'm not like you guys. I still respect Master. After drying his quilt, Ming Shirin headed towards the evil sky pavilion with his hands behind his back. The quiet back mountain is a good place for cultivation. Pan Zhong, who was cultivating, saw him pass by and plucked up the courage to follow him. Fourth Mister, please stay. I have a request. I wonder if the 4th Mister can fulfill it. Ming Shirin folded his arms and responded indifferently, I can't. Pan Zhong was a bit confused upon hearing this. What's with that expression? I have to be more thick-skinned and gutsy. With that thought, he quickly stepped forward to explain, 4th Mister, please hear me out. My cold physique has recently become a state of overbearing pain. If this continues, I won't be able to last 3 months. The Pavilion Master promised me that he will grant me the 6 Yang skill. I hope 4th Mister can help. Please help me. Ming Shirin looked at him after hearing this. Is that it? Since Master, that old man, has promised, then he definitely won't forget. 3 months is still long. Some people don't know whether they will see the sun tomorrow. Seemingly reminded of something, he sighed at this remark, and then jumped up and left, leaving a confused Pan Zhong standing there. Zhou Jifeng, who was nearby, saw this and patted him, comforting. As I said earlier, although 4th Mister looks peaceful on the surface, his words carry a knife and he is unpredictable. I suggest you look for the 9th Sister. 9th Sister is innocent and pure. She is also good-natured, and the Pavilion Master adores 9th Sister the most. Say something nice and she will definitely help you. Pan Zhong nodded after hearing this, seeming to find some sense in it. The pure-hearted Xia Yuan was beating someone up at the post station at the foot of the mountain. Not long after, she returned to the evil sky pavilion. Master, I got news about senior sister Zhao Yu. Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Let's hear it. He still didn't understand why Zhao Yu had betrayed them. It should be different from the other disciples who had left. Xia Yuan plucked up the courage, picked up Master's teapot and took a big gulp. Then after a pause she said, senior sister might appear in the Yu region. The people stationed mentioned the bright jade skill, so I guessed it might be the case. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but worry. It's true that Zhou Yu used the bright jade skill to cultivate, but according to Zhou Yu's temperament, how could it have spread so easily? Could it be the same as the time they tried to lure me in by kidnapping CI family? This time, it's different from before. Without the peak experience card, if I fall into their trap, it will be the end. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ear. New mission. Bring back Zhou Yu. Xia Yuan paused for a moment, then continued, senior sister looks like she's getting married. Something about being a saintess. Lu Zhou was taken aback. The reason she's able to have her cultivation now is solely because of the bright jade skill. A jade user, the energy of heaven and earth, taking the fortune of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. If one wishes to cultivate the skill to its peak, they mustn't get entangled in thoughts and mustn't be in a personal relationship. After some thought, he asked what the reason could be. Xia Yuan shook her head, indicating that she also didn't know. This disciple only heard that the Yu province chancellor seems to be holding a grand ceremony. That's right, it seems like the demon-slaying sect will also send someone there. Master, how about I go there myself? I will bring back senior sister. If I see people from the demon-slaying sect, I will kill them for you, okay? Upon saying this, Xia Yuan unintentionally released a bit of killing intent. The teapot in her hand shattered in response. Lu Zhou flatly refused her without hesitation. Although I don't take the demon-slaying sect seriously, their sect master is also an expert at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. 7-leaf golden lotus. You're just at the divine court realm. If you encounter them, how will you fight them? Aside from the demon-slaying sect, what other forces are there? After hearing this, Xia Yuan obediently replied, looks like the Jingyi Dao and the Jingming Dao will also go. Lu Zhou became more confused. The orthodox way and the demonic way have always been incompatible. How can they go together? Are they there to fight or to argue? Tell Pan Zhong to come here. Tell him I want to ask him something. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan raised her arm in confidence. Master, you can just ask me. Go already. Lu Zhou's voice raised quite a bit. Xia Yuan could only obey the command. It wasn't long before Pan Zhong rushed over with a bruised face. It was likely Xia Yuan who took out her anger on him. Seeing this, Lu Zhou asked him about the injury on his face. The Jinting mountain is very steep, so I accidentally fell. Then Lu Zhou got straight to the point. You're from Jingming Dao, so do you know about the grand ceremony? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong nodded, indicating that he did. It will be a long story. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan snorted. Then make it short. Pan Zhong, frightened, hurriedly put some distance between himself and her. Ever since the human race conquered Dian, other races have been driven to the north and west. In the cultivation world, good and evil are incompatible, and there are countless sect disputes every year, resulting in countless deaths. In order to alleviate the disputes, some small sects came up with the method of holding a grand ceremony. On one hand, it is for the sect's conflicts. On the other hand, it is a way to show goodwill to avoid disputes. After hearing this, Lu Zhou more or less understood. Then do you know if the Jingming Dao will participate in the Yu province grand ceremony? I heard there is a saint that will be used as a bond to resolve conflicts. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong shook his head. That, I really don't know. I left Jingming Dao 3 years ago. Yes, it is. The saintess will also be the marriage bond. After hearing all this, Xia Yuan was so angry that she stared at him wide-eyed. Traitor. How can she do something like that? After getting a rough understanding, Lu Zhou waved his hand to dismiss him. Senior. Pan Zhong hesitated, then knelt down on the ground with a thud. Please, senior, grant me the 6-yang skill. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was lifted by Xia Yuan. Do you think you can bother master with such trivial things? Just go look for yourself in the archives. Pan Zhong was a bit embarrassed. Are such important cultivation secret records really so casually given out? Before he could react, he was thrown out by Xia Yuan. Lu Zhou stroked his beard without saying a word. Ji Tiandao often plundered the cultivation records of the famous orthodox sections. Most of them were discarded without even looking at them. At this moment, Ming Shirin slowly walked in. Master, this disciple has something to report. Speak, master. Please read the traitor disciple, Si Wuya's flying letter. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned and then took it into his hands. The 7th disciple? Ever since the 7th disciple left the Jinting mountain, he rarely took an interest in the Jinting mountain's affairs. Now his attention is focused on the Jinting mountain. After all, he is a traitor to the evil sky pavilion. To send a flying letter here, he's quite bold. The content of the flying letter was about the 5th disciple, Zhao Yu. Xia Yuan curiously leaned in to ask what was written. After Lu Zhou read it, he handed the flying letter to the two. Upon reading it, Ming Shirin was utterly shocked. Master, if the rumors are true, then I'm afraid junior sister Zhao Yu is in trouble. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhou glanced at him. What do you think? Although Ming Shirin has an odd way of thinking, his ideas are sometimes worth listening to. Hearing master's words, Ming Shirin began to analyze seriously. It's the third party that benefits from the tussle. If they want to make peace, then we will provoke them. Water and fire are never compatible, so it would be easy to do. Master, don't bother doing such trivial things yourself. Your disciple is willing to do it and will be sure to bring back junior sister Zhao Yu. After finishing speaking, he was secretly overjoyed. Well then, Will master allow me to go? Following this, Lu Zhou's voice rang in his ears. As your master, I punish you to the Cave of Reflection for 3 days. Was that not the way? I have to be responsible and diligent during this period. Do what I do, follow his orders, rush through enemies, kiss ass, and perform outstandingly, yet I still get punished? Even though Ming Shirin was a bit stunned, he dared not object. This disciple will accept his punishment. After saying that, he obediently rushed to the Cave of Reflection. Lu Zhou looked at him without saying a word. Ming Shirin's loyalty sometimes fluctuates around 70, but never 80. His restless heart is never honest. At this moment, Xia Yuaner asked with a puzzled face, isn't this a trap? Maybe it's to deliberately force 5th senior sister to vent her anger? Lu Zhou didn't explain much. He slowly stood up. I will go with you to the chancel. Master, are we going out? Hearing this, Xia Yuaner was overjoyed. Master, shouldn't we tell senior brother? No need, said Lu Zhou, leading her outside. It's time to see the new mount. Thinking of this, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the sky above was filled with auspicious light. Seeing this, Xia Yuaner was excited beyond measure. Is the whites are coming out? With a rumble, a dazzling figure flew out from the purple auspicious cloud. Baian was a legendary beast, shaped like a black tiger. Before it even landed, it roared, seemingly demonstrating its loyalty to its master. Xia Yuaner was startled by its appearance. It's not the whitesard. Master, is it safe? It looks scary. Don't be scared, said Lu Zhou, stepping forward to stroke it. Hearing this, Xia Yuaner started observing it. As their eyes met, Baian let out a low growl. Master, it growled at me. Instead of being scared away, Xia Yuaner quickly jumped onto it. Following this, Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, and Baian disappeared into the sky with the two of them. This was Lu Zhou's first ride, and what surprised him was that Baian's speed was on par with whitesard's. If there are any pros and cons with them, it's that Baian is more aggressive. It is equivalent to them having strength beyond human cultivators' capabilities, but they're less intelligent than humans. Whitesard is stable and a smooth ride. It also belongs to the aiding class, so I don't know its capabilities for now. Soon they arrived at their destination, Runan City. After stopping in a secluded corner, Xia Yuaner cheerfully began. I understand what master meant by not to attract attention. Lu Zhou nodded upon hearing this. Runan is not far from the Shin capital, and the Shin capital is where cultivators around the world gather. Conceal your skills. We have to keep a low profile. I understand, replied Xia Yuaner promptly. Then she went to a shop outside the city and discreetly bought 2 outfits with a box of gold coins. As soon as she had changed her clothes, she eagerly asked her master, Master, are we going to have fun at the Shin capital? All the way, Xia Yuaner was hopping and skipping with joy. Grandfather, there isn't an up ahead. Let's stay there for the night first. All right, agreed Lu Zhou with a nod. As they observed the sky filled with flying cultivators, it caused a stir among the people. However, the conflicts within the cultivation world did not affect ordinary people, so they weren't overly worried. It's the flying chariot from the unorthodox sect. It also has the banner of the demon-slaying sect. When will I become a powerful cultivator and have a flying chariot like that? Xia Yuaner looked unimpressed upon hearing this. What's so impressive about that? My grandfather also has a sheep as a mount. A middle-aged man nearby scoffed. Little girl, can your family's sheep even carry you? Humph. Not only can it carry me, it can even fly out of Great Yen in just half a day. You can continue to boast about your family. Little girl, do you think I will believe your nonsense? You don't believe me? Xia Yuaner rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Lu Zhou called her in time. He was somewhat puzzled at this time. I didn't expect that such important figures would come to Runan. Could it be that the unorthodox sect is still holding a grudge regarding the incident of Suishin-chan? Judging from such a grand display, they must be experts at the primordial spirit tribulation realm at the very least. Xia Yuaner entered the inn and told the innkeeper that they wanted the best room. Unexpectedly, he said all the rooms were booked and suggested they look elsewhere. I'm very sorry. Because of the upcoming chancel grand ceremony that only happens once in 3 years, many guests have come here to stay. So, we hope that our customers can understand and forgive us. Alright, Xia Yuaner responded and turned to leave. But at this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew in, and a man holding a long sword appeared in the inn. Innkeeper, a lodging. Realizing that a person from the divine court realm had arrived, the innkeeper was thrilled and rushed forward to greet him. Honorable person, it is such an honor to us that you visited our place. We currently have 2 deluxe rooms available. We hope you don't mind making do with them. Upon hearing this, the man slightly furrowed his brows. Great, 2 deluxe rooms. It's not a problem at all. Xia Yuaner was instantly unhappy. Old man, didn't you just say earlier that all the rooms are full? The innkeeper began to explain with a flattering smile. Don't be disrespectful. This person is a cultivator who has already opened the 8 meridians and entered the divine court realm. Naturally, other guests like you should step back. Even so, why did you book 2 rooms when you were alone? Upon hearing this, the man spoke calmly. Let me give you an answer. In my luggage, there are ashes of a companion who has passed away. Although he died in the battle, his spirit of being able to be fearless even in the face of death deeply inspires me. In my heart, he has always been alive, and should also be regarded as a living person. My sword has accompanied me through many years of battles and has killed countless enemies. I should have been entitled to have an extra room, but since my sword never leaves my side, 2 rooms are just enough. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt quite helpless. There are indeed people in the world who are so neurotic. Yuaner nodded, moved by his words. If that's so, then you really need 2 rooms. Seeing her agreement, the innkeeper intended to see them off. Excuse me, customer. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhou spoke at ease. Hold on. Is there a problem, elder? I want a deluxe room, Lu Zhou said, then turned to look at Xia Yuaner. Understanding his intentions, she released her chi. creating ripples in the surrounding air. The building and tables trembled under the pressure. If the energy was any stronger, the inn probably couldn't stand it. Seeing this, the innkeeper dropped to the ground with a thud. Today, there are quite a few big shots at the inn. The sword-carrying man was equally shocked. Such a young age, and she's already reached the divine court realm. Under Lu Zhou's gesture, Xia Yuaner then withdrew her chi. The sword-carrying man then volunteered, "My brother." During his lifetime, he highly respected the strong and always aspired to become a great cultivator at the primordial spirit tribulation realm. "I will share a room with my brother, and the other room can be given to this old gentleman." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, things might have been a bit difficult. However, at this moment, Lu Zhou shook his head. Not enough. This old man wants 2 deluxe rooms. Although Xia Yuaner has limited life experience, she is already 28 years old and not a child anymore. Ultimately, there are differences between men and women after all. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly ordered his staff to prepare. Lu Zhou then led Xia Yuaner up the stairs. As they passed by the man, Lu Zhou glanced at the sword in his arms. Male and female double sword pair? A double sword pair of male and female, one long and one short, decorated with dragon and phoenix. At the peak of the earth tier weapons can barely be considered as a quasi-heaven tier weapon. Lu Zhou continued, "If you know about this sword, then you should be careful with your words and actions. If it were any other time, I would have definitely used this sword to teach those who insult the sword a lesson." Upon hearing this, the man looked composed. This sword has killed countless enemies, and after several decades of tempering, it has already become a heaven tier weapon, not an earth tier weapon as you claimed. In my opinion, there is no weapon in this world that is sharper than the male and female double sword pair. Upon hearing this, Yuaner curiously looked at him. "Are you able to use both of those swords alone?" At this, a trace of desolation flashed through the man's eyes. "I use the long sword, while my brother uses this short sword." Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. "You two really are a pair. How did you even achieve the divine court realm with such neuroticism?" He then asked with a puzzled look, "Is that sword sharp?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately drew the short sword to demonstrate. He placed a strand of his hair next to the blade. He placed his hair next to the sword, then lightly blew on it. Instantly, the hair was split into 2 sections, and this is only its pure physical sharpness. This is the unparalleled sword of this era, and yet the old mister still has doubts. Seeing this, Lu Zhou suddenly had a bold idea. He then started to rummage in his bosom. Usually, there aren't many opportunities to test heaven tier weapons. Why don't I use Wei Ming to test it out now? If my sword were to be damaged by it, then it proves that Wei Ming is really a worthless sword, and not worth keeping it. The man's expression changed slightly. "Old mister, please don't. I think your sword is good. If it got destroyed, I would be uneasy." "It doesn't matter." Lu Zhou then swung his Wei Ming sword and a crisp sound of collision echoed. He observed it carefully. There are no scratches or any damages done on Wei Ming's sword, but the short sword of the double sword pair is also in perfect condition. This means that Wei Ming is at least on par with the male and female double sword pair. However, the problem is that why couldn't it even scratch a piece of copper or iron during the test in the secret room last time? Since Wei Ming can transform into multiple weapon forms, could it be more suitable as a shield? Just as he was pondering, the man was incredibly surprised. "Is there really a weapon in this world that can withstand the double sword pair?" Xia Yuaner muttered, "That's because you are not familiar with it. My grandfather can break this thing with his bare hands. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's mind immediately pictured 2 kids boasting about whose brother can eat more crap. Talkative. "Let's go." Fearing that Xia Yuaner might say something else, he quickly led her upstairs. Watching Lu Zhou's receding figure, a touch of solemnity flashed in the man's eyes. "Hi, Shuaping. Hope to have the opportunity to see you again, old mister." A moment later, Shuaping also returned to his room, but as soon as he put his sword on the table, a cracking sound was heard. Shuaping, puzzled, drew his short sword and found that the blade was shattered like tofu. "How could this be possible? This weapon is my life. Now, this sword got destroyed? Was it that old man? The sword and the person are one. If the sword perishes, so does the person." Shuaping was furious. He drew his long sword and was about to go settle the score with Lu Zhou, but as soon as he opened the door, a swordsman in a blue robe came face to face with him. Shuaping sneered, "Please move aside." The swordsman in the blue robe uttered 2 words calmly, "I apologize." With that, he drew his long sword from his back as quick as lightning, and sheathed it again in one go. Shuaping only saw a flash of red light before the swordsman in the blue robe had already appeared behind him. How did he pass through? The world has become 2 parts. What a strange feeling. Just as Shuaping realized something was wrong, his body fell to the ground in 2 parts. The swordsman in the blue robe then arrived at a restaurant. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth as he mumbled to himself, "Master, where are you?" At this moment, a shadow quietly appeared outside the window. "What?" he asked indifferently upon noticing. The shadow quickly responded upon hearing his question. "The sect leader had me inform you that sword addict Chen Wenjie had already arrived in Runan 2 days ago. Please keep an eye on the top cultivators from both the Orthodox sect and the Righteous sect. On another note, Senior G from Heavenly Demon Pavilion might possibly have arrived in Runan as well." The sect leader wanted to know what's your plan. Yu Shangrong snorted coldly after hearing this. That is none of his business. Seeing him approaching the window, the shadow panicked and quickly retreated to one side. There's no need to fret, my friend. The wind is quite big outside. If you don't have anything else to do, why don't you come in and have a drink? Upon hearing this, the shadow didn't dare to agree and promptly bid farewell to leave the place. Look, a birdman. Yu Shanrong took a sip of tea and then disappeared from his spot in a flash. Time quickly moved to the next day. Lu Zhou, who was in a deep sleep, was suddenly awakened by a noisy commotion. After dressing, he went outside. The innkeeper, along with some officers, came straight towards him. Old mister, did you see the killer who killed Zhuoping? Lu Zhou shook his head, quite puzzled. Zhuoping is dead. Seeing his reaction, the officer could only sigh helplessly. Zhuoping is a sword master, so a person who is able to kill him must be another professional too. It's only normal that you didn't see them. Lu Zhou's gaze swept across the crime scene. However it is, Zhuoping is a powerful cultivator from the divine court realm. Somehow his death is so quiet with no signs of struggle. The opponent might be someone from the mysterious Heaven Saint realm. Zhuoping's death has nothing to do with me, but the killer seems to be quite a character. If Runin itself is a huge trap, then getting out of here in one piece would be difficult. Upon reflecting on this, he asked doubtfully, does Zhuoping have rivals? The lead officer frowned slightly upon hearing this. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't. But just after he spoke, he saw the other party take out the token of the Imperial Army, exclusive dragon pattern, someone from the royalty. Seeing this, the officer broke out in cold sweat and quickly kneeled on the ground after coming to his senses. Xia Yuan coldly glanced back. Grandpa, should we beat them up? Lu Zhou ignored her and went straight to the officer to inquire, what's Zhuoping's identity? The officer didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly replied, he's a sword master. He got the male and female twin swords from killing his own brother. The government can't do much with him as well since his cultivation level is quite high. Why is he at Runin City? The officer respectfully stated that he did not know. These soldiers are merely small characters. It's rare to come in contact with cases that involved cultivators of the divine court realm. It's only normal that they didn't know. At this time, Xia Yuan ran over to take a look. After observing for a while, she came back to her master's side. He got killed with a sword. She demonstrated as she explained, from here to here, and right in front of his face. Lu Zhou nodded upon hearing this. The killer is probably a sword user with a heavenly weapon. There are quite a few people who meet these conditions that come to mind. Sword addict Jin Wenjie, brilliant sword user, Jian Aijin, Luo Sex Luo Changqing, or that bastard disciple, Yu Shanrong. As he was deep in thought, a loud commotion suddenly came from outside. Out of curiosity, Lu Zhou came out to take a look and saw a giant 13-story red tower slowly flying overhead. Judging by the symbols on it, this was the exclusive flying chariot of the Great Sky Temple. Lu Zhou stood at the doorway observing for a while, then signaled Xia Yuan to head towards the Saint Altar north of Runin. Along the way, they were stealthily followed by a figure. Master, someone's following, Xia Yuan promptly warned after noticing. She had cultivated from the Qing's Jade Scroll, giving her far superior sensing abilities than cultivators of the same realm. Moreover, she was quirky and full of ideas, and could probably protect herself with the skills from Qing's Jade Scroll even against a more powerful adversary. He didn't need to worry about her. I originally planned to take a ride to the Saint Altar, but there's currently someone following us. Better take care of that first. With that, Lu Zhou dropped a smoke bomb at his feet. Seeing this, the stalker finally couldn't contain his curiosity and emerged. Don't go yet, old mister. What is it? Lu Zhou coldly glanced at him. The young man smiled slightly. I wanted to buy something from you, old mister. No deal. Go away. Xia Yuan angrily kicked an innocent puppy. The young man didn't heed her words and continued. That short sword of yours, old mister, was able to destroy the male and female twin swords. It is a good sword. I'm willing to pay a hefty price for it. You were here yesterday? Lu Zhou asked doubtfully. Indeed. My original plan was to discuss this matter with you yesterday, but there was someone there, so I had to back off a bit. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. You like swords? A fervent look gradually appeared in the young man's eyes as he slowly replied, the sword is my life, love till my death. After uttering these words, he added, I was planning on killing Zhuoping and taking away his male and female twin swords. Who would have thought that someone got there before me? It was a pity that the person had destroyed the sword. It was such a bummer. Who is that person? Lu Zhou asked after hearing this. The young man shook his head and answered reluctantly, I didn't see it, but it's not a hard guess as well. There's only 3 people who could wield a sword with such refined skill. One of them is the elderly demon, Ji Tiandao from Evil Sky Pavilion. Also, the person who I'm most afraid of. Xia Yuan burst into laughter. Then you should have run away. The young man showed a confident look. Why would I? I've observed you two all night. I'm not mistaken. Kiddo, you are indeed in a divine court realm. Old Mister's body is considered quite healthy and his cultivation powers are around the middle stage of conscious condensing. That's off topic. Back to the main point. The second person who would master such refined sword skill is the second demon, Yu Shangren from Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou's gaze hardened. The third? The young man replied with a smile. The third person is right before our eyes. You're the sword addict Qin Wenjie? Oh no. Qin Wenjie is addicted to sword skill, not the sword. I'm different. I like swords and sword skill. Someone who is uncertain about their own standpoint like Qin Wenjie would eventually die. At this point, Lu Zhou had guessed the other's identity. Jian Aijin, the one who loves swords to death. Jian Aijin. He changed his name to show his love for swords. I'm afraid the only person in the cultivation realm who could do that is him. It's a toxic way of life too. He's a person with no responsibilities to him as well. He's good at surviving in the cracks of this treacherous cultivation realm. It's clear from how he's able to escape from the killer of Zhuoping. He had 2 big traits. 1. Love swords. 2. Don't get into unnecessary business. Seeing that he's able to survive until now without having a standpoint proves that the second trait worked in his favor. Upon hearing Lu Zhou say his name, Jian Aijian couldn't help but feel proud, but in the next second, his eyes lit up and he became excited. At this moment, the dark Wei Ming was already taken out by Lu Zhou. It's so pretty. I love the feeling of it being short yet detailed. Seeing his excited expression, Lu Zhou shook his head. If you don't want death, then it's best that you don't think of this sword. Just as he finished speaking, several dull bell sounds suddenly came from a distance. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou looked in the direction of the bell sounds with confusion. The Saint Altar is a feast between the divines and the demons. Why is there a Buddhist bell sound? Jian Aijian seemed to guess his destination. Old mister, there's a lot of people at the Saint Altar. It's where all the cultivators of both divine and demonic gathers. Absolutely menacing. I suggest that you don't go there. Allegedly the saint goddess who's getting picked this time is the 5th female demon from Jinting Mountain Pavilion. Pfft, demon becoming a saint goddess. What more is new? Still, if you, old mister, actually went there and got killed by accident, the sword will be in my possession. Until then, I'll be sure to drag your dead body and find the best place to bury you, old mister. As he finished speaking, he suddenly became alert. Then a violent gale swept towards him. Jian Aijian reacted and quickly raised his arm to block it and swiftly created distance. Xia Yuan, however, stared at him coldly, her face full of anger. You asked for it. Watch me beat you till you beg for mercy. Having said that, she leapt up and charged towards him with her fists. Jian Aijian took advantage of his position and once again created distance. A hot-tempered kiddo. You're really not the typical divine court realm. Don't make me draw my sword, kiddo. At this moment, the sound of bells came again from a distance. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly, knowing that he needed to hurry as the ceremony was about to start. He's just a normal person who likes swords. There's really no need to waste a skill card on him. Yuan, let's go. With this thought, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a purple light circulated and the low growl of a beast approached from far away. The massive figure of Bian arrived in the blink of an eye. Jian Aijian was immediately shocked upon seeing this. A legendary mount. Those who have a mount from the legends, without a doubt, are experts. Although this old man's cultivation is rather weak, his background is not simple. Therefore, he tried to persuade, Mister, the chancel is extremely dangerous. Are you still planning on going? Lu Zhou answered calmly. This old man has his own plans. Having said that, he jumped onto Bian and flew towards the Saint Altar. At this time, Jian Aijian was undecided. Do I follow them or not? What if I meet that old devil? I'm not going to participate in their disputes. Yes, that's it. I'll just wait for them to die and bury his corpse. Having made his decision, he leapt up and quickly followed. At this time, the sound of bells echoed around the Saint Altar. The imposing Great Emptiness Temple hovered above. Dozens of monks were chanting sutras with their hands joined together. The sound waves rolled out and echoed continuously in all directions. Xia Yuan asked curiously, what's a bunch of monks doing here? Lu Zhou explained, the Buddhist Great Meditation Learning. The Great Meditation Learning has a powerful and intimidating effect on enemies. This was achieved by the communal chanting of sutras. Only the bald donkeys of the Temple of Great Emptiness could pull this off. However, he was also puzzled. I wonder why the Temple of Great Emptiness would suddenly appear when they don't care about the secular world's affairs. Shortly after, the surroundings returned to tranquility. Xia Yuan looked up to see that the flying chariot of the demon-slaying sect was also here. As Lu Zhou mingled with the crowd, he discovered, just as expected, the surroundings are the righteous sect cultivators, and the demon cultivators are all unsightly and some are even panting. With the gaze of the eyes of truth, almost everyone is hostile. If I reveal my identity, will I be okay? If I want to take Xiao Yu back, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Currently, I have 3 impeccable cards and 3 deadly strike cards, enough to protect myself. At this point, a person flew out from the flying chariot of the Great Emptiness Temple. He glanced below as he made hand signs. The abbot has a decree. The saintess Xiao Yu will be taken away by the Great Emptiness Temple. I ask for your understanding and forgiveness, my dear benefactors. As soon as his voice fell, there were immediately people cursing below. You bold donkey. How can we let you take the saintess away just as you please? What do you take our righteous sect for? Lu Zhou looked around and didn't find Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was on the chancel since the monks of the Temple of Great Emptiness, the righteous sect, Clarity sect, and the demon sect are here. It's getting crowded. As he was pondering, a voice suddenly came over. Mister, you should take a few steps back. Seeing the person, Lu Zhou was speechless. Jian Aijian? It seemed like the rumor about this person's pathological obsession with swords was true. However, for someone who loved his life equally as much, it was unexpected that he would come to the chancel. He has quite the guts. Jian Aijian still didn't give up persuading. Mister, if it weren't for your sword, I wouldn't have come to this nonsensical place. You should leave now while you still have a chance to do so. In a few moments, those monks will seal the chancel. Mister, the chancel is only a pretense, and the saintess is the bait. Although Lu Zhou was puzzled when he heard this, he remained outwardly calm. How do you know this is a trap? Jian Aijian gave a sly smile and began to negotiate. If you sell me your sword, I'll tell you, you're only at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. Nobody will be able to save you if you don't leave now. This is your last chance. Lu Zhou found this somewhat annoying and funny. I thought you wanted me dead. Jian Aijian shook his head and began to explain. No, I value life above all else. I would love to get my hands on that sword. but a righteous man should obtain the sword in a righteous way. Look around you, all of them look like they have a short lifespan. You're a good person, mister. Good people should live long lives. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but burst into silent laughter. Jian Aijian continued, that sword is a treasure. As its owner, I'm sure you won't have a bad character. This logic made Lu Zhou feel helpless. He stroked his beard and said, there are so many experts here. Can the Temple of Great Emptiness deal with them? Hearing this, Jian Aijian pointed down and said, Mister, look closely. The elders from the Righteous and Clarity sects aren't here. Only the third seat of the Demon sect is here. They won't be able to do anything. They're being held back by experts. They'll be lucky to keep their heads, let alone coming to the chancel. Kong Xian calmly explained, Zhao Yu is a villain from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. She bears many sins. Several years ago, Master Kong Ming had lost his life in her hands. The Temple of Great Emptiness shall take her to let Buddha purge her of her sins so that she'll be able to reincarnate as a human. As soon as this statement was made, there was immediate laughter from the crowd below. The she-fiend is the public enemy of the noble path. The Temple of Great Emptiness has never bothered about these things. And yet, you suddenly show and fill our ears with your intended acts of mercy. Here's what I think. Hoo-ha! The demon-slaying sect side still had no reaction, and was exceptionally quiet. This naturally drew Lu Zhou's attention. The demon sect's second seat, Suishin-chan, was killed by me. For this reason, they hated the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. It was logical for them to shift the blame to Zhao Yu. I'm surprised the demon sect had sent their third seat here this time. I don't know this person and had never seen this person in the memories as well. Perhaps, this person was too insignificant for Ji Tiandao to take note of. Kong Xian was not angry. He spoke lightly. This old monk didn't come here to ask for your approval. Dear benefactors, I'm only here to inform you of this decision. The Temple of Great Emptiness must take the villain of Heavenly Demon Pavilion, Zhao Yu, away. As soon as the words were spoken, a sword-wielding figure suddenly leaped out. That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Everyone's faces brightened at the sight. It's Square from our righteous sect. Senior brother is amazing. Jian Aijian shook his head and didn't bother watching. Just a cannon fodder throwing his life away. The great meditation only weakens and intimidates its targets. With the chaotic blood chi of these people, I'd applaud them if they're able to even unleash 30% of their strength. Xia Yuaner, on the other hand, watched with great interest, even joining others in enthusiastic applause. Just as Square attacked with his sword, Kong Xian was surrounded by bursts of golden light, which quickly formed a protective barrier. With a bang, it repelled Square back to his original position. Kong Xian remained as still as an Arhat golden body. Why is there a need for anger? The villain is from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. You have all fought and lost against the old villain along with 10 great nascent divinity tribulation realms experts. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect Master Luo Changfeng died a gruesome death. His implication was, only by handing the she-fiend over to the Temple of Great Emptiness will everyone remain safe. If Ji Tiandao were to come, how many of them were capable of stopping him? Upon hearing the monk's unpleasant words, someone immediately stood up to refute him. You foul-mouthed bald donkey. If the righteous sect can't handle him, what makes you think the Temple of Great Emptiness can? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's face remained incredibly calm. The abbot has been cultivating in seclusion for a century and has raised his cultivation base tremendously. We are able to handle that old villain. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of horror. The Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Yuan was a 6-leaf golden body divine monk a century ago. Who would have expected him to have been cultivating in seclusion all this time? At this moment, the leader of the Clarity sect took a step forward. If Master Kong Yuan can deal with the old villain from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, the Clarity sect agrees to hand over the Saintess, Zhao Yu, to the Temple of Great Emptiness. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian nodded in response. This old monk thanks the benefactors from the Clarity sect. The Temple of Great Emptiness definitely won't let you down. We'll certainly reform the villain. However, as soon as the words were spoken, a figure in a red robe walked out. If you wish to take Zhao Yu away, you'll have to ask for my permission. Kong Xian gave him a cold glance. This old monk has said this visit isn't intended as a negotiation. I'm merely here to notify you of this decision. The demon-slaying sect's third, Zhuoduanqing, retorted without any mercy. The Temple of Great Emptiness has always claimed that it views all life equally without differentiating the righteous from the evil. It has also never meddled in worldly affairs. Don't you have anything better to do today? Benefactor Duan, are you going to stop this old monk? Wretched monk, you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With a wave of Zhuoduanqing's hand, 5 experts from the demon-slaying sect charged forth. Upon seeing this, Kong Xian calmly began to cast his spell, standing in place. A 2-meter-tall Arhat golden body slowly materialized. Seeing this, many were stunned. Didn't expect Kong Xian to have such a cultivation level. If Kong Yuan was here, that would be something else. Jian Aijian quickly cautioned, the Arhat golden body is on par with a nascent divinity tribulation realm's 2-leaf avatar. This bald donkey isn't your average monk. Old mister, quickly move to the back. The demon-slaying sect has clearly come prepared. If that bald donkey uses a Zen mark, you'll certainly be affected since you're only at the sense-condensing realm. Those 5 are at the divine court realm. They're also the demon-slaying sect's main force for this occasion. Lu Zhou ignored his words. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts. From the memories, it was true that during the past events in this cultivation world, the Temple of Great Emptiness stayed away from worldly affairs. Rumor had it that the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness was a cultivation genius of the Buddhist Zen sect. He was so obsessed about the Zen sect that he became a Buddhist monk immediately. However, rumors were just rumors after all. Back then, Zhao Yu had encountered the Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Ming. They had a fight, and Zhao Yu killed Kong Ming. If he truly had been a cultivator of the mysterious Heaven Saint realm, would he have let Zhao Yu go? Since the Temple of Great Emptiness had chosen to interrupt the grand ceremony this time, they were clearly declaring the Heavenly Demon Pavilion as their enemy. In a blink of an eye, the fight in the field had ended. The 5 from the demon-slaying sect were repelled with a single move. At this point, Suoduanqing spoke in a cold voice. Kong Xian, an honest person doesn't have to resort to schemes. You're the one who kept the elders of the Clarity sect and Righteous sect away, right? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian shook his head in denial. The Great Temple of Emptiness is an open and upright institution. Why would we need to resort to such methods? Weren't you the one who stationed the scoundrel monks outside the chancel? Kong Xian retorted with a cold brow. It seems like you greatly misunderstand the Temple of Great Emptiness, dear benefactor. If you insist on stopping me, Benefactor Duan, I'll play the game with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Suoduanqing stretched his muscles and slowly stepped forward. You bald donkey, if you wish to take Xiao Yu away, I won't allow it. As his words fell, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Kong Xian furrowed his brows upon seeing this, as he couldn't gauge the opponent's cultivation level in time. Reacting, he once again channeled energy to manifest the Arhat golden body. Everyone held their breath upon seeing this. Didn't expect 2 nascent divinity tribulation realm experts to clash immediately. The demon-slaying sect have placed a lot of weight on Zhao Yu since Suoxinchan was dead. It's no wonder that Duanqing refused to give in. Suoxinchan was the only nascent divinity tribulation realms expert who managed to cultivate the evil Zen to the 4-leaf golden lotus stage. However, he died inside the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. How could they not be furious about this? Suoduanqing's figure appeared, circling Kong Xian with countless attacks. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen it before. It's my first time seeing such a dazzling technique. Jian Aijian couldn't help but exclaim. These afterimages are caused by extreme speed. At this moment, Lu Zhou lightly stroked his beard and spoke. Taoist technique, Tao invisibility. Upon hearing this, Jian Aijian's eyes widened in disbelief. Mister, you know this technique? This technique originated from the Taoist societies. It was spread to Fuyu before it eventually became a lost art. In the field, Suoduanqing's expression remained calm, while Kong Xian felt immense pressure and decided to get serious. In that case, this old monk won't hold back. Having said that, his fingers began to wave up and down continuously, with strands of Gang Qi constantly interweaving around him. A dazzling golden light then burst forth. Zen Sect's Dhyana Mudra, seeing one's nature. At this point, Suoduanqing paused and did not continue his attack. Great Vidra will engrave. As Kong Xian's words fell, a golden giant palm under his control charged directly at the opponent. Seeing this, Suoduanqing no longer held back. The vast energy within his body burst forth, the 4-leaf avatar. At the moment the avatar solidified, the giant palm came crashing down. Upon collision, the violent Gang Qi immediately spread out, sweeping around like a hurricane. The corridor doors were blown into intense vibrations, and the highest and central door clanged open. Look, inside the chancel's sacred doors. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately followed the sound and let out exclamations. They saw a figure in white robes, Zhao Yu, bound to a golden pillar. There was a red golden lotus painted on her forehead, but there was no fluctuation of energy around her body. Under the fierce attack of the demon-slaying sect Suoduanqing, the Buddhist Kong Xian gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, he still had no intention of giving up on taking away the female demon. At this moment, Suoduanqing smiled arrogantly. If that's really all you got, then hear me out. Run along with all your bald donkeys. Upon hearing this, a flash of cold light crossed Kong Xian's eyes. If you decide to continue on like this, then please excuse this old monk. With that, he sat cross-legged and began chanting a series of scriptures. At the same time, all the monks on the flying chariot in midair also put their hands together and started chanting. In an instant, the humming sound of the scriptures echoed throughout the sacred altar, continuously reverberating in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt uneasy. This is bad. How do I defend myself from this? Hypnosis, one of the Buddhist sound skill methods. It's similar to the tranquility mantra. As they recite hypnosis, it benefits them by disrupting the consciousness of their foe. Weak cultivators will be obstructed by it and end up bleeding out from their 7 orifices. After realizing the danger, Lu Zhou instinctively started to mobilize countermeasures in his mind. He then turned to look at Xia Yuaner, finding that this disturbing sound wave attack was like the buzzing of a fly to her. Her simple heart and lack of distracting thoughts were advantageous. Besides, she's also in the divine court realm too, so I guess Sanskrit has no effect on her. All the attention was on the field earlier, and I didn't notice when Jian Aijian disappeared. As time passed, the sound waves of the Sanskrit hypnosis grew louder, rolling in like ocean waves. Lu Zhou understood that he, being in the sense-condensing realm, could not hold out much longer. So, he took out his impeccable card and walked straight into the field. All it would take is a single move to kill Kong Xian of the Great Emptiness Temple, and without their leader, the Sanskrit hypnosis would naturally break. It'll be hard to take Xiao Yu away under the eyes of all these people. Seizing the opportunity to use the impeccable card to avoid the sharp edge would also be a good move. By this time, the buzzing of the sound waves had increased several times, causing all cultivators in the sense-condensing realm to spit out fresh blood. Why is the old man okay? We're both in the mid-stages of the sense-condensing realm. Why am I exploding when I'm at the same stage as him? That old man is completely fine. This is not logical at all. Lu Zhou was also somewhat puzzled at this point. Exactly. Why am I completely fine? Because the power of the Sanskrit hypnosis had reached its maximum. Many people with lower cultivation levels were bleeding from their mouths and died on the spot. Yet, Taoist texts started appearing in Lu Zhou's mind, and a sense of heat came from his dantian, which amazingly turned into a feeling of coolness, from the dantian to the chest, passing through the heart and reaching the mind. Lu Zhou's face instantly lit up. I can't hear the buzzing of Sanskrit hypnosis, but rather the content of the heavenly book starts to sound. Human word scrolls of the 3 scrolls of heavenly book. In the field, Kong Xian's avatar, under the blessing of Sanskrit hypnosis, had grown several times larger, comparable to Zhuoduanqing's 4-leaf avatar. However, he not only had no intention of stopping but even accelerated the speed of his chanting. Arhat golden body, double. With this exertion, the giant golden body instantly split into 2. As the one in the center of the battlefield, Zhuoduanqing was the most affected. He gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh. Bald donkey, so this is what you call looking over all the sentient beings? What a hilarious joke. Having said that, he controlled his avatar to actively attack the other side. Upon their collision, the entire sacred altar underwent severe tremors. With a loud bang, Zhuoduanqing was sent flying and crashed heavily into a distant wall. He immediately raised his hand to control the damage caused by the sound wave and then looked coldly at the other side. The bald donkey is that strong? What is he doing? Why isn't he stopping? He already won. Kong Xian, whose body was glowing and starting to float, showed no intention of stopping the Sanskrit hypnosis chanting. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Enough. Buddhism has been known for not killing, yet a killing spree is happening today. Did the Temple of Great Emptiness have the permission to do so, or are you the one who's behind it? Looking at the extraordinarily calm old man in front of him, Kong Xian was somewhat surprised. How? Are you alright? Lu Zhou, after hearing this, glanced at him indifferently. I'm asking a question. All you need to do is answer. Old benefactor, are you trying to stop this old monk? Although Kong Xian was puzzled, he still exuded self-confidence. Seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Thick-head fool. Having said that, he pulled out his 2 trump cards. Realizing that this old fellow wasn't easy to deal with, Kong Xian decided not to hold back anymore. He put his palms together, and the muster energy in his body began to circulate wildly. 2 increased to 4, 4 increased to 8, 8 Arhat golden bodies. Die, old man. As his words fell, he controlled the golden body to press down forcefully on Lu Zhou. But at this moment, an unexpected change occurred, and everyone was shocked beyond words by the scene that unfolded next. A golden Buddha, 100 feet tall and 10 feet wide, appeared by the old man's side, keeping the 8 Arhat golden bodies at bay. Kong Xian stood dumbfounded on the spot, unable to believe it. This golden body is too damn big. My Arhats are the size of a fist compared to it. As he stared in astonishment, a miniature handprint quietly approached. What is this? Kong Xian reacted and retreated rapidly like lightning. As he retreated, he slapped out countless palm prints, but all were blocked by an invisible barrier in front of Lu Zhou. Seeing the danger, Kong Xian could only abandon his golden body and continue to dodge. This is the deadly strike. Death is inevitable. Can you evade it? However, why did it manifest with a Buddhist sex technique? Lu Zhou was also pondering this question. At this moment, Kong Xian's intuition told him that this handprint was very dangerous. It seemed to have eyes and kept following him. The sacred altar plaza stretched for several miles. Just when he thought he could dodge it, the miniature handprint suddenly enlarged and its speed increased a lot. The more Kong Xian retreated, the more he felt something was wrong. Because as time passed, the handprint had become larger than a person. Under the instinct of survival, he could only run away wildly, but the handprint enlarged again to the size of a house. Like swatting a fly, it directly hit Kong Xian. With a bang, it hit Kong Xian instantly, vanishing into thin air, not leaving a trace. The flying chariot of the Great Emptiness Temple also crashed to the ground under the residual power, and the chanting of the Sanskrit hypnosis disappeared. The field was silent at this moment. Zhao Yu, who was trapped, looked up and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The master has come. A strong sense of fear caused her to faint again. Lu Zhou watched this scene calmly. Just 10 seconds to resolve. Not too long, not too short. Everyone's mind was filled with questions. This old man managed to defeat Kong Xian with just a single strike. Who's this cultivator who unleashed such a powerful Great Vitra will hand sign? Is he another enlightened senior monk from some Buddhist sect? Lu Zhou looked around. Most of the cultivators were currently unable to fight. The plans of the heavens superseded that of man. This makes things much simpler. The deadly strike card and the impeccable card I just played had a great shock effect. No one should dare to attack me now. If anyone could pose a threat, it would be Zhuoduanqing alone. The question is, does he still have the guts? After a long silence, Zhuoduanqing bowed his body and his eyes were filled with gratitude. I, Zhuoduanqing from the demon-slaying sect, thanked the master for his help. The clarity sect and the righteous sect came to their senses and also thanked the master in front of them for his life-saving grace. Why is the master's hair so lush? Maybe it's a wig? You idiot! Cultivating with long hair while drifting through the clouds like a wild stork is the highest state of spiritual enlightenment. Haven't you ever heard of it? Seeing his identity being misunderstood, Lu Zhou just went with it. He raised his big hand and placed it on his chest, his face gloomy as he began to to speak. The Buddhist sects value mercy above all else. I'm greatly distressed to have killed one of my own kin today, but I had no choice. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a great admiration for him. There's no need to concern yourself about this, Master. Kong Xian was despicable and shameless. He intended to kill all of us with the Brahmin lullaby and take the saintess away. This outcome is to everyone's satisfaction. A person like Kong Xian doesn't deserve to be a disciple of a Buddhist sect. You're truly an enlightened senior monk. Compared to those sanctimonious bald, well, you're 10,000 times better than them. If it weren't for you, Master, all of us would have died. Master, you have such a profound cultivation base. I wonder what brings you to the holy altar today. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou responded, I was just passing by. The crowd began to flatter him again. I see. I heard that senior monks who cultivate with their hair like to travel the world and regard the four corners of the world as their home. I'm truly blessed for 3 lifetimes to have met you today, Master. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou was helpless. I can't stay here any longer. With Suoduanqing, a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator present, the remaining monks can't cause any trouble. Where is Xia Yuaner? This girl, how carefree is she? How can she fall asleep with all the commotion around her? She doesn't know how to be cautious. This won't do. I'll have to re-educate her. But now isn't the time for teaching her a lesson. Yuaner. Upon hearing her master's words, she reflexively sat up immediately. Seeing this, the crowd began to flatter him again. Master, I see you have a female disciple. Is your Buddhist sect so broad-minded that it's even accepting female disciples? What's the fuss? I heard that there was a master that took in a monkey and a pig as his disciple. Lu Zhou glanced at the highest building of the holy altar. Go get her. Xia Yuaner understood and answered, then quickly flew upwards. Master, you can't take her away. Lu Zhou listened and glanced over. The crowd immediately didn't dare to speak further. Then Lu Zhou spoke again. Did you think Kong Xian was acting alone when he boldly attacked this venue? That's right. Although the monk Kong Xian had a profound cultivation base, would he have acted this way on his own? This must be the Temple of Great Emptiness's abbot, Kong Yuan's doing. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly came to their senses. Such scum is an embarrassment to Buddhist sects. Kong Yuan has cultivated for a century, and yet, he has ventured down the wrong path. However, if Kong Yuan furiously comes, we ask you to defend us, Master. Lu Zhou listened and didn't say anything. What does it have to do with me if Kong Yuan comes looking for trouble with all of you? What a joke. If I weren't here today, all of you would have died. Besides, I don't know who caught Xiao Yu and brought her here, and it's already a great blessing for them for us to not settle this. Yet they still dare for justice? If Kong Yuan chases after them after this, they can consider it as a lesson. After contemplating this, he called out to Xia Yuaner and turned around, preparing to leave this place. He was originally a thoroughly wicked demonic ancestor, yet he could effortlessly execute the divine techniques of Buddhism. Not only did he save hundreds of righteous cultivators, but he was also mistaken for a compassionate, enlightened monk. Lu Zhou, after killing the Buddhist Qian Kong, was about to leave, but at this moment, someone from the Clarity sect couldn't sit still. How is this fine? Master, this is unacceptable. Xiao Yu is the 5th disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion's villain. She has committed many crimes. If she's not dealt with, she'll bring calamity to the world. Please reconsider your decision, Master. Lu Zhou, after hearing this, became somewhat annoyed. They were asking me to defend them, and now, they are asking me to reconsider my action. They should weigh their own worth on the scale. It's indeed true that the righteous sect is filled with sanctimonious pricks. Thinking of this, he coldly scanned the crowd behind him. Is there anyone who has a problem with me taking her away? Hearing the displeasure in his words, everyone looked at each other and didn't dare to say more. All eyes turned towards Suoduanqing. Lu Zhou understood. Among the cultivators present, only Suoduanqing had some ability. The others weren't worth considering. It would be reasonable for Suoduanqing to try to stop him, and would once again intimidate these righteous cultivators. Thinking of this, his gaze fell upon Suoduanqing. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Suoduanqing suddenly bowed in respect, and indicated that it was more than appropriate for the master to take the demoness Xiao Yu away. The demon-slaying sect had no objections. Once these words were spoken, the entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone was puzzled. Although the righteous sect and demon-slaying sect are at odds with each other, today's grand ceremony was held to use Xiao Yu in a marriage alliance to soften the tension between the two sides. The demon-slaying sect's second seat was also killed by the evil Sky Pavilion's old villain. Why can they just let Xiao Yu go now? At this moment, the senior brother of the Clarity sect, Jing, reminded, Duanqing, have you forgotten how Suoxingchan lost his life? Suoduanqing responded with a dismissive smile. The second seat went up the mountain to challenge the evil Sky Pavilion. He was outmatched and lost his life. That's all there is to it. After hearing this, the senior brother Jing asked skeptically, can you speak for the entire demon-slaying sect? However, just as he finished speaking, Suoduanqing stepped forward and grabbed his head. The righteous sect and the demon-slaying sect are at odds. I'm not that bald donkey, Kong Xian. If you're here to preach, you'd do well to go home and preach to your own mother. I'm sick of hearing all of this shit. As his words fell, the sacred altar square fell silent. They were daring enough to argue about reason with an enlightened senior monk, but they did not dare to do the same to someone from the demon-slaying sect. Seeing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but admire his knack for handling situations deep down. This person was much more tactful than the people from the Clarity sect and righteous sect. However, I still have to remain wary. At this moment, Suoduanqing continued to express his stance. You are merciful, Master, to be willing to reform this she-villain. This is a blessing blessing for everyone under the heavens. Since you're taking the she-villain away, the demon-slaying sect will consider the second seat, Suishin-chan, avenged. After hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. You did a good job hiding your Dao. Having said this, he raised his hand to summon Bian. Hearing this, Suiduanqing's eyes instantly filled with fear. If the world knew about his foreign lineage, he feared that there would be no place for him in this great yin. At this moment, 2 monks tried to escape unnoticed, but they, at the Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridian stage, were stepped on by the descending Bian as soon as they made a move. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback. This mount is indeed aggressive. It's unexpected that a high monk with such a high level of cultivation would have such an aggressive mount. Once a legendary mount flew out of the chancel, one had to use some grand technique to catch up to a legendary mount. However, grand techniques would require a amount of energy. A cultivator would not be able to use them unless they had a profound cultivation base. Everyone could only watch as Lu Zhou departed. We can't forgive those bald donkeys. Lock them up. Coming back to his senses, Suiduanqing coldly spoke. Aren't you being too lenient by just locking them up? Remove the weed by pulling up its roots to prevent any mishaps in the future. Before long, the square was filled with intermittent screams. Lu Zhou didn't pay attention to this. He rode by and flew away. The anger of the demon-slaying sect under the torture of Sanskrit hypnosis was bound to be vented on these monks. Watching Bian cross the sky like a shooting star, Jian Ijian below had mixed feelings. That isn't right. His cultivation base is clearly at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. How can he be a great master of the Buddhist sect? Should I follow after? Will I be annihilated by that palm strike? However, he's a senior monk, so he probably won't kill me on a whim, right? The old mister seems like a nice person. I'm sure there won't be any problem. Lu Zhou did not return to Jinting Mountain, but instead came to Runan City again, because there were some things that needed to be clarified. Just enter the inn. My lord, you finally returned. If you arrive any later, I would have lost my head. Lu Zhou asked with confusion. What do you mean? The innkeeper quickly answered. The officer has told me that you're from the palace. I've acted impertinently toward you, and that's a great crime. Lu Zhou naturally didn't bother to dispute these. He called Xia Yuaner back to the room. Just as he was climbing up the stairs, he suddenly remembered the murder case that had occurred before. So, he asked, did you find the culprit? The innkeeper shook his head after hearing this. The officer would never reveal such information to me. I truly don't know. Lu Zhou nodded and walked towards his room. In his heart, he had some ideas. At the chancel, I can rule out Jian Ijian. That sword freak, Chen Wenjia, was fighting against a clarity sex expert, so he could not have been the culprit as well. That leaves 2 people. Second disciple, Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, and the Luo sex Luo Changqing. Luo Changqing is currently in the northern regions of Great Yin. It would take him some time to get here. It can't be him. Yesterday wasn't my second disciple, Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, merely dozens of meters away from me. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly heard Xia Yuaner's voice. Master, senior sister has woken up. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou hurriedly returned to the room. Looking at Zhao Yu, who had knelt on the ground, he couldn't help but sneer. You sinful disciple, you're really a good disciple of your master. At this time, Zhao Yu's loyalty had dropped to 10%. She, terrified, quickly knelt and admitted her wrongs, her face pale as a ghost. Seeing her weak state, Lu Zhou started speaking with a stern face. Enough. Who abducted you? Zhao Yu, trembling all over, answered. I only know the person is an expert from Clarity Sect. His cultivation base is profound. He's almost on the same level. No. He's slightly weaker compared to you, master. There were 3 true experts in the Clarity Sect. The first one was the sect master, Mochi. Rumor had it that his cultivation base was at the 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. The second expert is their grand elder, Pan Litian. This man had vanished without a trace long ago. Nobody knew where he went. It's said that Pan Litian's cultivation base surpassed that of his sect master. However, this rumor was never verified. The third one is the second elder, Yu Hongi, the most powerful female cultivator in the Clarity Sect. Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Zhao Yu, I've said that I won't deal with traitors lightly. Do you remember that? Hearing these words, Zhao Yu trembled incessantly. Master, you must listen to my explanation. I have no intention of betraying you. I wanted to return to my hometown to pay homage to my parents after completing my mission the other day, and I was intercepted by the Clarity Sect's experts along the way. You dare lie to me? Lu Zhou then slammed the table hard. Zhao Yu was instantly shaken to her core and confessed truthfully. I went to the Yanyu Palace. Junior sister Qianxin wanted to harm you, but I didn't plan to cooperate. It's true that I returned to my hometown, but I did have second thoughts. This disciple knows that she's done wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Yi Tianxin's slanderous words. Yi Tianxin has laid an array near Blue Sun Mountain. I had to lie to her that I'd activate it. You're good to me, master, so I would never think about harming you. I would rather not go than bear the sin of killing my master. I'm telling the truth. If my words contain even the slightest lie, I'm willing to be punished in whatever way. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou continued to inquire, who sealed your cultivation? She answered, the only thing I know is that he's from the palace. I didn't see his face. Palace? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou fell into contemplation. These incidents are somehow related to the palace. From the mountain to investigate the kidnapping in the CI family, the impersonation of the CI mansion's butler, Wang Fugui, to the palace expert who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base. All signs pointed to the palace taking a keen interest in the evil Sky Pavilion. Raise your head. The stern voice of the master reached Zhao Yu's ears. Without daring to resist, she quickly obeyed the order. The red golden lotus on her forehead looked exceptionally enchanting and eerie. After observing for a while, Lu Zhou had a hypothesis in his heart. Witchcraft. There were a plethora of cultivation methods under Great Yin. The Taoist societies were the largest, followed by Buddhist societies. societies. However, it did not regain its former glory, and the remaining cultivation methods could hardly be regarded as refined and presentable. Witchcraft was one of those cultivation methods. Most witchcraft methods were extremely evil in nature. A cultivator would gain far less from practicing witchcraft compared to cultivating the Taoist methods. As time went by, witchcraft was rejected by the people from the righteous sections. It gradually waned, and the number of people who cultivated it dwindled as well. Seeing the mark on Zhao Yu's forehead, Lu Zhou guessed, there must be an expert in witchcraft in the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu quickly kowed out in apology. Master, please free me from the restrictions. Lu Zhou glanced at her and noticed that her loyalty was increasing. So, he spoke indifferently. I've already said I won't deal lightly with those who betray me. Hearing these words, she naturally didn't dare to argue. This disciple is willing to accept any punishment. That will come in due time. You honor, write to your senior brother. Tell him to take Zhao Yu back and punish her. After saying this, Lu Zhou left the room. Xia Yuana replied and quickly stepped forward to help her senior sister. I knew that you weren't like Yi Tianxin, senior sister. Zhao Yu let out a helpless sigh. It doesn't matter. I've made a mistake this time. If Master didn't take me away from the chancel, I would have been. Suddenly, Xia Yuana started gesturing excitedly. It's alright, you don't know this, but Master displayed his majestic strength when we were on the chancel. The righteous sects and the demon-slaying sect were all defeated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu curiously asked, Little junior sister, were you there too? Of course, there were many bald monks there as well. They kept buzzing like flies. I was so annoyed. After leaving, Lu Zhou went straight back to his room, just as the officer who had been dealing with the Shuaping case hurriedly chased after him. After catching up, he knelt down immediately. My lord, your subordinate has been looking for you. Seeing this, Lu Zhou was quite puzzled. You were looking for me? We're tasked with escorting you to the general's residence in Runan City to make a statement. I'm busy. Lu Zhou left these 3 words and closed the door directly. How can I let the lord walk over to meet the general? Isn't this just like taking his rank lightly? My lord, I've spoken wrongly. It's not my intention to make you travel there. After the event at the altar, Lu Zhou indeed felt a bit tired, but when he lay down on the bed, he found himself unable to sleep despite his thoughts racing. Clearly, the royal token had found its way to the general's residence in Runan City. The palace would be notified about this in half a day's time as well. Would the expert who harmed Zhao Yu be bold enough to show up? I still have 2 deadly strike cards, 2 impeccable cards, and 7 passive critical block cards, as well as over 4,000 merit points, of which 1,000 points are a reward for bringing back Zhao Yu, 1,000 points for killing Monk Kong Xian, and 200 points for disciplining Zhao Yu. The remaining points were earned from buying charging through the cultivators who blocked its path, but I was still 500 merit points short of being able to purchase the avatar, the mighty 4 quadrants. Having used 2 cards against Kong Xian means I practically made no gain. Looking at it this way, the item cards were mighty, but I can't use them on a whim. The heavenly writing had activated when I was attacked by the Brahmin lullaby. It had negated all of the Brahmin lullaby's effects. Is this the so-called extraordinary power mentioned in the scrolls? Let's try to activate it. Unfortunately, I only managed to circulate my own primal chi. This is a technique that was widely used by cultivators. Seems like I'm unable to utilize that extraordinary power. That extraordinary power must have been exceptionally potent to be able to completely negate the Brahmin lullaby that was chanted by so many monks. Merit points or heavenly writing? Which one should I choose? Should I go for another lucky draw? I don't think I should risk going with the lucky draw. My current cultivation base is too low. My body's function should be able to withstand a more profound cultivation base. I have to increase my avatar's level as quickly as possible and improve its cultivation base. No matter how powerful the item cards were, they were still external tools. I have to get stronger. I have to read more. Time to enter into a studying state. With that, Lu Zhou began to recite like reciting poetry. The day quickly turned to evening. The officer's voice interrupted his meditation. My lord, General Zhao has requested an audience with you. He didn't open the door, but asked indifferently, what's the matter? Upon hearing this, the general began to reply. Zhao Shua of Runan City wishes to have a conversation with the old mister. I wonder if you have the time. No, he doesn't. Xia Yuaner walked over and kicked a dog away. My grandpa is tired. Who do you think you are to ask to see him at this time? Miss, this is Runan City's General Zhao. I don't care what General Zhao is. Even if General Li or General Wang is here, I won't agree to this. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Zhou's voice reached her ears. Let him in. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner complied and stopped resisting. Once inside the room, Zhao Shua bowed in respect. I'm Zhao Shua of Runan City. I hope you'll forgive me for my rudeness earlier. With a calm expression, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. State your business. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua steadied his mind. I heard that the royal token is in your hands, old mister. Many years ago, the token was in His Majesty's possession, and he could mobilize the capital's imperial guards. The token is the representation of His Majesty. Then, at some point, the token was lost. I'll say this again. State your business. Lu Zhou's implication was that everything the other party said was nonsense. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. In that case, I'll cut to the chase. Old mister, please hand over the royal token. You want the token? Lu Zhou gave him a cold glance. I don't dare to demand it from you. I'm sure you're not an ordinary person to have the royal token in your possession for so many years. I'm just here under orders. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou asked him, who? He hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. I'm not sure about that. However, that person is an expert from the palace with a profound cultivation base. He came with a decree, so I have no choice but to obey. If he wants the royal token from me, tell him to get it himself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua was clearly taken aback. Old mister, why must there be a need for that? I know you must have an extraordinary cultivation base, but to offend a high-ranking person from the palace is. At this point, Lu Zhou merely held his beard and said nothing. Seeing this, Zhao Shua felt that there was still hope, and wanted to say something else, but Lu Zhou cut him off with a wave of his hand. Send them away. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner clenched her fists, walked up menacingly, and growled, get lost. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and turned to leave dejectedly. This girl, she's feisty. Why is she so different from her grandfather? No, wait, the old mister is an eccentric person as well. Just as he was about to step out of the room, suddenly, Lu Zhou's voice rang out. Who is Shuoping? Before he could respond, Jian Aijin walked in and preempted the answer. Of course, he's someone from the palace. Hey mister, we meet again. After greeting Zhao Shua, Jian Aijin came directly to Lu Zhou, bowed respectfully, and said, pays respect to master. Xia Yuaner glanced at him. How shameless. Upon hearing this, Jian Aijin chuckled. You won't survive if you're not shameless. Zhao Shua hurriedly followed him. My friend, what did you call the old mister earlier? Upon hearing this, Jian Aijin looked him over. Master, what about it? Judging by your outfit, you must be a person from the palace. You were talking to the master for such a long time, but you didn't know he's a senior Buddhist monk? Just as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou's voice came. Jian Aijin, I happen to have some questions for you. Upon hearing this, he immediately leaned in with a wide smile. Ask away, master. I'll tell you anything and everything I know. At this moment, a guard came over to Zhao Shua, whispered something into his ear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's face changed slightly as he realized something. I was blind to the fact that you're a senior Buddhist monk. Please forgive my ignorance. Master, the master has diffused the crisis at the chancel on his own and dealt with the temple of great emptiness. For this, you have my utmost gratitude, master. Great, it seems like the misunderstanding is getting out of hand. Lu Zhou didn't want to be mistaken for a high-ranking Buddhist monk. He looked at Jian Aijin and said, you're a sly one. Jian Aijin responded with a smirk. I'm just trying to survive. Please don't mock me for that. Master, is Shuoping also from the palace? Lu Zhou continued to inquire. That's right, General Zhao as well. With his rank, I'm sure he has met a few people from the palace. Am I right, General? After saying this, Jian Aijin nudged Zhao Shua next to him. Zhao Shua was immediately distressed. To be more precise, Shuoping was the subordinate of a high-ranking person in the palace. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou came up with a hypothesis. All of this is no longer important. I'm certain someone in the palace is trying to oppose the evil Sky Pavilion. Lady Jade from the western region is the most suspicious. I suspect that someone was using her to sow dissension between us. But this is all for the future. There were plenty of experts. I wouldn't risk myself just because of a witchcraft restriction. Before I act, I need to find a way to accumulate more merit points and improve my cultivation base. Jian Aijin, are you cultivating the escape technique? Hearing Lu Zhou's words, he touched his head in embarrassment. I'm impressed by your vast knowledge, master. At this point, a guard rushed into the door. Confidential report. General Zhao, there's a report from the east. The evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain has left the Jingting Mountain and is making his way to Yu province. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's face changed dramatically. Useless fellow, can you say this matter any louder? Jian Aijin seemed to be quite familiar with the evil Sky Pavilion. I expected as much. The evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Ming Shirin. He's cunning and mischievous. A petty man who changes his stance on evil. What about hypocrisy is second nature to him? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner's eyes lit up. So he's that evil. What about the evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple? Jian Aijin stroked his chin and spoke slowly. The evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple? The ninth disciple is amazing. She was the last to join the pavilion, and yet, her cultivation base improved the fastest. She's a diabolical cultivation genius. Unfortunately what? Tell me, the little villain lacks experience in the real world. It's a shame she's eccentric and has no sense of propriety. She'll surely become the greatest villain who will bring calamity to the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Yuaner was glaring at him menacingly. Seeing that Yuaner was about to lose her temper, Lu Zhou stepped in to stop her. Let's call it a day. At this moment, the guard added, General, the villain. When the villain passed through Qing province, he abducted many girls. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua bowed and excused himself. Since the evil Sky Pavilion's villain has descended from the mountain, he'll surely be up to no good. I'll go and inform the cultivators from the righteous sect about this. Lu Zhou was quite puzzled. Ming Shirin had always conformed to the norms of society all this while. Is this really his doing? Just as he was thinking this, a few system notifications suddenly rang out beside his ear. Ding! You have killed a horse-riding bandit. Earn 10 merit points. Bandits? Not girls? Lu Zhou suddenly realized. Seeing Zhao Shua was about to leave, Jian Aijin stepped forward and reminded him. The evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain is clearly coming to Yu province. It's highly possible that his destination is Runan City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's mouth twitched slightly. How would you know? Jian Aijin explained with a smile. The saintess at the chancel's grand ceremony is the evil Sky Pavilion's fifth disciple. A member of the evil Sky Pavilion has been taken away, so surely the old villain would send someone to get her. Is there a need to even think? General Zhao, the fourth villain, has a profound cultivation base. When he left the mountain previously, he already had 1 foot in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. That was a long time ago. I'm sure he must possess the 100 tribulations insight by now. Who'd be able to stop him? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shua felt a headache coming on. How troublesome. Why are there troubles coming one after another, and each one is more troublesome than the last? Since a Buddhist master is here, why don't you ask him politely for his help instead of taking a long trip to the palace just to request for reinforcements? At these words, Zhao Shua's eyes lit up. Brother, those are truly some wise words. Master, I beg you to help Runan City capture this villain and bring peace to the citizens of Runan City. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt rather speechless. Do I have to raise the banner of justice to deal with my own disciple? Moreover, Ming Shirin only killed mounted bandits. He did not abduct young girls. Xia Yuaner sneakily glanced at him and stifled a laugh. Master never used to stroke his beard so much. Why does he suddenly have this habit? Seeing that he did not respond, Zhao Shua once again bowed in respect. Master, please help us. Lu Zhou replied calmly. I have my own plans. Yuaner, see them out. Leave. Seeing this, Zhao Shua could only leave reluctantly. It's obvious. The general public has a biased opinion of the evil Sky Pavilion. No matter what the evil Sky Pavilion does, it will be seen as an evil deed. Then Lu Zhou glanced at Jian Aijian and sat down on a chair. Understanding his cue, Jian Aijian scuttled over. Lu Zhou knew he was a coward, so he tried to appear as amiable as possible when he said, I spend my days secluded on the mountain, and I'm disconnected from the outside world. If you're willing to be my eyes and ears, I won't treat you unfairly. Jian Aijian laughed at the comment. Master, please don't joke. You're a Buddhist master. Surely you have no need for someone like me to become your eyes and ears. Are you unwilling? Lu Zhou counter-questioned. Seeing his serious demeanor, Jian Aijian pondered for a moment. Master, with your position, you'll give me some sort of compensation, right? I can't be doing this for nothing. Lu Zhou remembered that there were quite a few swords in the secret chamber of the evil Sky Pavilion. Although he had not seriously evaluated their quality, he figured they wouldn't be too bad. After some thought, he casually asked, do you like swords? Forget it. My sword has already recognized me as its owner. But if you become my eyes and ears, I can give you a good sword or two. Jian Aijian's eyes sparkled as he asked, how good? Lu Zhou paused for a moment before slowly saying, no weaker than the male and female twin swords. Hearing Lu Zhou's terms, Jian Aijian slapped his thigh and immediately agreed. He has collected many good swords in his life. There were swords with unique designs and patterns from a variety of grades in his collection. However, heaven-grade weapons were always the most precious. He has an innate talent for gathering information. This job will not be difficult for him. Then he started looking around the room. Master, where did you put the she-villain? Get lost. Lu Zhou retorted angrily. Then I'll be getting lost. Jian Aijian agreed and left. However, just after leaving the inn, he realized an issue. I suddenly thought of a question. How long would I have to do this? It seems like we didn't discuss the time frame. Wouldn't it be bad if I have to do this for a lifetime? This is bad. Have I been duped? Will I be beaten up if I return to negotiate with him now? After Jian Aijian left, Xia Yuaner muttered, what a shameless guy. Lu Zhou, lying on the bed, casually replied, he's useful. Seeing that her master was a bit tired, Xia Yuaner bowed and excused herself from the room. Lu Zhou did not go to sleep. He opened the system panel to check the shopping interface. In the avatar column, there were no changes. The only avatar I unlocked was the mighty 4 quadrants. As for my cultivation realm, aside from comprehending heavenly writing, I can only slowly improve. There is no shortcut for this. The weapons and cultivation techniques column is still red. Maybe it's because my cultivation is still low, so it's not enough to use the cultivation techniques and weapons. But thinking about it, Ji Tiandao was still in his prime when he accepted his disciples. But I also have to be wary. I can never follow in his old path. Ji Tiandao died because his life had reached its end and his cultivation base had regressed. With the reversal cards, then there wouldn't be this problem. I will not repeat the same mistake. The problem is, what would happen if I keep using the reversal cards? Will I crawl back into my mother's womb? That's no different from committing suicide. How about this? If I were to use the reversal cards every year as I aged, does it mean I would gain eternal life? This logic is flawless. Upon thinking of this, Lu Zhou's mood lifted considerably. Then, he started contemplating the heavenly writing. Time quickly reached the next day. Early in the morning, Zhao Shua rushed to the door. Master, please give us your assistance. The evil Sky Pavilion's villain has already arrived in Runan City. He's wreaking havoc on the public. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou calmly responded, let him be. He won't do anything evil. Hearing this, Zhao Shua broke out in a cold sweat. Master, the villain is evil in nature, and he's notorious for his wicked acts. The villain had entered the city early this morning and hung 2 heads at the city gates. The citizens are too terrified to step out of their houses. The villain has a profound cultivation base. His speed and movements aren't something that ordinary people can compare to. I'm afraid you're the only person in Runan City who's capable of defeating the villain. Master, please do something. I'm begging you on behalf of Runan City citizens. At this point, Xia Yuaner's voice could be heard. Hey Baldy, why are you shouting at my master's door early in the morning? I'll twist your head even if you don't believe it. Lu Zhou remained silent. He freshened up and then opened the door. Let's go. Xia Yuaner and Zhao Yu appeared together. Zhao Yu had changed into a new set of clothes, giving off the aura of a young lady from a reputable family. They then arrived at a can't-be-full breakfast shop. Zhao Shua, overjoyed, quickly followed. Master is willing to help. Yesterday, his subordinate had given him a detailed report about the chancel. At this moment, he only had respect for Lu Zhou, not daring to slack off in the slightest. This girl with the golden lotus between her brows must be the evil Sky Pavilion she-villain, right? The master's cultivation base is profound. With him on our side, there's no need to fear the evil Sky Pavilion's 4th villain. We will be safe. After breakfast, Jian Aijian followed with a smug smile. Upon seeing him, Zhao Shua asked in confusion, brother, we're going to face the villain, Aren't you afraid? After hearing this, Jian Aijin gave a hee-hee laugh. Afraid? I feel as if I'm going to die from fear, but master is here. There's nothing to worry about. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking at him and asked, any new news? Jian Aijin leaned in and whispered, someone from the palace is here. Someone from the palace is the mastermind behind the incident on the chancel. I'm sure they're dissatisfied with you since you foiled their plan. However, put aside your profound cultivation base. I don't think they'll attack a senior Buddhist monk no matter how displeased they are. After hearing this, Lu Zhou gave a faint nod. Jian Aijin paused, then continued. The Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Ming Shirin, cultivated the Bluewood Heart technique. It's a troublesome cultivation method. His opponents will have a hard time subduing him. When you encounter him later, please don't hold back. Master, you should take him down with a single strike and not give him any chance to run away. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou responded with interest. You seem to know a lot about the Evil Sky Pavilion. Huh? Jian Aijin gave a confident smile. I won't hide this from you, Master. When Ji Tiandao was attacked by the 10 great experts, I was there. That was the battle of the century. 10 great experts. Half of them had 6 leaf avatars, and the other half had 7 leaf avatars. And yet, they still couldn't defeat Ji Tiandao, who had an 8 leaf avatar. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they only fought to a draw. The old villain, Ji Tiandao, was hurt. Even now I still can't figure it out. How did the 10 great experts fail when they besieged the Jinting Mountain after a month? Zhao Shua blushed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid of him? Jian Aijin responded with a shiver. Ever since I witnessed that great battle, I swore to stay away from that man. He's too terrifying. How can a human be so terrifying? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but let out a snicker. Jian Aijin, who had been mocked by Xia Yuaner countless times, had already grown used to it. Soon, the carriage arrived at the city gate. The scene that met them made Lu Zhou's face darken immediately. How cruel! Jian Aijin looked up to follow Lu Zhou's gaze, only to see 2 bloody heads hanging on the city wall. Upon seeing this, Zhao Shua couldn't help but frown. The villain must be close by. I've already contacted several Divine Court Realm cultivators to search the area. We should be able to locate him soon. Lu Zhou explained. The dead are mounted bandits. Zhao Shua insisted that it doesn't matter. I'll do anything to capture the villain. Just then, a wild laugh echoed from the sky. Ha, you think you can catch me? Dream on. Jian Aijin, upon hearing this voice, instinctively wanted to flee, but was grabbed by Lu Zhou. Here comes the villain. Ming Shirin, in midair, kept provoking and taunting. Zhao Shua, full of confidence, immediately drew the sword of justice in his hand. Master, I'll leave the safety of Runan City citizens in your hands. Ming Shirin, disdainfully glancing at the cultivators chasing him from behind, said, I'm getting bored, so I won't play with you. With that, his figure flashed like lightning, rapidly increasing the distance between them. Seeing this, Jian Aijin swallowed. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. So fast. As an early-stage Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm expert, I felt those from the Evil Sky Pavilion were much stronger. You Evil Sky Pavilion bastard. Die. At this moment, Zhao Shua shouted with all his strength, throwing his sword into the sky. The strongest strike of righteousness. One sword towards the west. The sword whistled out, leaving a trail of gale in the air. In a few breaths, it caught up to Ming Shirin from behind. The next second, a bang sounded. Ming Shirin met it head-on with a single palm, causing cracks to appear on the sword of justice. These mere techniques won't do anything to me. Ming Shirin smiled arrogantly, casting a cold glance downwards. Why does that old man look like Master? Realizing something was amiss, he quickly controlled his fall back to the ground. In a panic, Jian Aijin retreated behind the Master. Lu Zhou, stroking his beard, remained composed. I don't blame my disciples if they did not recognize me since the reversal card had altered my appearance quite a bit. However, there was no way Ming Shirin would not be able to recognize me, right? Ming Shirin quickly kneeled in front of Lu Zhou. This disciple greets the Master. What is going on? Zhao Shua and Jian Aijin were instantly dumbfounded. Stand up and speak. Lu Zhou responded calmly. The 2 behind him were completely stupefied. Ming Shirin then cautiously asked, Master, didn't we agree to meet in the Yun Lion? What brings you here? Zhao Shua, his body shaking, spoke incoherently. You, Xia Yuaner snorted. Watch your mouth. See if I don't pull your tongue out if you keep offending my master. Jian Aijin instinctively wanted to flee, but was caught by the quick-handed Xia Yuaner. The atmosphere immediately became extremely awkward. With a mournful face, Jian Aijin begged for mercy. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with me. Can everyone just let me go and treat me like a fart? Lu Zhou ignored him and turned to look at Ming Shirin. There's a rumor going around that you're abducting young girls. Is this true? Ming Shirin, upon hearing this, promptly fell to his knees to explain. I've been wrongly accused. It was the mounted brigands who abducted the girls. I was passing by coincidentally, and I saved them. I was meting out justice for the heavens and acting chivalrously. Not only was I not committing evil acts, but I was doing good. If you don't believe me, Master, you can send someone to investigate this. Things will be clear once they're investigated. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou allowed him to get up. I don't care if you are doing good or committing evil, as long as you do not stir up trouble and cause havoc wherever you go, like before. After all, not every time will there be a strong master standing for their disciples. Then he turned his gaze to Zhao Shua. General Zhao, What do you say if we leave this matter as it is? Before Zhao Shuo could answer, the 3 teammates who had been chasing Ming Shirin just arrived. Zhao Shuo cleared his throat and said quietly, "Withdraw. We can't. We've chased after him this long just to stall him. We can't let him off that easily." Seeing this, Ming Shirin smirked. "Master, these people refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I ask that we teach them a lesson." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. "Just give them a slap on the wrist." The scene was then filled with cries for help. At this time, Jian Aijin, while no one was paying attention, was quietly planning to sneak away. But as soon as he turned around, he was held in place by Lu Zhou. "Not so fast." Lu Zhou looked at him as if a grandfather looking at his grandson, with a kind smile on his face. After being caught, Jian Aijin turned around and gave an awkward smile. "Ji elder, can I break our agreement?" A chill permeated Lu Zhou's tone. "I've always valued promises. At the same time, I hate those who do not abide by their words the most." Hearing this, Jian Aijin felt like crying. "But you didn't tell me who you are." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou simply smiled. "Did you ask?" Thinking back, I really didn't ask. Damn it, I've been tricked. Oh, this 8 lifetimes of accumulated rotten luck. I've boarded a pirate ship without noticing it. Even if I were to run away now, I would definitely be hunted down in the future. It's better to just forget about trying. I feel uneasy. At this moment, Ming Shirin quickly returned. Lu Zhou then arranged for him to take Xiao Yu back and lock her in the Cave of Reflection. Ming Shirin respectfully acknowledged, then went to Xiao Yu's side. Upon seeing the mark on her forehead, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "It's actually witchcraft." Xiao Honor spoke upon hearing this. "Senior brother, 5th senior sister's cultivation base has been sealed. If master didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid." Seeing all this, Jian Aijin was left speechless. All this trouble was just the master rescuing his disciple. "I thought we were going to punish the she-villain. I really thought too much." At this moment, with a snap of his fingers from Lu Zhou, Whitezard landed. Once again, Jian Aijin's worldview was shattered. Even though he didn't care much about mounts, he knew how difficult it was to have 2 legendary mounts. After the 2 left, Xiao Honor asked curiously, "Master, where should we go have fun next?" "I still have some business to attend to," Lu Zhou said, casting an ominous glance at Jian Aijin. Jian Aijin gave an awkward smile, not quite understanding. Then Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed. "What a pity. Looking around, this person is smart and cautious. Since he didn't follow, where would he be?" Hearing this, Jian Aijin, who had suddenly realized, immediately flew high into the sky. After looking left and right, upon finding no one, he descended back to the ground. "Senior, are you saying someone from the palace has been following us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou looked at him, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. "It's just speculation." "Well, Jian Aijin, why don't you drop the act?" Hearing this, Jian Aijin's guilty conscience made his body slightly weak. "Senior G, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Lu Zhou then stopped beating around the bush. "You're from the palace." Hearing this, Jian Aijin felt a sinking feeling in his heart. How can I possibly be from the palace? Lu Zhou understood that the other party was a smart person. There's no need for so much nonsense when talking with a smart person. He knew about the plans of the monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness. He knew about the grand ceremony. He also knew Shuiping was from the palace. More importantly, when he had boarded the carriage, he said someone from the palace was around. Who else would be so familiar with the incident at the chancel? Who else would know about the schemes of the palace? And what seals the deal is someone has been sending them information about the she-villain, Zhao Yu. I sent Ming Shirin off with base while I remained behind. The expert from the palace still hasn't appeared. The expert didn't dare to act recklessly since my identity had been exposed. In particular, when Jian Aijin found out that I was the evil Sky Pavilion master, he was completely flustered since his plans were disrupted, and he began to panic. All these signs point to Jian Aijin being from the palace. After a moment of silence, Jian Aijin sighed helplessly. "Senior G is very astute. You're only half right, Senior. Indeed, I'm from the palace, but that's in the past. I left the palace a long time ago. A person like me isn't cut out for a place in life. The people from the palace fight and scheme against one another most of the time, deceiving each other. Senior, would you believe me if I told you this?" Jian Aijin paused for a moment before continuing. "I like the outside world where I'm free and unfettered. However, my friends prefer to stay in the palace. Whenever we meet up for a few drinks, they would share what they know about the palace with me." Jian Aijin's words made sense. Otherwise, how would a rogue cultivator like him know the palace's plans? Unfortunately, it's too late for some of my friends to leave the palace now. Some of them had even died. Their lives have nothing to do with me. Well, that is true. The human relations in the palace are very complicated compared to the outside world. Senior, since you know about my identity, can we call off our previous agreement? Hearing this, Lu Zhou replied indifferently, "You can try." Upon hearing this, Jian Aijin let out a bitter laugh. "There is no getting off this pirate ship. But, if others know about this, will I be safe?" Lu Zhou snapped his fingers and replied, "I don't care about that. As long as you're not working against the evil Sky Pavilion, I won't interfere with whatever you do. Since you were from the palace and know quite a bit about the evil Sky Pavilion, I'm sure you understand the evil Sky Pavilion and how we work." Upon hearing this, Jian Aijin nodded and sighed. "Fine, then about the swords you promised, I'll give them to you." After hearing this, Jian Aijin breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's a deal. Lu Zhou then called Xia Yuan and headed towards Bayan. I don't care about the palace's affairs. They better not drag the evil Sky Pavilion into their schemes and feud. After summoning Whitezard to send Ming Shirin away, Lu Zhou and Xia Yuan hopped onto Bayan and sprinted in the direction of the evil Sky Pavilion. My merit points are now at 5,010. I only gained 500 merit points when I gained an informant. Regardless, I think it's a good deal. Someone like Jian Aijian is only suited to collaborate with. He isn't suited to be a subordinate. The sound of Xia Yuan asking interrupted his thoughts. Master, are we not going to Divine Capital? After hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but scold her. You little girl, all you think about is playing. Following that, Xia Yuan muttered again. Master, we shouldn't trust Jian Aijian. He worked for the palace. Why would he become your informant? I know, of course, Lu Zhou naturally knew all these. However, the fact that Xia Yuan could think of these, it is much better than before. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang, Xi went to Zhu Honghong. 7th senior brother, your information network is broad, and your information has always been reliable. However, don't you think there's something wrong with the information regarding the incident at the chancel? Why would a senior monk appear? Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness is only a 4-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm at best. Is he really capable of taking Xiao Yu away with so many people from the righteous sect and demon-slaying sect around? Upon hearing this, Si Weya faintly smiled. Kong Xian didn't take Xiao Yu away. He was killed by the senior monk. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong's tiger-like body trembled with disbelief. The chess pieces on the stone platform were knocked over by him, scattering everywhere. Kong Xian is dead? How is that impossible? Si Weya commented upon seeing this. My informants have always been trustworthy. The bald donkeys from the Temple of Great Emptiness activated the Brahmin lullaby, impeding my men from advancing, so they could only observe from afar. However, based on what they saw, those who can cast the hand seal for the Great Vidra Wheel, there's no doubt that it's a senior monk. Scratching his head, Zhu Honghong was somewhat confused. How ironic that Kong Xian was killed by one of his own kind. Just as the two were discussing, a practitioner in a long robe suddenly rushed in from outside, reporting to the cult master. Sword freak Chen Wenjie has been killed by senior sword devil. Upon hearing this, Si Weya didn't seem too surprised. I know, cult master, I have another report. Speak. Ren Buping, the master of the demon-slaying sect, has come out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, Si Weya's face changed drastically. The stone-sealed tiger seat behind him instantly shattered under the surge of internal energy. He stared straight at the person below and asked, did he break through? The man in black quickly replied, I don't know. Did they make any moves? Not as of now. Inform me right away if they make a move. I understand. The man in black quickly left after saying this. News of sect master Ren Buping's seclusion had been heard for a long time, and there were occasional reports of his cultivation making great progress, but there was never any accurate information. Over the years, the demon-slaying sect had been expanding its power, and the addition of many experts was like adding wings to a tiger. The expansion of the demon-slaying sect had also affected the Netherworld sect. Not only Ren Buping was in seclusion, the Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Yuan, Luo Shinkong, and the Confucian School's former sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, expert Chang Xian, who had failed to take down Jinting Mountain, had all gone into seclusion to cultivate in hopes of achieving a breakthrough in their cultivation bases. However, none of them had shown any signs of a breakthrough thus far. If Ren Buping had a breakthrough in his cultivation base, what is he going to do? Is he going to expand his influence or will he seek revenge from the evil Sky Pavilion? Si Weya turned his head and glanced at Zhu Honghong, finding him in deep and serious contemplation. Old Eighth, what are you thinking about? I'm just thinking if the senior monk who cast the hand seal of the Great Vidra Wheel is Master's ally. Si Weya nodded. Master never liked to ally himself with others. However, times are different now. It's not entirely impossible for Master to do something like that, and it seems like there are new people joining the evil Sky Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong's eyes lit up. Did the Master take on new disciples? I wouldn't say that person's a disciple. He's more like a staff member. Jinting Mountain's barrier has been restored even though the reason for that is unclear. As for the other matters, let's wait until he has exhausted his lifespan. Another staff member? 7th senior brother. Why don't we return to the evil Sky Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Si Weya remained silent, just looking at him quietly. Zhu Honghong felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. 7th senior brother. I'm feeling embarrassed. After successfully bringing back Xiao Yu, Lu Zhou rode back to Jinting Mountain. In the secret chamber, he looked at his merit points value again, which was only 5,010 at present. The trip to the altar didn't earn him many merit points. 5,000 points is just enough to buy the Mighty Four Quadrants avatar, which can directly improve my cultivation. The question is, do I need to spend all my merit points on buying it? It doesn't seem worth it. Last time, I spent 66 lucky points on a lottery and got a reversal card. Of course, I might get it on the first try. However, I have exactly 5,000 merit points, and I don't even have the chance to try the lottery again. Let's stabilize first. Nowadays, Jinting Mountain is very safe, so I can slowly accumulate more merit points. Let's improve my cultivation first. The item cards are only useful in one-on-one battles. There's some luck involved in this trip to the chancel. In normal circumstances, who would give you the chance to fight alone? Ding! You have obtained the Mighty Four Quadrants avatar. As the voice sounded, the original 3 condensing flowers disappeared, replaced by the newly appeared 4 Quadrants avatar. The true chi in my body is like a flood, breaking through the Dantian and Sea of Chi under the guidance of the new technique, where the true chi is rapidly expanding. I easily broke through the mid-stage bottleneck of the condensation realm and advanced towards the peak. Then, the Dantian and Sea of Chi were filled with even more true chi. Standing between heaven and earth, I am like a container. How much true qi I can contain depends on how much my container can withstand. The size of my meridians and dantian and sea of qi are the key factors in my strength as a cultivator. But I am not an ordinary cultivator. I am the strongest villain in the world. My dantian and meridians have long been shaped and honed. As my true qi replenish, it was like the Yellow River breaking through its banks, unstoppable. My cultivation began to skyrocket. I understand now. When I first obtained the system, my cultivation was focused on tempering my body. Body tempering trains the muscles, bones, and skin, which Qi Tiandao has already done, so there is no need to train them again. As for opening the 5 orifices and reaching the condensation realm, it is similar to mental cultivation. The 8 meridians of the Brahmic Sea are about opening the 8 meridians, which Qi Tiandao has already done. In other words, how much I can improve now depends on the level of my technique and how much true Qi I can absorb. At this thought, he became overjoyed. For some reason, he always felt that at this time, reading heaven writing was easier to concentrate and purify his spirit, cast away miscellaneous thoughts. So, he took out heaven writing and started reading. Meanwhile, in the cave of reflection, Ming Shirin paced back and forth after confining Zhao Yu inside the cave. Sister Qianxin's cultivation has been abolished by Master. Without her cultivation, her bodily functions will inevitably decline. It's expected to see her in this state. Zhao Yu, seeing Yi Tianxin's haggard appearance, couldn't help but be secretly horrified. Is the punishment so severe? At this moment, she suddenly felt fortunate that she still had cultivation. I don't have the tenacity and courage like Yi Tianxin. If I lose my cultivation, how is that different from death? Ming Shirin paused before explaining to Zhao Yu, Sister Zhao Yu, it's your good fortune to return safely from Master's hands this time. Master has commanded me to confine you in the cave of reflection for introspection. Don't blame me, your senior brother. Before Zhao Yu could respond, Yi Tianxin lifted her head. Seeing the mark on her forehead, she murmured, witchcraft. Ming Shirin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's witchcraft. Sister Tianxin, you've seen quite a bit in the outside world these years. Yi Tianxin laughed bitterly after hearing this. Witchcraft restrictions. It's hard for cultivators to break them. It's no different from having your cultivation abolished. I've already ended up like this. Now it's Zhao Yu's turn. I wonder who's next. Zhao Yu couldn't bear it and tried to persuade her. Sister, why do you hold such resentment against Master given the circumstances? Ming Shirin revealed a helpless look. Sister Tianxin, are you really willing to stay in the cave of reflection for a lifetime? The underlying meaning was to persuade her to apologize to Master. Yi Tianxin chuckled. With me in this state, you might as well consider me dead. Stubborn. Ming Shirin huffed angrily. Just then, a resonance of energy muster echoed from outside. Sensing the anomaly, he quickly left a message and rushed out. You two reflect on yourselves here. I'll check on you every day. Once outside, he took a moment to tune in, finding the source of the resonating sound to be the evil sky pavilion. Did someone unleash their meridians in the pavilion? How did a Brahmic Sea cultivator sneak into Jinting Mountain? You have some nerve. I will teach you a lesson. Such audacity to invade the esteemed evil sky pavilion. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry could sneak in? This is too much. What if Master puts the blame on me? Then I would have bitten off more than I can chew. With this in mind, he hurriedly employed his body technique towards the evil sky pavilion. I remember the last time the Jinting Mountain barrier broke, allowing Zhou Jifeng to sneak attack Master. It was already a great fortune that Master didn't blame me, but if these things keep happening, I will feel annoyed even if Master doesn't blame me. At this moment, he happened to pass the back mountain. Zhou Jifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He immediately shouted in greeting. The next second, Ming Shirin's voice reached below. Get lost. I'll beat you up when you come back. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng was terrified and broke into a cold sweat. I don't think I've offended you. Is there really no normal person in the evil sky pavilion? In just a few breaths, Ming Shirin arrived at the evil sky pavilion. Little junior sister, did you see any outside cultivators sneak into the evil sky pavilion? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner shook her head in confusion. No, what's wrong? Ming Shirin searched around the courtyard several times, then returned to his original position. Are you sure you didn't see anything? I'm sure. Where's Master? Resting. Master said not to disturb him. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin made a shushing gesture. I'll take a look. What if an intruder snuck in? He then carefully tiptoed towards the door of the secret chamber. After reaching the door of the chamber, he began peeping through the door gap. At this moment, he saw the energy muster inside the secret chamber continuously pouring into Lu Zhou's body like a tide. The four surrounding mythical beasts were also swirling around him as if they were materialized. In the center, Lu Zhou focused all his attention on the heaven writing. The burst of aura just now is from the primal chi surging through my 8 meridians. However, it's odd that my 8 meridians are not as powerful compared to before, even though they had been opened by Qi Tiandao when he was still alive. It feels like it got weaker. Under normal cultivation order, one should gather enough cultivation base before breaking through the 8 meridians. The cultivation base required for each meridian breakthrough increases progressively. Now it seems to have been reversed. The low avatar level limits the intake of muster energy. Much like a pre-dug canal, the muster energy gathered is only as much as a bucket of water. Let's continue reading heaven writing. As usual, each time when focusing on reading, one would immerse oneself deeply into it. At this moment, Ming Shirin, with his butt sticking out, was still peeping through the door gap. It's basically certain the source of the sudden breakthrough aura was from the secret chamber, but it was tightly sealed, and nothing could be seen. He tried to call out for Master. Lu Zhou returned in him in confusion. The the voice mixed with the rolling waves of muster energy. With a bang, Ming Shireen was instantly thrown out. He was instantly shocked. Such a strong wave of muster energy. Even with his own nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation, he was overturned by the sound wave. How is this possible? Watching her senior brother swiftly passing in front of her, Xia Yuan quickly reminded, fourth senior brother, don't break the railing, you'll have to pay for it. Hearing this, the reactive Ming Shireen quickly managed to stop his body, then he fell to the ground with a thud. This disciple is wrong. I suspected that someone had infiltrated the Jinting Mountain. Please forgive me, master. At this moment, the evil Sky Pavilion was silent. Even Lu Zhou couldn't figure out what happened. The sound wave just now was indeed astonishing. The intensity of the sound wave was certainly not something a beginner Brahmic Sea Realm practitioner could produce. However, there is a gap of 2 realms between the Brahmic Sea Realm and nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. No matter how strong, it wouldn't have thrown Ming Shireen back. Could he be putting on an act? Lu Zhou got up in confusion. Outside the evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shireen was still kneeling on the ground. While being amazed by Master's awe-inspiring prowess, he also wondered why Master didn't come out. At the same time, he sensed the surrounding environment, found no intruders nor any other movements. This is really strange. While pondering, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Seeing this, he quickly started to flatter. Your strength is truly unrivaled, Master. I'm no match for your sound technique at all. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on him. Then he said with a hidden meaning, nice acting. Since you like acting so much, go to the Cave of Reflection and reflect for 3 days. Hearing this, Ming Shireen was completely dumbfounded. The puzzled and quickly explained, Master, I'm telling the truth. I wasn't. Are you questioning your master? Lu Zhou's tone became indifferent. Ming Shireen was frightened into a cold sweat. I dare not. I will accept my punishment. This disciple will now go to the Cave of Reflection. Watching his leaving figure, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He thought he would earn merit points this time, but there was no system notification. Is he not convinced? I'll give him a heavier punishment next time. Ming Shireen, wrapped in a large red quilt, arrived at the Cave of Reflection. He who had been misunderstood had unspeakable grievances. He thought his master had changed drastically from before. Seems like he was overthinking. Master is still unpredictable. But what did Master mean by nice acting? The cave was extremely cold and uncomfortable. Zhao Yu, whose cultivation was sealed, curled up in the corner, shivering from the cold. Seeing this, Ming Shireen said, Junior sister, don't blame me for not helping you. Zhao Yu shook her head and sighed lightly. Senior brother, you're doing more than enough by visiting me. I can't possibly ask for more. I'm just worried that Sister Tianqin won't be able to hold on. Hearing this, Ming Shireen was somewhat puzzled. Then he immediately went to Yi Tianqin's side to check on her. Even though her cultivation base was destroyed by Master, her physical foundation was still there. The coldness of the Cave of Reflection wouldn't cause her to lose her life, but the current situation seemed very abnormal. Her skin is very pale. It's like a white jade, and her hair was much whiter than before as well. Without her cultivation base, it was inevitable that her body would deteriorate. However, it should not have deteriorated to this extent. What's happening? At this point, Zhao Yu asked, fourth senior brother, what's wrong with Sister Tianqin? Ming Shireen replied, I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this. She doesn't seem to be hurt, and this isn't a residual effect from losing her cultivation base. Looking closely, anyway, this isn't normal. Her skin has no wrinkles. It's smooth, just like a piece of white jade. But why is she unconscious? Junior sister Zhao Yu, you take care of her for now. I'll go and plead with Master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu quickly acknowledged. She also understood that Sister Tianqin's situation wasn't as simple as having her cultivation base destroyed. Ming Shireen disappeared from the Cave of Reflection. Seeing the busy female cultivators of Yanyu Palace, he called out, the situation is critical. Ready a stretcher. The female cultivators were a bit puzzled. Fourth mister, why do you need a stretcher? Ming Shireen didn't have the time to explain. Just do as I say. Why are you asking such questions? Try my quit. I will get it in your room tonight. Soon, Ming Shireen arrived at the Grand Hall outside the evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou was eating a watermelon. He couldn't help but frown slightly. This old fool really is disobedient. Ming Shireen couldn't care less. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, he knelt down. Master, junior sister Tianqin is in a bad condition. As he knelt on the ground, his heart was filled with unease. I don't know what is Master thinking. Is Master intending to torture Yi Tianqin and make her life a living hell, or is he only using this chance to punish her harshly? If it was the former, no good would come out of him pleading for mercy on her behalf. If it was the latter, there might still be some hope left. Since I'm not certain of Master's intention, I can't act recklessly. At this point, Lu Zhou casually asked, has she thought things through in recent times? Hearing this, Ming Shireen was torn. He didn't know how to answer. I frequently visited Yi Tianqin in the Cave of Reflection. Her stubbornness had exceeded my expectations, and she had never once reflected on her actions. Lu Zhou shook his head and stood up. He searched his memory for information on Yi Tianqin, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Seeing Master walk out, Ming Shireen was overjoyed. He quickly followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the Cave of Reflection. The many female cultivators of Yanyu Palace knelt neatly at the entrance, hoping to plead for mercy. Seeing this, Ming Shireen immediately scolded. Don't cause trouble. 3 or 4 of you stay behind. The others can go back to your tasks. Lu Zhou walked into the cave expressionlessly. Zhao Yu, trembling, quickly knelt and saluted. After responding, Lu Zhou then came to Yi Tianqin's side. Senior sister, what happened to you? Xia Yuan'er was shocked and quickly rushed to help her. Lu Zhou didn't say anything, his brows furrowed. In fact, he had known that this day would come. When I had first met her, I felt she was pure and unsullied. She had principles and was incorruptible. More importantly, the system interface displayed a completely different notification. Her hatred level has decreased. But what's more important is her race. White tribe, white skin, white hair, people as white as jade. This describes the people of the white tribe nation. I already knew about her identity. However, since I had no memories about her, I had no choice but to keep her confined in the cave of reflection. Ming Shirin carefully called out to his master. Lu Zhou spoke in a mild tone. Relax. She won't die. Keep her in the South Pavilion. I have questions for her. Ming Shirin acknowledged, and hurriedly called for the palace maid to carry Yi Tianqin out. Then, Lu Zhou came to Zhao Yu's side. Noticed the mark on her forehead was still a bewitching red. So, he reminded her, this is the evil Sky Pavilion. It's also the only place where you can stay alive. This witchcraft restriction doesn't just seal your cultivation base, it'll expose your whereabouts as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyebrows furrowed. Master, this disciple begs of you, please undo the witchcraft restriction. Lu Zhou helplessly glanced at her after hearing this. Do you really think I can undo the witchcraft restriction? Zhao Yu thought for a moment before replying. This disciple doesn't know. When you've sorted out your thoughts, we'll talk more about witchcraft. After leaving these words behind, Lu Zhou walked straight out. Zhao Yu's loyalty was too low, only around 30, and it was his first encounter with witchcraft. It would be easier for me to kill someone. A deadly strike card would have done the trick, but witchcraft couldn't be solved with a prop card. Zhao Yu was uncertain. Temporarily confining her in the Cave of Reflection was the best course of action. The South Pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion was a place where the 9 disciples once lived. After Yi Tianqin was sent here, Duan Musheng, who had heard the news, rushed over. How is Junior Sister's condition? Upon hearing his question, Ming Shirin sighed. It's not optimistic. Duan Musheng continued to ask, what exactly happened? Ming Shirin replied, all I know is 6th Junior Sister was brought back from the Fish Dragon Village, south of Great Yan's River. Ever since then, she's been staying on the mountain. Pan Zhong interjected at this point, south of Great Yan's River. That's the territory of Yun, Tian, and Luo sect. Ming Shirin paused for a moment before continuing. All the lands under the heavens belonged to the king. Some years ago, there were other tribes near the Measure Heaven River. They were constantly fighting with cultivators. Shortly after Master brought Junior Sister back, the Fish Dragon Village vanished. Xia Yuan'er blinked in confusion, not understanding what that meant, whereas Duan Musheng displayed a shocked expression. Could it be the Master's doing? So, Junior Sister only. Before he could finish his sentence, Ming Shirin hastily interrupted him. At this point, Lu Zhou's voice came from inside the room. Have you guys said enough? Slap each other's mouth 30 times and reflect on your actions in the Cave of Reflection for 3 days. Upon hearing this, the two were on the verge of tears. Ming Shirin gave Duan Musheng a white glance, not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of dumb teammates. Inside the room, after Yi Tianqin was brought in, her consciousness gradually started to recover, but ever since her cultivation was abolished, she hadn't had her injuries treated. Holding on till now was already quite a feat. Lu Zhou observed carefully for a moment, then pulled the blanket over her. At this moment, Yi Tianqin opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw Lu Zhou, she instinctively shivered. Master, Lu Zhou stared expressionlessly at the other party. I don't have a disciple like you. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin finally realized, I deserve this. Lu Zhou nodded and spoke. Yes you do, since you're capable of annihilating the entire Fish Dragon Village. Why didn't you kill me as well? Yi Tianqin's tone was somewhat sarcastic. Hearing this, Lu Zhou found it strange, because there was no mention of the so-called annihilation of Fish Dragon Village in his memory. When Yi Tianqin said these words, she was clearly emotional. Her hatred level, which was initially at 40%, had increased a bit due to her emotions, but according to his memories, though Ji Tiandao was the most powerful demon in the world, and had done many exaggerated things, he wouldn't have slaughtered innocent people. It seems that the missing part of his memory is crucial. Thinking about these now is useless. The only option is to search for the answers step by step. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on Yi Tianqin. Did you witness it with your own eyes? It's the same as personally witnessing it. He then looked at Yi Tianqin and retorted, the ones who know me best under the heavens are the 9 of you. Have I ever concealed my actions? Hearing this, Yi Tianqin was taken aback. This person became the greatest villain the world had ever known. He is #1 on every blacklist. Did he need to hide or cover up his actions? Just as Yi Tianqin was at a loss for words, Lu Zhou once again spoke her name. Yi Tianqin. Although I will not cover my past evil doings, it does not mean anyone can slander me. If you ever try to slander me. He didn't finish his words and left the place, but the meaning was pretty clear. Yi Tianqin froze in response. Ding! Disciplining Yi Tianqin. Obtained 100 merit points. Lu Zhou then returned to his room in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Xia Yuan'er obediently approached. Master, please don't be angry. If it really comes to that, this disciple will kill that traitor for you. Lu Zhou naturally knew she was joking. He paused for a moment and then spoke. Yuan'er, send a flying letter to Jianai Jin. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan'er immediately began to prepare. Tell him to investigate the incident of Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village. Tell him to get back to me as soon as possible. After the flying letter was written according to his instructions, Xia Yuan'er quickly ran out. She came to the courtyard, stood up and randomly grabbed a messenger bird. Then she kicked it into the distance. Lu Zhou then headed to the secret room of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I was initially planning to to continue reading the heavenly writing, but when I recalled the scene of the Brahman Sea opening up my 8 meridians, I feel conflicted. I didn't expect my avatar would restrict my cultivation base. I thought it was a good thing that I was able to directly purchase the avatar. After all, this meant I would not encounter any bottleneck when cultivating. Many cultivators spent their entire lives trying to break through a bottleneck, but to no avail. Right now, I don't have enough merit points either. 210 points. What can I even do with these merit points? Lucky draw. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up and he immediately called up the system interface. Ding, you have spent 50 merit points. Thanks for trying. +1 luck. Received binding cage. There is a 30% chance to bind the target when used. Getting a reward on the first try greatly boosted Lu Zhou's confidence, but the next 3 consecutive draws were all thank you for your patronage, which instantly crushed the confidence he had just built up. Sure enough, that bad feeling came again. Only 10 merit points were left. Luck accumulated to 3 points. This was also good. No need to continue drawing, but the 30% chance of binding cage is too low. How embarrassing and humiliating would it be if the world's greatest villain missed trying to capture his target? I had connected my Brahman Sea's 8 meridians, but they were not true Brahman Sea's 8 meridians. All I had were drainages, not the water source. My avatar, the mighty 4 quadrants, had restricted my intake of primal chi. Moreover, I had no other way to quickly earn merit points. I have no other choice but to study the heavenly writing. At this time, Xia Yuaner's voice came from outside the door. Master, I already written to Jian Aijian. Lu Zhou didn't answer. With Jian Aijian responsible for investigating the matter, there should be no major problem. Suddenly he remembered he wanted to give this kid a good sword, which was not so easily obtained. He looked left and right. His gaze fell on the weapon that Nameless had scraped last time, and discovered that a notch had appeared on it. Was this scratched by Nameless? Is the Nameless sword that powerful? In disbelief, he took out the Nameless sword again. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. With a crisp sound, Nameless and the long sword collided again. First, he checked the status of Nameless, and found it was intact. Then he looked at the big sword and found that it had small cracks. Only then did he realize that this thing was not junk. It was a treasure, probably because he had broken through his cultivation. The power of Nameless had also increased. Lu Zhou was satisfied and put Nameless away. Then he started searching in the secret room. The items on the weapon rack were covered in dust after being left out for a long time. Moments later, a weapon wrapped in cloth caught his eye. He weighed it and found it to be at least 50 pounds. Ding! Recovered the weapon. The Overlord Spear. Recommended owner, Duan Musheng. The Overlord Spear is big in size and heavy in weight. On the body of the spear, there lies a lifelike azure dragon. When swung, it whistles with wind. Lu Zhou, panting, swung it a few times, feeling that his old bones are better suited to strategizing. He prefers Nameless to the Overlord Spear. After all, Nameless can transform into any weapon. It is more useful. A good sword hanging on the wall caught his attention. Often the inconspicuous ones are treasures. Clearly a good sword. Lu Zhou, interested, walked over, but as soon as he got close, the good sword shattered into several pieces with a snap. Seeing this, he felt incredibly awkward. Such defective products would be collected in the secret room. He doesn't have the time to be picky. He'll have his errant disciples tidy it up another day. The sword for Jian Aijian will have to be dealt with later. Off to practice. Time quickly came to the next morning. Xia Yuaner came bouncing over to Lu Zhou. Master, the shameless one has replied. Read it. Then she cleared her throat and read out. First, nothing can be found from the cultivation world about the destruction of Fish Dragon Village at the Crossing Heaven River or now. However, there's something in the palace's archives and the local archives. Investigations show that the culprit is Ji Tiandao. That's you. Second, there are signs that the records have been tampered with. The most suspicious person at the moment is an officer of the Black Knights, Fan Zhouwen. The Black Knights are under the Emperor's direct command. They're a special squad of Imperial Guards. I'll add 2 additional pieces of information. First, nobody believed Zhao Shuo when he told them about your true identity. Second, please don't forget about my sword, old senior. Ha. Xia Yuaner's weird laugh left Lu Zhou speechless. But that's not important. Jian Aijian really is a talent. He quickly figured out the problem. Black Knight's Fan Zhouwen? Xia Yuaner asked curiously. Is this person very powerful? Lu Zhou thought for a moment. There was no such character in his memory. He probably doesn't carry much weight. So he paused and said, call old 4 over. Xia Yuaner responded and hurried off to the Cave of Reflection. Not long after, Ming Shirin rushed to Lu Zhou. Then he knelt down and paid his respects. Greetings, master. Lu Zhou looked at him and said lightly, I have a task for you. On hearing that he could leave the mountain, Ming Shirin immediately bowed. All master has to do is order. Lu Zhou then asked, do you know the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Zhouwen? Ming Shirin shook his head at the question. I am not familiar. He seems to come from a family of officials. He doesn't have much to do with the cultivation world. Lu Zhou paused, then said lightly, inform him that I want to meet him. Understood. Ming Shirin excitedly agreed. Then he couldn't wait to head straight down the mountain. There's nothing better than a simple mission like this. I can also have some fun. As soon as he left, a messenger bird flew over. Xia Yuaner opened it to find another letter from Jian Aijian. My apologies. I ran out of paper. Anyways, Fan Zhouwen's actual name is Lung Luo. He's known as the Grim Yama. He was ranked on the top of the blacklist 300 years ago. Old Senior, I think you know this person better than I do, so there's no need for me to elaborate. After reading, Xia Yuan frowned. His arrogant tone really deserves a beating. Lun Luo. Huh, the face of the man emerged vaguely in Lu Zhou's mind. It's actually him. Xia Yuan asked in confusion. Master, who's this person? We can't fully trust Jian Aijin's words. Lu Zhou explained in response. These matters did not conflict with Jian Aijin's interests. There was no reason for Jian Aijin to lie. Where's old Fourth now? Xia Yuan gestured. With Fourth Senior Brother's speed, he should be beyond the barrier by now. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, somewhat speechless. Lun Luo is 200 years younger than Ji Tiandao. However, 300 years ago, Lun Luo was a great villain who committed every evil act imaginable. He was notorious for his cunningness in the cultivation world. He burned, killed, robbed, and looted everywhere he went while humiliating others. However, that person usually operates alone and never worked with anyone else. He had committed many evil deeds on his own. He managed to escape with his life intact even though thousands of cultivators had gone against him. This earned him the top spot on the blacklist. Ji Tiandao had fought this person to an even match. Ji Tiandao was older than Lun Luo. At that time, he had not reached the peak of his power yet. After he had reached the pinnacle of power, Ji Tiandao began accepting disciples. The Jingting Mountain's evil sky pavilion shocked the world, earning Ji Tiandao the top spot on the blacklist. It was at that time that Lun Luo seemed to have vanished without a trace. After hiding for several hundreds of years, his spot on the blacklist gradually deranked and being forgotten by others. In this world, only accomplished cultivators were able to live for more than 300 years. It was only natural that the younger generation had never heard of Lun Luo. 300 years ago, this person was at the nascent divinity tribulation realm with a 6-leaf golden lotus 100 tribulations insight avatar. Now that 300 years had passed, what is his cultivation base like now? Even if he made no progress over the centuries, he was certainly stronger than Ming Shirin, who had just recently attained his 100 tribulations insight avatar. He was not someone Ming Shirin could defeat, right? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou commanded Xia Yuan to write a letter. Send word to Old Fourth. That man is extremely dangerous. Tell him to be careful. Xia Yuan was somewhat surprised to hear her master's words. Should we call Fourth Senior Brother back? Lu Zhou shook his head to signal it was unnecessary. After all, Ming Shirin is a strong cultivator at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. After years of torment under Ji Tiandao, he had developed an eel-like character. Last time when righteous cultivators besieged Jingting Mountain, even Duan Mushing was captured, but he was not caught. Moreover, he is now just going to inform Lun Luo. Even if a trap is set in advance, catching a person like Ming Shirin is quite difficult. If it wasn't for my deterring ability and the artifact card, I wouldn't be able to do anything with him either. Lu Zhou played with the fan in his hand, lost in thought. Lun Luo might have attained a 7-leaf or even an 8-leaf avatar by now. However, any higher than that is very unlikely. Lun Luo, who is currently known as Fang Xiuwen, after 300 years, what kind of skills and hidden tricks does he have? Time quickly moved to the next day. At this time, at the city gate of Upper Prime City, a group of intimidating black knights were passing by. They were wearing black armor and dark masks, and their bodies faintly exuded a chilling aura. Some of the common people avoided them, not daring to block their path. Let's go. And don't look, Black Knights. Those 3 Black Knights at the front are the strongest of their 4-man group. They're also known as the 4 Dark Knights. They each have their specialized talent and have a profound cultivation base. Nobody knows the extent of their strength. Just as they were about to leave the gate of Upper Prime City, the leading Black Knight asked, "How long is Old Third going to take?" The second one beside him replied, "Old Third's archery is peerless under the heavens. Any target that's unfortunate to fall into his radar will definitely die. It shouldn't be difficult for him to kill the traitor of the Upper Prime City." At this time, the 4th chuckled. "Our mission in the Upper Prime City can be considered as completed. The 4 of us should drink to our heart's content when we return to the divine capital. I just hope the leader will be satisfied." No sooner had he finished speaking, a sound of an arrow shooting passed overhead. The next second, with a bang, a head was pinned to the city wall. The 3 Black Knights were not too surprised. As expected, Old Third is amazing. His archery is truly peerless under the heavens. Old Third of the Black Knights did not say anything after hearing this. Report back to the divine capital. After completing the mission, the Black Knights sped towards the direction of the divine capital. The sound of horse hooves kicking up large amounts of dust gradually faded. When they passed through a forest, a chuckling sound suddenly echoed around them. The leading Black Knight immediately pulled on the reins and stopped moving forward. The team was very coordinated. Old 3 immediately jumped into the air and started patrolling the trees. The leader of the Black Knights furrowed his brows and questioned, "Who dares block our way?" After a while, there was no response. The chuckling sound echoed in the forest again. At this time, in a certain place in the forest, Ming Shirin was leaning against a big tree, teasing an animal in his hand, while all the movements of the Black Knights in the distance were in his sight. Unexpectedly, even the Dark 4 Knights, who have been steeped in countless slaughters, would be confronted and challenged. When the eerie laughter echoed throughout the forest, the Black Knight, being the leader, immediately gave the order, "Old Third." As soon as his words fell, the sharpshooter, Old Third, released the arrow in his hand. The arrow tore through the air like lightning. Under the envelopment of the robust muster energy, it destroyed one tree after another like a bamboo. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed one tree after another. Old 4 asked in confusion, "Did you get him?" Old Third shook his head and replied, "No, this person must be a nascent divinity tribulation realm realm expert. At this moment, a playful voice sounded. Not bad marksmanship. Hearing these words, the boss spoke with an uncertain expression. Who goes there? The corner of Ming Shirain's mouth revealed a curve. I'm the disciple of Jinting Mountain's evil sky pavilion. Where's Fan Shouwen, leader of the Black Knights? Upon hearing the words Jinting Mountain, the four of them immediately became alert. So, it's a friend from the evil sky pavilion. Friend? Ha. Where is Fan Shouwen? Ming Shirain's arrogant laughter continued to echo around, and the trees in the forest began to grow strangely and wildly. This is a jungle area, where the Bluewood Heart technique can be fully utilized. Even a cultivator at the nascent divinity tribulation realm with a six-leaf avatar might not be able to capture him. In this place, he is the king. The leader attempted to determine the location of the other party, but he came up empty-handed. The voice was elusive, floating from left to right. He then responded politely. The leader is in the divine capital. What business do you have with him? The tone of Ming Shirain was filled with displeasure. Listen up. I'll give you 3 days. The evil sky pavilion wants to meet Fan Shouwen. If he doesn't, you will end up like this tree. With his words, a towering tree suddenly twisted and deformed, and hurled towards the group of the Black Knight. Seeing this, Old Four leaped up. The muster energy gathered in his fist, and in an instant, he shattered the massive tree into several sections. Your message. I shall convey it to my leader. Farewell. Having said this, the leader quickly led the Black Knight troops away from here. Ming Shirain watched them with interest. Since 4 of them are so strong, it's impossible for Fan Shouwen to be weak, right? Oh, master, who are you trying to provoke this time? The 4 Dark Knights cultivation bases were almost at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, while the remaining Black Knights cultivation base was at the divine court realm, leaving eldest and second brother of evil sky pavilion. These Black Knights could fight on par with the evil sky pavilion. There's no way that a person who commanded these people would be a nobody in the cultivation world. Fan Shouwen, just who on earth are you? After expressing his surprise, Ming Shirain delved into the forest. His figure disappeared here in a flash. Like lightning, the Imperial Guards guarded the capital. The Black Knights were a covert group and only operated in the shadows. Their existence was not publicly acknowledged. Their base is not located in the capital. Only a handful of people from the palace knew the location of their base. They went around the capital and continued to the north. Not long after, they returned to the Black Knights' headquarters in a certain mountain range. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, the several individuals knelt on one knee. My lord, we've completed our mission. The Upper Prime City's traitor has been eliminated by the Black Knights. Directly in front, a towering figure in black armor had his back turned to the 4. Excellent. I also have another thing to report. We encountered a villain from the Evil Sky Pavilion on our way back. The Evil Sky Pavilion has a message for you. The Evil Sky Pavilion requests an audience with you. They have set a deadline of 3 days. After hearing this, Fan Shouwen chuckled helplessly. This is a tribulation that I must face. My lord, the Evil Sky Pavilion is notorious in the cultivation world. It has produced 9 great villains over the centuries, whose names shocked the lands. The founder of the unorthodox Dao, Ji Tian Dao, possesses an unfathomable cultivation base. My lord, I suggest that we avoid the Evil Sky Pavilion. Before he could finish his sentence, Fan Shouwen raised his hand to interrupt him. I've received an order from the palace. The Evil Sky Pavilion has meddled in the palace's plans. My lord, are we making an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Fan Shouwen shook his head and slowly began to speak. The Evil Sky Pavilion is indeed terrifying. We have no idea about the cultivation bases of its 9 disciples. Rumor has it that Ji Tiandao possesses an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar. It's not surprising for him to be able to repel the 10 great experts. I have no intention of making the Evil Sky Pavilion my enemy. It's only natural that we should avoid making an enemy out of such powerful people. The Black Knights finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing these words. I'm afraid that the leader will be conceited for a while. Although the overall strength of the Black Knights is strong, if we were to confront Ji Tiandao directly, both sides would surely sustain great losses. Moreover, there is no need to rush. Once Ji Tiandao reaches his limit, we will easily destroy the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, at this point, Fan Shouwen suddenly changed his tone. However, since the palace has issued an order, we must obey. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion wishes to see me, I'll go see them. When they learned that Fan Shouwen was going to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the 4 were somewhat shocked. Ji Tiandao's age. He will die in 10 years at most. Why do we have to rush there now? We're Fan Shouwen's most trusted subordinates. Naturally, we knew about Fan Shouwen's identity as well. Fan Shouwen is younger than Ji Tiandao, but he was a prodigy in the cultivation world. When he was at the top of the blacklist, the Evil Sky Pavilion had yet to exist. The two had fought to a draw. However, Ji Tiandao experienced a huge leap in his cultivation base and sat steadily in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although we don't know how profound our Lord's cultivation base was, but we're certain that it was not higher than an 8-leaf. Fan Shouwen calmly looked at the 4, paused for a moment, then spoke in a cold voice. I can wait. The Black Knights can wait. Even the Emperor can wait. However, Great Yan cannot wait. In 3 days' time, you will accompany me to the Evil Sky Pavilion. There's no need to discuss this matter any further. Lu Zhou understood. Apart from the rascals who left the Evil Sky Pavilion, those who remained were quite smart. Their only shortcoming was that it was difficult for them to improve their cultivation bases after being suppressed by Ji Tiandao for so long. However, this situation has to change as soon as possible. The world didn't dare to act against the Evil Sky Pavilion due to Ji Tiandao's cultivation base. However, as time passed, probing attacks such as the one before would only increase frequently. The limit of one's life has always been regarded as the truth in this cultivation realm. Just as he was pondering, Xia Yuaner's voice suddenly reached his ears. Master, I've waited the entire day, but 4th senior brother still hasn't written back. Do do you think he received my letter? Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating it was fine. It's fine. Ming Shirin had completed his mission. As long as he didn't cause trouble elsewhere and returned safely, there would not be a problem. Xia Yuaner seemed worried. Master, is senior brother dead? I've asked that idiot about this. He said the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen, is very dangerous. Nobody knows his real identity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou asked in confusion. Idiot? Xia Yuaner replied. Pan Zhong, he said that fourth senior brother will die, so I scolded him with a few words. How many words did you scold him with? I just lightly scratched him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. He casually tapped her on the head. You're becoming more unruly. This habit of randomly hitting people, when will you change it? Just at this moment, there came a deafening blast from the back mountain. Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. Jinting Mountain has a barrier for protection. Who is causing trouble? In the midst of his doubts, he saw Pan Zhong rush over, who was also excitedly shouting. Third Mister has had a breakthrough. Lu Zhou stared blankly at him. You are. Greetings, Pavilion Master. I'm Pan Zhong. I fell on my own. Upon hearing this news, Xia Yuaner was also overjoyed. That's great. Lu Zhou chided in a low voice. You're the most carefree one here. Shouldn't you work hard to catch up to your senior brother? Lu Zhou was quite satisfied with his disciple, Duan Mushing. Duan Mushing was not as calculated as Ming Shirin, even though he was opinionated. Ever since the siege of the 10 great experts, Duan Mushing's loyalty remained stable and unwavering. Compared to rascals like Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu, I prefer Duan Mushing more. If Duan Mushing and Ming Shirin were in the same realm, Duan Mushing could easily win in a fight against Ming Shirin. However, Ming Shirin had benefited from the battle on Jinting Mountain previously. Ming Shirin had a breakthrough in his Bluewood Heart technique. Although Duan Mushing's progress was slower, it was no surprise that he had a breakthrough in his realm. However, there's no need to worry about Lil Yuaner's cultivation. She is the latest to start, but her cultivation level has improved the fastest. Even Zhou Jifeng, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, is not as good as her. Duan Mushing came over to Lu Zhou in high spirits. I had a stroke of luck and managed to break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and successfully formed the 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar. Lu Zhou nodded approvingly. It's good that you had a breakthrough. The path of cultivation is long, so remember not to be too proud or impatient, and work harder. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing bowed respectfully. Thank you for your teachings. Master, I'll remember them. His loyalty had gone up by 1%. It's obvious that the higher the percentage is, the harder it is to increase loyalty. At this point, Lu Zhou suddenly thought of the Overlord Spear. Overlord Spear. It seemed like the spear's designated owner was Duan Mushing. After all, Duan Mushing cultivated the Divine One technique that included swordsmanship and spearmanship. Duan Mushing's character was frank and fierce, which made the Overlord Spear more suitable for him than a sword. The spear and sword were made two different weapons, but they would lead to the same result. If Duan Mushing's cultivation can be greatly improved, it would be beneficial for me as well. Thinking of this, he left a word and rose to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Wait here, I'll be back soon. He went back to the secret chamber of the Evil Sky Pavilion, took out the Overlord Spear, then hurried back to his previous position. Seeing Master returning with a weapon in an imposing manner, Duan Mushing was a bit confused. Lu Zhou hadn't yet reached his destination when he threw the Overlord Spear in his hand over. Thinking that Master was about to punish him, Duan Mushing immediately became flustered. Master, I dare not. The next second, the Overlord Spear turned its head upward and steadily landed in his hands. Ding! The Overlord Spear has successfully gained an owner. Activated grade. Heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou gave him a meaningful glance. I'm giving the Overlord Spear to you. Use it well, and don't let me down. The moment he received the Overlord Spear, he was overjoyed, and quickly gave a respectful bow. Thank you, Master, for giving me this weapon. Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. It seems that the grades of the weapons will only reach their potential when they are given to a suitable owner. If it were casually given to someone else who was not suited to it, it would not be able to unleash its full potential. He was also able to break the cold iron chains. Also, this reward is nice. I still don't know how many weapons remained after Ji Tiandao's death. After all, there are a lot of disciples. They should be given grace equally. At this time, Xia Yuaner came up enviously. Master, I want one too. Your cultivation base is still low, so you shouldn't be messing around. Duan Mushing toyed with it for a while, seeming to be quite fond of it. He then turned his gaze to Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. Both of you spar with me. I will wait for you behind the mountain. Master, I'm going to train with my weapon. I'll take my leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Go ahead. Just as the three of them left, a messenger bird quickly flew in. Xia Yuaner immediately went up and grabbed it. Master, it's a letter from fourth senior brother. I'll read it for you. Master, I've conveyed your message to the Black Knights. They'll be arriving at the Evil Sky Pavilion in a few days' time. I'll keep an eye on them along the way. After reading it, Xia Yuaner seemed a bit surprised. Fan Shouwen is really bold. To think he easily agreed to come here. Master, don't show him any mercy. Kill him with a single slap. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, somewhat speechless. If I kill him, who's going to unravel the truth behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village? Fan Shouwen, also known as Lung Luo, has always been cunning and values his life very much. He is similar to Jian Aijian in this regard. However, Jian Aijian has a lively character, but Fan Shouwen is a man filled with schemes. There's no way that such a person would be easily provoked to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion, right? Fan Shouwen should have heard the news of me defeating the 10 great experts. Since he's unafraid, I wonder where his confidence comes from. Lu Zhou, although puzzled, didn't think too much on it. He then turned his head to ask, how's Yi Tianqing been doing these few days? Xia Yuan answered, apart from her frighteningly pale skin, she's doing fine. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded and left the place. Once he returned to the secret chamber of the evil Sky Pavilion, he opened the system interface. The screen displayed a total of 1,310 merit points remaining. I have lost interest in reversal cards. The current situation is undoubtedly more suitable for me to cultivate. This means the only option is to select the lucky draw. As he pondered this, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Your disciple, Ming Shireen, killed 2 Black Knights on his way back. Earned 200 merit points. This Ming Shireen, he won't stop making me worry. Since you've already conveyed the message, you can just peacefully return. If you provoke Fan Shouwen and get yourself killed, you'll only have yourself to blame. But Ming Shireen is still quite far from the evil Sky Pavilion. Although I could rescue him with a peak form card, it would still take some time for me to reach him even if I unleash all my techniques to rush over. The cultivation world is already full of dangers, and if Ming Shireen could escape under the pursuit of Black Cavalry, then he would at least be able to protect himself enough in the world of Great Yin in the future. I still don't really want anything to happen to him. Although this disciple is unruly, as long as he is well disciplined, he will become a great weapon. Moreover, I still have to rely on him to earn merit points. On the system's interface, the merit points had accumulated to 1,710. I have 2 deadly strike cards left. They should be enough. Binding Cage's hit rate is too low. It costs 200 merit points each and I purchased 3 of them. I have 6 Binding Cage cards now. This should be enough, right? Next is, I'll go for the lucky draw. It'll be worth it if I manage to get an avatar. I'll only draw twice. I won't go overboard. Lu Zhou couldn't wait and immediately started to take action. The time quickly arrived 2 days later. He woke up from comprehending the heavenly writing. The more I comprehend it, the more my mental state improves. The improvement seems to show itself when something unexpected happens. A good example of this was when I encountered the Buddhist Brahmin lullaby and when my 4th disciple, Ming Shireen, approached the hidden chamber. Could it be that the process of comprehension allows me to gain extraordinary power? Before he could figure it out, Xia Yuan's voice came from outside, telling him that Ming Shireen had returned. As soon as Lu Zhou arrived in the hall, he saw Ming Shireen, with a face full of dust, kneeling on the ground. Fortunately, his loyalty did not decrease. In fact, it seemed to be much better than before. Get up and speak. Where are the Black Knights now? Upon hearing his master's question, Ming Shireen quickly bowed and answered. The Black Knights departed earlier. They're less than 10 miles away from Jinting Mountain. They should arrive at any minute. So soon? Lu Zhou then looked at him for a moment. Daredevil. Impudent. Hearing these words, Ming Shireen instinctively knelt down. I'm dead. Master is in a bad temper. Lu Zhou continued to reprimand. We're not clear about Fan Shouwen's strength. You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and yet, you're bold enough to provoke him? Are you tired of living? Ming Shireen quickly explained that he didn't dare. I was worried he wouldn't come, so I harassed some of his men. I didn't plan on killing them, but they didn't want to let me go. I had no choice but to hide in the forest and took care of them there. Fool, if Fan Shouwen really meant you harm, he would be able to easily deal with you. There's no need for him to give you a chance. Hearing this, Ming Shireen was suddenly somewhat frightened. Fan Shouwen is so strong? Xia Yuan quietly stepped forward and reminded him. His real name is Lun Luo. Didn't you read the letter Master sent you? Ming Shireen remembered the mysterious symbols of the letter and was suddenly speechless. I have never heard of Fan Shouwen, but I am familiar with the name, Lu Lun. Back then, Lun Luo's reputation was unrivaled. If the Master did not amaze the world by raising 9 disciples, Lun Luo's reputation would linger even longer. Lun Luo was a scheming expert with a profound cultivation base. How can I not feel frightened after killing the Black Knights under such an expert's nose? But why didn't Fan Shouwen take action? As he was pondering, 2 female cultivators from Yanyu Palace hurriedly walked in. Pavilion Master, Fan Shouwen requests an audience with you. He's outside. Ming Shireen cautiously asked, Master, should I drive him away for now? You can meet him another time? Lu Zhou waved his hand to signal that it was unnecessary. Bring him in. After receiving the order, Ming Shireen ran towards the outside. Xia Yuan also followed to see the excitement. Lu Zhou didn't stop her. After all, Fan Shouwen is already at the foot of the mountain. Fan Shouwen is an intelligent man. He would not be so rash as to attack my disciples. Meanwhile, beyond the barrier, Jinting Mountain, Fan Shouwen looked at the blue glowing barrier and suddenly became interested. I didn't expect that the Jinting Mountain would have a formation in such a perfect place. Old Four heard this and echoed. I've heard that even the 10 great nascent divinity tribulation realm experts could not break the Jinting Mountain's barrier after they joined forces. Such a formation is truly amazing. Fan Shouwen spoke indifferently. 4 of you will accompany me up the mountain, while the rest will stay here and wait. The Black Knight behind him received the order and respectfully responded. As you wish. A green figure swiftly swept over from the mountains. After landing, Ming Shireen's gaze swept over the many Black Knights. So the one standing in the lead is the infamous Lun Luo? How chilling. Reflecting on this, he extended his palm and made a gesture of invitation. The Master has invited you up the mountain. Fan Shouwen gave him a glance and spoke slowly. The evil Sky Pavilion's 4th disciple, Ming Shireen, you killed 4 of my knights. However, on account of your master, I won't hold it against you. Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen quickly explained, Senior, you're truly magnanimous. However, I had no choice but to defend myself since they persisted in hunting me down. Hearing this, one of the Black Knights scoffed. Weren't you the one who infiltrated the Black Knights headquarters first? I was just worried you won't convey the message to your leader. I won't be able to bear the consequences if I fail my task. Would all of you like to know what kind of person my master is? Seeing Ming Shirin keep repeating master, Fan Shouwen gestured his subordinates not to speak further. I will never decline an invitation from your master. Lead the way. Hearing the indifferent tone of the other party, Ming Shirin gave a faint smile. I preferred Zuoshin-chan better. At the very least, Zuoshin-chan had addressed me as Mr. Fourth. I like the sound of that. Unfortunately, Zuoshin-chan is dead, Master said. Go up on your own. Fan Shouwen didn't say a word. He led his 4 men and stepped into the barrier. As they passed each other, the leader of the Black Knights glanced at Ming Shirin. Interesting. 4th disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. If we have the opportunity in the future, let's exchange some moves. Hearing his provocative words, Ming Shirin frowned. Master has said that I'm not allowed to fight without a reason. The 5 of them then walked up the stairs towards the evil Sky Pavilion. Halfway there, Xia Yuaner's figure just passed by. Who's hiding in the shadows? Fan Shouwen immediately looked at her position. Xia Yuaner jumped onto the tree trunk in front of Ming Shirin, and then said, Ugly. Old Four was enraged when he heard this. My lord, the evil Sky Pavilion isn't showing us much respect. Ming Shirin helplessly explained. My little junior sister is like that. Please don't take her seriously. Fan Shouwen waved his hand to indicate it was no problem. He naturally wouldn't be easily angered. Not long after, they all arrived in the evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Lu Zhou was sitting in the center chair. Duan Musheng, Pan Zhong, and Zhou Jifeng stood on the left. Xiao Yu and Yi Tianxing were on the right. Fan Shouwen's gaze went up to the old man above. According to rumors, Ji Tiandao's days were said to be numbered. 1,000 years of cultivation would return to nature once his time was up. My judgment of a person's aura is different from that of ordinary people. This old man only has about 15 years left in him. As for his cultivation base, I'm unable to sense it. If I were to forcefully try to probe the old man's cultivation base, it would be equivalent to a blatant provocation, which isn't a wise move. Reflecting on this, he then spoke loudly. Fan Shouwen pays respect to old senior Ji. Lu Zhou calmly nodded. Sit. As his words fell, a female cultivator from Yanyu Palace brought a chair into the hall. After Fan Shouwen took his seat, he asked with a hand-cupped fist, I heard you wanted to see me, old senior Ji. I did not dare to delay, so I led the Black Knights here without making any stops. I wonder what matters you wanted to discuss with me, old senior Ji. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He casually pointed at Yi Tianxing. I'm sure you recognize this person. Fan Shouwen looked up at her, indicating that he didn't recognize her. Seeing this, Xia Yuaner began to introduce. She's my master's 6th disciple. She's my senior sister, Yi Tianxing. As she was speaking, she suddenly changed her words. Traitor. So, she's the evil Sky Pavilion's 6th disciple. I apologize for my rudeness. Fan Shouwen casually responded. The heavy mask hid what he was thinking. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he continued to ask, do you know about the Fish Dragon Village? Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen shook his head. Why do you ask about the Fish Dragon Village, old senior Ji? Lu Zhou then pointed at Yi Tianxing's name. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing managed to hold back her grief and spoke. 150 years ago, the Fish Dragon Village had a population of about 354 villagers. It was completely destroyed. After I left Jinting Mountain, I went through many troubles only to discover that all the signs pointed to the master. Fan Shouwen's brow furrowed slightly. I see. I'm truly sorry to hear the Fish Dragon Village has been destroyed. However, is this the reason you summoned me here, old senior? Lu Zhou responded indifferently. That's right. Fan Shouwen asked expressionlessly. What does this have to do with me? Lu Zhou noticed the slight change in his body. He didn't know whether it was surprise or nervousness. He casually said, the records of the palace and local archives stated that I was the one who destroyed the Fish Dragon Village. The Black Knights is the special force of Great Yan's imperial family. They only operate in the shadows. It's only natural the palace archives won't mention this force. Have the Black Knights never been to Measure Heaven River? Fan Shouwen didn't respond to this question. He's a smart one. As soon as I pointed at Yi Tianxing, he knew I would ask about this. It's just unfortunate every cultivator knows that the Black Knights is the special force of the imperial family. Well, let's put the incident at the Fish Dragon Village aside for now. I came here today to discuss a certain matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou told him to speak. Then Fan Shouwen's raspy voice came through. The palace has a message for you. The palace will not hold the evil Sky Pavilion accountable for its various deeds in the past, including Ming Shirin's killing of 4 Black Knights. The palace is willing to let bygones be bygones. On one condition, the evil Sky Pavilion must not interfere with the business of the Great Yan's imperial family for the next 10 years. As these words came out, the Great Hall became incredibly quiet. A few disciples stared coldly at the scene below. I am speaking on behalf of the Black Knights. I hope you can grant us this wish, old senior. The Black Knights do not wish to be enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion, nor do we possess the right or strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou tasted his tea without making any indications. Ming Shirin sneered and was the first to speak. Ho ho, the last person in this hall who rambled on in such a self-righteous manner is dead. Are you trying to follow in his footsteps? Fan Shouwen bowed and said he wouldn't dare. At this moment, Lu Zhou put down his teacup. Then he called out his real name. Lun Luo, are you threatening me? Regardless Regardless of how humble Fan Shouwen's tone was or how respectful his manner was, anyone with half a brain would be able to hear the underlying threat hidden in his words. The evil Sky Pavilions might struck fear into people's hearts, whether it was due to Lu Zhou or his 9 disciples. Even if they discounted Yu Shanghai and Yu Shangrong, no forces would dare to take the evil Sky Pavilion lightly. What gave Fan Shouwen the confidence to speak such words or stop the evil Sky Pavilion from meddling in the imperial family's affairs if they so wished? What was that supposed to mean? Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen quickly stood up and bowed. Old senior, since you're aware of my identity, why must you put me in a difficult position? Ling Luo disappeared 300 years ago, along with the grace and grudges of the past. You're older than me, so I should address you as older brother. Being on the blacklist is not something I'm proud of. In fact, it has become an unremovable stain in my life. He spoke passionately with such self-righteousness that it made people cringe when they heard his words. This person who was once on the top of the blacklist and had committed every evil act imaginable and unimaginable under the heavens said that he was ashamed of his past and had turned to the path of righteousness? Isn't that funny? Fan Shouwen paused, then continued to explain. As for threatening you, the Black Knights won't dare to do such a thing. We're merely conveying the palace's message. There's nothing I can do even if you choose to reject this request. Just as his words fell, Ming Shirin shot back. If you know your request will be rejected, aren't you just wasting your breath by saying it in the first place? Duan Mushing spoke out coldly. You're asking the evil Sky Pavilion to not meddle in the palace's affairs. According to your logic, if we agree to your request, even if a person from the palace were to cut me open, I'd have to bear with it and endure it. 5th junior sister Zhao Yu's cultivation base was sealed by someone from the palace before she was sent to the holy altar for a marriage alliance. Who will take responsibility? Who's going to answer for the destruction of the Fish Dragon village? These words from Duan Mushing made everyone look at him with new eyes. No one expected him, who was usually reticent, could speak out like this. Lu Zhou nodded, seemingly agreeing. Ling Luo, did you hear that? This suggested he approved of his disciples' words. This boosted the confidence of the disciples. Such a thing would never have happened in the past. One had to be careful with their words, or they might invite trouble. Fan Shouwen kept his respectful demeanor. I can't defy the palace's orders. Old senior, there's no need for you to lower yourself to the palace's level. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately stood up. No, you don't understand. This simple action made the 5 below instantly tense. Are the Black Knights responsible for the destruction of Fish Dragon Village? A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Zhou's eyes. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tianxin's heart started to beat rapidly. Is there really another side to the Fish Dragon Village's story? Fan Shouwen didn't answer directly. He only said faintly, other tribes will never be allowed to exist in the lands of Great Yan. There were too many of them at Measure Heaven River. At these words, Yi Tianxin was shaken to the core. This was practically an indirect admission. Lu Zhou then asked, did you tamper with the records in the palace and local archives? Fan Shouwen answered, I did. There are many who have access to the palace's archives. Old senior, do you have an informant in the palace? Lu Zhou didn't pay any mind to his question, and continued to ask, so, you were the one who slandered me? Fan Shouwen began to explain. The Black Knights were only following orders. We aren't the mastermind behind this. Moreover, from what I know, the 6th disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion is a traitor. Why would you put yourself against the palace for a mere traitor? Old senior. As his words fell, Yi Tianxin drew her sword and with all her might, lunged at him. However, before her sword could reach, it shattered into pieces under the impact of Fan Shouwen's protective aura. Who's the mastermind? Who is it? Yi Tianxin asked unwillingly. Fan Shouwen didn't answer, but only slightly released a weak aura, pushing Yi Tianxin back. Xia Yuaner quickly stepped forward to support her. Old senior G, the Black Knights do not wish to become enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion. I've answered all your questions. As for the mastermind, forgive me for not being able to answer you, since I've already conveyed the palace's message to you. It's up to you to decide what to do, old senior. However, as a junior, I have 2 pieces of advice for you, old senior. First, it's best not to go against the palace. After all, 10 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. Second, although the Black Knights can't compare with the Evil Sky Pavilion, we aren't pushovers either. Farewell. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the exit, the other 4 Black Knights following behind. Since we arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion, we have been constantly disregarded and disrespected. The Black Knights have never been treated in this manner before. We had to sacrifice our pride and dignity here. Even the leader acted humbly after hearing the parting words. It made me feel extremely refreshed. The knots in my heart have vanished. The leader was right. Although the Evil Sky Pavilion is certainly strong, the Dark Knights is no pushover either. Just as they were about to exit, Lu Zhou's icy voice reached their ears. Did I say you could leave? Hearing this, Fan Shouwen stopped, puzzled. When I summoned you here, I had no intention of letting you leave. Seeing their master take a stance, Duan Mushing and Ming Shirin immediately leaped into the hall. They both spoke in unison. I was already sick of them. Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen furrowed his brows. Do you really want to do all this for the sake of a traitor? Hearing this, Yi Tianxin gritted his teeth in anger, her body trembling. I'll punish the traitor in due time. This is not the place for you to give me orders. If you reveal the mastermind behind the incident, I will leave your corpse intact. Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen put away his respectful demeanor and simply walked back to his original position. I understand. For Black Knights, since the Evil Sky Pavilion desires to witness the strength of the Black Knights, we shall grant them their wish. As his words fell, the buzzing sound of 4 avatars resounded. In an instant, 4 sturdy avatars stood in the sky. 4 Golden Lotus avatars, 2 3-leaf, and 2 2-leaf. The great leader of the Black Knights, who was once on the top of the blacklist, naturally had some tricks up his sleeves. Since he was daring enough to come, it meant he was confident of his and his men's strength. The 4 Dark Knights were all nascent divinity tribulation realm experts. I stand by my words. I don't wish to become enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Showun's tone was no longer humble. His words are grating on the ears. This is a prime example of moving forward by taking a step backward. He keeps saying he does not want to oppose the evil Sky Pavilion, but his actions tell a different story. Lu Zhou's mind started racing, contemplating a strategy. Yuan can't do anything against the 4 nascent divinity tribulation realm experts. Ming Shirin and Duan Mushing could handle a knight each. That leaves me with 2, and the leader of the Black Knights has a profound cultivation base. Naturally, I can use a deadly strike card and get rid of Fan Showun immediately, but the problem is, I have yet to discover the true mastermind of the Fish Dragon Village incident. Even if I killed Fan Showun, my remaining item cards are not enough to deal with the remaining 4 knights. Although I have merit points to spare to get more deadly strike cards, I wanted to save as many merit points as I could. After all, merit points aren't easy to get. Just as he was contemplating, the leader of the Black Knights stepped forward. Since you killed my men, I've been itching to spar with you. He then charged at them. Ming Shirin had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so his movements are quite flustered. Xia Yuaner was somewhat angry seeing this. Go fight outside. If you break something you have to pay for it. The leader of the Black Knights was incredibly confident. Stand back. As Black Knights, we don't need to rely on numbers to prove our strength. Ming Shirin retreated while fighting towards the outside of the evil Sky Pavilion. Black Knights, get out. The 2 figures then collided and clashed, moving away from the range of the evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou continued to watch without emotion. This is alright. Although Ming Shirin's avatar had no leaves yet, he had been suppressed for an extended period of time before he broke through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Similar to Duan Mushing, Ming Shirin could be considered as being prepared. Moreover, battles like this would help with their growth. With Ming Shirin's craftiness, he would definitely flee if he could not defeat his opponent. There was no need for me to worry about Ming Shirin's safety. Duan Mushing stepped into the middle of the hall with his overlord spear. As he waved it, the chains clanked and he coldly stared at the opponent. 1 isn't enough. 2 of you can come at me at once. The spear trembled and its aura burst forth like a dragon attacking the opponent. Recognizing this as a heavenly grade weapon, the second in command of the Black Knights drew his broadsword and began to battle. The gap between someone who possessed a heavenly grade weapon and someone who did not possess one is incomparable. This is common sense in the cultivation world. A skilled weapon user could also achieve a breakthrough in his avatar with a heavenly grade weapon. However, without the avatar, the advantage gained from the nascent divinity tribulation realm will be lost. Upon the contact of their weapons, an ear-piercing clash echoed throughout the scene. Xia Yuaner, looking quite angry, pointed at them. Go fight outside. Following her command, the 2 of them immediately took their battle outside the hall. The thrust of the Overlord spear is merciless. It resembles a dragon. Looks like he is overwhelming his opponent. Duan Mushing was growing more and more courageous as the battle progressed, his momentum steadily rising. The Black Knight's old force sensed that something was off, so he leapt into the fray, joining the intense battle. Under the sudden joint assault of the Black Knights, Duan Mushing's pressure instantly doubled and he was blasted onto the ground. However, even when facing 2 opponents with higher realms than him, he didn't show any sign of retreat. He quickly adjusted his state and charged up again. 2 against 1. Again, that doesn't look like someone who had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. It's more like someone who had been in this realm for a long time. Third Mister is wielding his spear skillfully as well. Every time he unleashed the scorching field 100 strikes and 1,000 layers of waves, he leaves behind 100 after images. This heavenly grade weapon is terrifying, and it is precisely why so many cultivators covet such weapons. Fan Showun applauded sincerely. If I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, who possesses no leaves, could hold his own against 2 opponents. At this point, Old Third wanted to join the fight seeing the tense situation, but Fan Showun stopped him with a wave of his hand. He turned his head towards Lu Zhou and said, the 4 Black Knights are all in the nascent divinity tribulation realm and they rarely display their strength. The one who's fighting with Ming Shirin is Old First, Qing Zhangyi. The ones fighting with Duan Mushing are Old Second, Yu Zhong, and Old Fourth, Duan Yanhong. This remaining knight who hasn't taken action is Old Third, Li Qing. He's an archer with great precision. In other words, Li Qing was not a close quarters combatant. He could join the battle at any moment. It's extremely rare to encounter a heaven grade weapon. Li Qing isn't that fortunate. All he has is the earth grade master bow. However, with this bow, he can hit everything in his range of vision with 100% accuracy. Just as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the hall. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, shocked. Mr. Third is terrifyingly talented. He sprouted a leaf during battle. Sprouting a leaf means his cultivation level has skyrocketed. At this point, a golden avatar shadow appeared behind Duan Mushing, his body overflowing with aura. With a shout, his clothes shattered. The Overlord's spear turned and instantly pierced through the chains wrapped around his arm. After breaking the chains, Duan Mushing's momentum was like a rainbow. Have a taste of my awesomeness. As his words fell, he attacked the 2 like a beast in a flood again. Fan Showun nodded, indicating to Li Qing to make a move now. Li Qing complied and immediately drew his longbow. However, at this moment, the surrounding muster energy suddenly began to converge towards Lu Zhou. I really despise those who sneak up on others the most. the massive muster energy swirled, continuously compressing into the shape of a hand seal. Target, skilled archer, Li Qing, great seal of fearlessness. As soon as Lu Zhou said this, he sent out a palm strike. In an instant, the golden hand seal lunged forward, its energy making Fan Xiuwen feel deeply startled. He hurriedly exerted his strength to push Li Qing out of the hall. However, the great seal of fearlessness not only was large, but its speed was also very fast. In a blink of an eye, it reached in front of Li Qing. Seeing this, Li Qing frantically used body techniques to dodge, but the hand seal still followed him like a shadow. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, he pulled the bow and arrow, added aura, and immediately shot several arrows head-on. However, these were all in vain. The great seal of fearlessness was immovable. The arrows hit the hand seal, only producing tiny ripples, then disappeared into the void. This is just like when Kong Xian was killed with a single strike on the chancel. Li Qing's eyes widened, his confident gaze turning into fear and despair. The powerful energy struck his body. No one saw clearly how he was defeated. They only knew that after the hand seal flew over, Li Qing's body disappeared. There was no trace of him left, not even a piece of residue. Fan Xiuwen hadn't had time to help. His most loyal and capable subordinate was just gone. This feeling of powerlessness filled him with horror. It seems like the master of evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao, my former opponent, has gotten stronger. Is this the true strength of the evil Sky Pavilion? What is the upper limit of his lifespan and the end of his cultivation base? He killed Li Qing, a skilled archer in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, with just a strike, and it seems like Ji Tiandao's strength is still at its peak. Master, your strength is peerless and amazing. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were not too surprised. After all, they had seen more exaggerated scenes. Whether it was the nine-leaf avatar or Lu Zhou continuously releasing devastating techniques, they felt much more terrifying than the great seal of fearlessness. Yi Tianxin slumped in her chair, a sense of regret flooding her heart. Fan Xiuwen stood straight in the hall, a murderous intent emanating from him. I won't hold you accountable for killing the other Black Knights. However, anyone who touches the 4 Dark Knights is my enemy. Lu Zhou continued to look at him expressionlessly. Lin Luo, till the end, you overestimated yourself. His gaze swept towards the outside battlefield. He found that Duan Mushing was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and his synergy with the Overlord Spear was getting higher and higher. The 2 Black Knights, who initially had the upper hand, were gradually being evened out by Duan Mushing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Duan Mushing would emerge victorious. As for Ming Shirin, he was not worried at all. Among the 4 Dark Knights, the one who had gotten the shorter end of the stick had to be Chenjiang. Jinting Mountain was the evil Sky Pavilion's territory. After all, the barrier was usually up, restricting the disciples from wandering beyond its bounds. As a result, they spent their days exploring the mountain, becoming familiar with every nook and cranny as if they knew it like the back of their hands. Ming Shirin intended to toy with his opponent by using his familiarity with the terrain to his advantage. Fan Xiuwen now slightly clenched his fist, and the muster energy on his body began to surge. If the evil Sky Pavilion doesn't take responsibility for Li Qing's death and give us an explanation, my subordinates in the Black Knights and the palace will never let this matter go. As his words fell, the majestic muster energy seemed to materialize and completely envelop him. Lu Zhou silently watched his every move. I want to see what my former opponent, who was once on the top of the blacklist, has hidden up his sleeves. I want to know why Fan Xiuwen was so confident about coming here. Fan Xiuwen completely released his aura without reservation. The surrounding space now produced intense vibrations. A massive golden avatar gradually solidified. The seated 8-leaf lotus bloomed like a lotus flower. The onlooking Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were shocked in their hearts. 8-leaf. If I had not personally seen the Pavilion Master's 9-leaf avatar, I would have been frightened. Even among 8-leaf avatars, there will be a noticeable difference in their strength. The Pavilion Lord had already possessed an 8-leaf avatar 300 years ago when he was at the top of the blacklist. Currently, he has a 9-leaf avatar. Lu Zhou didn't care in the slightest. Lin Luo, is this all you've got? Fan Xiuwen replied confidently. A few centuries ago, we were evenly matched. I don't think I'll be able to defeat you now, but it'll still end in a draw. As he spoke, his body suddenly became illusory. His figure flashed like a phantom, leaving multiple afterimages, making it hard to distinguish his real body. The afterimages were elusive, and in an instant, they dove towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou didn't take a step back. He silently crushed the binding cage card in his hand. As he raised his arm, a golden net materialized instantly. Dao invisibility technique? It seems the binding cage card will suffice. The success rate is 30%. Will it hit him? Well, even if it doesn't hit him, it's still enough to distract and repel him, right? The massive net continuously expanded, blocking all of Fan Xiuwen's afterimages. Seeing this scene, everyone was immensely astonished. What's this technique? I've never seen it before. There's no technique in Great Yan that is similar to this. Xia Yuaner was about to shout out to fight, but was quickly covered by the quick-handed Zhao Yu. With a pause, Fan Xiuwen warmed again. You think this is enough to stop an 8-leaf avatar's Dao invisibility technique? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Lu Zhou didn't speak. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the massive net began to shrink, pressing inward. The net formed an airtight cage, then promptly locked onto his opponent's body. Fan Xiuwen, with a flash of his figure, shot out of the evil Sky Pavilion, trying to escape the range of the giant net. However, the net seemed to have a mind of its own, instantly following him. Regardless of his speed, he could never surpass it by half a step. Ding! Captured an 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert, rewarded with 200 merit points. After the giant net enveloped Fan Xiuwen, it began to shrink back into the evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Xiuwen's body constantly slammed aimed left and right, but it seemed to have little effect. Lu Zhou calmly watched the scene. This thing seems to be more useful than I imagined. Capturing the target earned me fewer points compared to capturing a disciple of the evil sky pavilion. How many merit points would I be rewarded with if I killed an 8-leaf target? Lun Luo, I'll ask you again. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident? Fan Xiuwen did not answer this question. You think you can keep me here? He constantly changed his hand gestures, seemingly deploying some powerful secret technique. Well, all 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators were confident of their own strength. After Fan Xiuwen completed his spell, his fingers intertwined to form a heart shape. The Dao invisibility grand technique, countless afterimages bounced off the cage's inner wall. It was as if a wild beast was rampaging within the cage at this moment. The average person's eyes would fail to capture the movements of Fan Xiuwen's afterimages. His speed was too fast after all. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary strength possessed by Fan Xiuwen. Fan Xiuwen is unable to escape from the binding cage. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The capture rate is only 30%, and yet, you still got caught. Then he uttered a single word, shrink. With a swish, the cage indeed obeyed his command and shrank. Immediately following that, the armor shattered, and the mask fell off. Fan Xiuwen's face was exposed. Everyone who saw this could hardly bear to look directly. He's even uglier than me. His appearance was already destroyed, looking ferocious beyond belief, making it impossible to appreciate. It would be difficult to keep one's shoes dry if one were to frequently travel along the river. Considering the numerous evil deeds he had committed 300 years ago, it was not surprising that he bore the scars of his actions. It was ironic to see him in this state, from the very beginning until the end. It is you who has overestimated yourself. The cage is not only locking him in place, but it is also affecting his cultivation base. Having tried and failed to circulate the muster energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi, he did not even entertain the thought of breaking free using his physical strength. Everything that happened today was out of his expectations. Today's events have gone beyond his control. Old senior, what is it that you want? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou calmly spoke. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident? Fan Xiuwen remained silent. Unbelievable. This all-powerful old villain is willing to offend the Black Knights and the important people in the palace for a traitor. Seeing Fan Xiuwen's silence, Lu Zhou snorted coldly. I have time on my hands. Fan Xiuwen gave him a meaningful look. Time? 15 years. I'll give you 15 years. At most. After that, who will remember you? Just as his words fell, Xia Yuan pointed at herself. I will. Upon seeing this, Fan Xiuwen was somewhat speechless. That's not important. Old senior, it's pointless to kill me. All those who join the Black Knights are prepared to lose their lives. Even if you kill all of us, you won't get anything out of us. Lu Zhou understood. He had spent 300 years in the Black Knights, which was more than enough time for him to become resilient and keep his mouth shut. Someone like Fan Xiuwen couldn't be threatened with death. Since the people in this land believed he only had another decade or so to live, he was determined to live a good and long life just despite them. The battle outside the main hall was still ongoing. Duan Mushing was locked in a fierce battle with two Black Knights, unable to gain the upper hand. The fight was so intense that almost no slab on the plaza remained intact. Lu Zhou, full of energy, shouted, too slow. Hearing this, Duan Mushing quickened his spear-wielding pace. Lun Luo, not only did you overestimate yourself, but you also greatly underestimated the evil Sky Pavilion as well. Fan Xiuwen's face showed disbelief. Impossible. How could a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator who had just sprouted a leaf pressure a 2-leaf and 3-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator at the same time? Gently stroking his beard, Lu Zhou reminded, when are you going to use your strongest technique if not now? The strongest technique in cultivation was called a grand technique. A grand technique would drain much of one's muster energy. Therefore, cultivators would not recklessly cast their grand techniques. However, Duan Mushing seemed like a machine that was filled with unlimited muster energy. He did not slow down at all. With his master's guidance, Duan Mushing's confidence was greatly boosted. He made a leap and swung his overlord spear. In his mind, he visualized the scene of his master demonstrating the supreme move. The spear and the sword were just a means to the same end. Imperfect divine intervention. Duan Mushing shout. Countless spear shadows instantly rained down. The two Black Knights had no time to retreat. With a bang, the giant thunder formed by spear shadows directly struck down. Soon after the dust settled, the ground was a mess. Without any conspiracy or taking advantage of others, he bravely fought against two. They still lost, and their defeat was so complete. The masks of the two Black Knights shattered, revealing their shocked faces. Duan Mushing came before Lu Zhou and knelt on one knee. Thank you for the instructions, Master. I'm glad I didn't fail you and managed to defeat these two. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. There's one more. Fan Xiuwen swallowed, not daring to believe it. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong, full of shame, cried out in unison, this subordinate is useless. Xia Yuan giggled. There's no need to call yourself useless. Since you're defeated by my master, you can brag about it in the future. Duan Mushing glanced at her. Wasn't I the one who defeated them? Xia Yuan laughingly explained. Third senior brother, you should thank the master for giving you the overlord spear since it helped your avatar to sprout a leaf. You're right, little junior sister. My imperfect divine intervention is nowhere near my master's strength. If it wasn't for the overlord spear, I wouldn't have been able to defeat those two. Upon seeing the situation inside the main hall, the two Black Knights were shocked. Why was the leader of the Black Knights, a person with an 8-leaf avatar, powerless to fight back. At the very least, we had fought fiercely with our 2- and 3-leaf avatars even though we were defeated in the end. With the leader's cultivation base, he should have been able to fight with Ji Tiandao for 3 days and 3 nights before the results were clear. Lu Zhou glanced at them indifferently, seal their cultivation bases. Just as Duan Mushing was about to act, Pan Zhong volunteered, "Leave this to me. I'm an expert in this." A cultivator's cultivation base primarily circulates muster energy from their Dantian Sea of Qi through their 8 extraordinary meridians. Sealing the 8 meridians through conventional methods is not as simple as it may appear. Many cunning individuals prefer to manipulate their dantians in order to unblock their sealed meridians. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. Indeed, the Clarity Sect's meridian sealing technique has its unique strong points. Once he had approval, Pan Zhong couldn't wait to fly down. However, he didn't land steadily and fell over. Seeing him stumbling over, Yu Zhong was furious. The Clarity Sect is a prestigious sect of the righteous path. How can a sect have a traitor like you? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong snorted, "Shut up, loser." Meridian sealing technique. He then put his fingers together and started the process, applying a powerful millennia-old killing technique. A moment of ecstasy filled the two of them. After a moment, Pan Zhong successfully sealed their cultivation. He stated, panting and drenched in sweat, "Pavilion Master, I've sealed their 8 meridians. Nobody can unblock them except for me." Lu Zhou waved his hand, ordering them to be locked up and strictly monitored. Then he returned to his chair in the main hall and slowly pronounced the name Yi Tianqin. Upon hearing her name, Yi Tianqin trembled all over and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Overwhelmed with shame and excitement, she responded, "Master." Seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head and didn't respond. Instead, he turned his gaze to Fan Shouwen. "Lin Luo, I have given you many chances. Since you don't cherish them, don't blame me for being cruel." Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen laughed bitterly. "Old senior, there's no need to waste your breath. Since I've been defeated, I deserve to die." Lu Zhou furrowed his brow upon hearing this. A person with an 8-leaf avatar is willing to keep a secret for someone in the palace. Is this person worth throwing your life away? At this point, it's meaningless to exchange any words. Ding! Ming Xian has killed a target in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, rewarded 1,000 merit points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Zhou calmly asked, "The Dark Knight, Qin Zhangyi, do you think he's still alive?" Fan Shouwen confidently responded, "Qin Zhangyi is highly skilled. Although Ming Xian is very powerful, he shouldn't have left the Great Hall. The wider the space, the more advantageous it is for Qin Zhangyi. You killed Li Qing, and Qin Zhangyi will kill Ming Xian. I guess we're even now." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yuan pointed at him and rebuked, "Bullshit. Anyone can brag." "Brag? Little girl, the evil Sky Pavilion is indeed very powerful, but it has turned you into a frog in the well. When I traveled under the heavens unfettered many years ago, even your master couldn't stop me." He suddenly noticed something unusual and asked, "Little girl, why are your eyes so wide open?" Xia Yuan was looking outside the main hall. Zhao Yu, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and others also looked outside. Fan Shouwen turned his head in confusion to see Ming Xian entering the hall in a sorry state. He was holding a short knife in his right hand and a bloody human head in his left. Fan Shouwen was shocked and struggled to stand up, but Duan Mushing blocked him with the Overlord Spear. "If you want to die, it's easy. One thrust from the spear is all it takes to kill you." Ming Xian then leaped and knelt in the middle of the main hall. "I didn't kill Qin Zhangyi on purpose. He was hiding a top Earth-grade weapon, so I had no choice but to kill him out of self-defense." Hearing this, Fan Shouwen lost his mind completely. He could not accept this outcome. "I thought Qin Yong's victory was certain." After all, Ming Xian had no weapon and he had not sprouted any leaves on his avatar yet. On the other hand, Qin Zhangyi had the most profound cultivation base among the Dark Knights. He possessed a peak 3-leaf avatar and an Earth-grade weapon. This is impossible. The female cultivators of the Yanyu Palace were utterly astounded. The evil Sky Pavilion is very powerful. In comparison, the derived Moon Palace is too insignificant. At this moment, Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction and praised, "Not bad." Ming Xian was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Master, this Earth-grade weapon is extremely precious. I'd like to refine it." No sooner had he spoken than Fan Shouwen roared, "You dare?" Xia Yuan retorted, "Really? You're trying to intimidate us at this stage?" Lu Zhou remained silent at this moment, understanding that Qin Zhangyi, who had died, would be restless in his grave if he knew his weapon was going to be refined. However, as the loser, he had no say in this. If he had been defeated by those from the noble path, he could still mock them. However, this is the evil Sky Pavilion. Even if Ming Xian ripped out Qin Zhangyi's tendons and bones, there would be nothing he could say about it. Seeing his master's silence, Ming Xian spoke again. "I request master's permission." Fan Shouwen was enraged beyond measure. He tried to circulate his muster energy again, but he discovered his dantian is still empty. Having traveled far and wide and seen all kinds of cultivation methods and techniques from different sects, this was his first time encountering the binding cage technique. Sitting in the main hall, Lu Zhou casually spoke, "Bring it to me." Ming Xian's heart fluttered with joy. He respectfully handed the short knife to his master. Heaven-grade weapons are extremely rare. Many cultivators would not even encounter one in their entire lives. Moreover, even if they possessed a heaven-grade weapon, they would not dare to simply disclose it unless their cultivation bases were at least in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. After all, it would be difficult for them to guard against stronger cultivators who coveted the heaven-grade weapons. Therefore, many cultivators were content with possessing a top Earth-grade grade weapon. It could be tempered and refined into a heaven grade weapon in the future. However, it is extremely difficult to refine a weapon. It is impossible to refine weapons without spending several decades on the process. Even so, the allure of a heaven grade weapon was so strong that many cultivators were willing to attempt the refining process. Lu Zhou observed that the design of this knife was not the best. In fact, it was slightly ugly. He lifted his right hand, and the nameless quietly appeared in his palm, slashing at the short knife. The crowd was stunned, as it looked like Lu Zhou was attempting to break the knife with his bare hands. Fan Shouwen sneered at the sight. Being a top Earth grade weapon, it would be preposterous to try to break this knife with your bare hands. As expected of a villain, coveting the possession of a dead man, how do you sleep at night? Ming Shirin shot him a glance. If we live by your standards, those who fight over weapons in the cultivation world won't be able to sleep at night. Lu Zhou paid no attention to his words. Previously, when he used unnamed against the male and female twin swords, they remained unscathed. Currently, this peak Earth grade weapon was also unaffected by unnamed. He thought to himself, does this mean unnamed isn't even an Earth grade? With this thought, he threw the knife to Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin instantly caught the knife with a joyful face, but as soon as the knife was in his hand, a crack appeared. Then, it snapped into two pieces with a snap and fell to the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded at this sight. Fan Shouwen was incredulous. Duan Mushing and Zhao Yu were utterly shocked, their eyes wide open, while Ming Shirin's expression was mournful as he displayed a bitter gored face. The weapon he had just obtained was gone. Lu Zhou was first taken aback, but he quickly collected himself. It seems like unnamed was stronger than a peak Earth grade weapon, seeing as the test was effective. There is a high chance that unnamed is a heaven grade weapon. A heaven grade weapon that could transform into different forms is definitely a priceless treasure. Ming Shirin looked like he was on the verge of tears. I went through great pains to obtain this weapon, but the master just broke it with his bare hands. Master, didn't I work hard enough? At this moment, Lu Zhou spoke calmly. A mere Earth grade weapon isn't fit to enter my evil sky pavilion. Ming Shirin was stunned for a moment when he heard this. A mere Earth grade weapon. Then, does it mean there are better weapons in the evil sky pavilion? Xia Yuan giggled. Fourth senior brother, look at the weapon in third senior brother's hands. That's the Overlord spear. Third senior brother fought against two opponents with that weapon. Ha! Ming Shirin took a closer look. The Overlord spear's length and the dragon carving that was wrapped around the shaft gives it a sophisticated air. I recall when the 10 elites laid siege to Jinting Mountain, I urged Duan Mushing to leave, but Duan Mushing would not leave because the Overlord spear was here. I did not expect Master to give such a precious weapon to Duan Mushing. So unfair, so very unfair. Compared to a heaven grade weapon, a peak Earth grade weapon is truly similar to trash. Thinking of this, he kicked the short knife to the side. Master, your majestic power knows no bounds. This garbage can't even take one hit from you. It's clearly a waste weapon. Master, when will I be able to possess a weapon suitable for me? Seeing his frivolous attitude, Lu Zhou was a bit speechless. Carry out your duties well. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin immediately felt energized. That is equivalent to a promise that I will give a heaven grade weapon. Although Master did not specify when he would give me the weapon, but Master is a man of his word. Thank you, Master. I'll continue to work hard, and I won't let you down. Lu Zhou nodded and glanced at him, noticing that his loyalty had increased by 2 points. This is much better compared to when I had just transmigrated here. Ming Shirin's loyalty is much more stable than before. As expected, it is difficult to just rely on intimidation and brute strength to obtain someone's loyalty. The female cultivator from Manhwa Palace suddenly exclaimed, Palace Master, are you alright? Xia Yuan immediately jumped to Yi Tianxin's side, checked her briefly, and found out she had just fainted. She's fine. You'll scare my master by making a fuss like this. Hearing this, Ming Shirin felt inferior. Little junior sister mentions master at every opportunity. I certainly can't compare to her. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Lock her in the south pavilion so she can continue reflecting on her actions. He noticed, Yi Tianxin's hatred has decreased rapidly. It seemed like her hatred that stemmed from the incident in Fish Dragon Village was disappearing. Initially, I only wanted Fan Shouwen to explain the reason behind the incident. However, Fan Shouwen's stubborn manner of concealing the incident only piqued my interest more. Moreover, this matter is also highly likely to be related to my missing memories. It seems like I need to investigate this matter as soon as possible. With that thought, he asked Ming Shirin to take Fan Shouwen, whose cultivation had been sealed, away. At this moment, a female cultivator arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Pavilion Master, the Black Knights at the foot of the mountain are making a ruckus, refusing to leave. Lu Zhou responded indifferently. Fan Shouwen will stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Tell those who have no business here to leave. The female cultivator asked nervously. But, what if they still refuse to leave? Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Leave it to Ming Shirin. Meanwhile, outside of Jinting Mountain, dozens of Black Knights were anxiously glancing around outside the barrier. And in the distant forest, there were two figures silently observing everything. The man in the green hat curiously asked, Senior, are we going to attack these people? Sword Devil Yu Shangrong slightly smiled. Tell your sect master that I have no intention of taking lives today. Tell him that I'm sorry. The word sorry. It sounds creepy. The man in the green hat respectfully responded. Senior, you killed the sword freak, Chen Wenjia. Previously, who's your next target? After hearing this, Yu Shangrong looked back at him, which scared the man in the green hat. and his legs unconsciously started trembling. Don't worry, I've always been a gentle and polite person. Your sect master knows that as well. The man in the green hat sighed in relief. I'm just feeling pressured from your powerful aura, senior. I hope you're not offended by this, Yu Shangrong calmly said. Thank you for passing on information to me these days. If I ever plan to kill you, I'll let you know beforehand. My friend, Fan Shouwen, the leader of the Black Knights, has been in there for half a day. I doubt he'll come back. We don't need to wait anymore. It's boring. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Seeing him leave, the man in the green hat finally relaxed. This mission will be the end of me. Evil Sky Pavilion's Ming Shireen. Under the intimidation of Ming Shireen, the Black Knights kept retreating, and they had no choice but to leave Jinting Mountain. No wonder Senior Sword Devil left. Even Fan Shouwen, who has an 8-leaf avatar, is helpless against the Evil Sky Pavilion. The old villain is truly impressive. At this moment, inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was deep in thought while looking at the information panel. I have 2,210 merit points left. The reward for capturing Fan Shouwen is much less compared to killing a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite. I have 5 luck points. I did 2 draws previously, and all I got was a thank you and 2 bad message. Perhaps I should try again. After all, the 3rd time's the charm. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou shook his head, suppressing the impulse to continue drawing. 5 energy universes costs 8,000 merit points. I don't think I'll have enough points even if I kill Fan Shouwen and the others. And this is only the 5 energy universe. I'm certain the 6 recombinant trigram lines, 7 star soul, and 8 methods connected aren't any cheaper than the 5 energy universe. Just as he was thinking, Ming Shireen ran up to the gate. I've locked our captives up. There won't be any problem. With that, he gave a sly smile. His face was incredibly flattering. Lu Zhou glanced at him, instantly at a loss for words. Master, Fan Shouwen is stubbornly refusing to reveal the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village's incident. However, I have a suggestion. As he said this, he made a hammering gesture with his hand. Lu Zhou immediately shook his head. Fan Shouwen is the leader of the Black Knights. If he's capable of reaching that position, do you think your torture is enough to make him talk? The mastermind must be holding something over Fan Shouwen's head. Currently, the only person capable of obtaining information from the palace was Jian Aijian, since he had access to the palace's archives. However, that was before Jian Aijian left the palace. Now that he has left, it's likely that he wouldn't be able to access the palace's archives. What if the palace leaked the archive on purpose to use the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Black Knights as pawns? Thinking about this, Lu Zhou called out Ming Shireen's name. Ming Shireen, I'll leave you to interrogate Fan Shouwen. Ming Shireen responded respectfully. Yes, Master, I'll interrogate this person thoroughly and find out the mastermind behind the incident as soon as I can. As he said this, he suddenly revealed a hopeful look. Master, Fan Shouwen is such a powerful person. The 2 Dark Knights we imprisoned are also elites. I've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation recently, and I don't even have a suitable weapon. Would you? After hearing this, Lu Zhou bluntly replied, Get lost. Ming Shireen responded and hurriedly ran out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It seems like my achievements must be fitting to the type of weapon I want. His heart wrenched when he recalled the broken knife. Just then, he heard Duan Muxing's voice. Old Fourth, come spar with me. Look at my overlord spear. Isn't this just asking for a beating? Ming Shireen showed a bitter face as if he was busy. Duan Muxing walked over and patted his shoulder. That won't do. You're the only person in the entire Evil Sky Pavilion who can spar with me. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng aren't enough. I can't even get a good exercise out of them. Seeing him so persistent, Ming Shireen had an idea. Master has ordered me to interrogate Fan Shouwen today. It's related to the Fish Dragon Village incident. Senior brother, why don't you spar with little junior sister? Ciu and her happened to fly by at this moment. She huffed in anger. I'll tell Master 2 of you are bullying me. With that, she quickly left the place. The 2 of them stood there awkwardly after seeing her leave. You can interrogate Fan Shouwen later. It'll only take a moment. Senior brother, be gentle. Not long after, there came Ming Shireen's screams from the back mountain. Meanwhile, Ciu came to Lu Zhou's side. Master, Jian Aijian has sent a letter. The palace intended to weaken the Black Knights. There's no need to fear retaliation from the palace, old senior. Lu Zhou was somewhat confused after hearing this. Why would the emperor, who directly commanded the special troops, want to weaken them? Ciu continued. You wanted to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident, but I'm sorry to say that even as a know-it-all, I know nothing about it. However, the emperor is certainly not the mastermind. It's said that the Fish Dragon Village of Measure Heaven River holds many secrets. Officers can still be seen patrolling the area every now and then. This is a top-secret archive, and it can't be accessed. By the way, I'm throwing in 2 pieces of information for free. Firstly, the sword freak, Chen Wenjie, has been killed by Yu Shangrong. Didn't I tell you he would die soon for being ambiguous with his stance? Secondly, I learned that Ren Buping, the master of Fiend Temple, has come out from his isolated cultivation. He went directly to the Green Jade Altar to meet with the righteous sect. Also, please don't forget about the sword you promised me. Haha, officers patrolling the area? Lu Zhou fell into deep thought after hearing this. There are officers patrolling the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village even now. If Jian Aijian called such a minor detail a top secret, things are clearly more complicated complicated than they seem. Xia Yuaner hesitated before sitting next to Lu Zhou. Seeing her like this, Lu Zhou asked, "Is there something else?" Hearing this, Xia Yuaner leaned into his arm and acted coy. "Master, if I tell you, you mustn't blame me. If this had happened in the past, she would not have dared to take such action. It's evident that my subtle influence on Lil Yuaner has made her more courageous now. I will continue to guide her slowly, hoping that she will stay on the right path and not stray in the future." Seeing that her master was not objecting, Xia Yuaner got excited. "I want a heaven-grade weapon as well, something like the Overlord Spear. I want a big and majestic weapon." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou raised his hand and lightly knocked on her head. "How many times do I have to tell you that your cultivation base is too weak to handle a heaven-grade weapon? We'll talk about this when you're in nascent divinity tribulation realm." Hearing her master's promise, Xia Yuaner cheerfully confirmed, "Really? I always keep my word. I'll break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm soon." Compared to the other disciples, Lil Yuaner's loyalty is the highest. She is also frequently by my side. Naturally, I wish for her cultivation base to be higher. Until my cultivation base is restored, Lil Yuaner is my greatest strength. She is inexperienced in worldly affairs and naive. Compared to other disciples, she is much easier to educate. Lu Zhou then checked the mission panel. "My main mission is still to discipline these villains. Thinking of training my disciples, Duan Musheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu's loyalty points are not too bad. I could still handle the difficulty of disciplining them. The problem lay with those who had left the evil Sky Pavilion. It is extremely difficult for those who have left. Old 8's cultivation base was the lowest, so there is no need to worry too much. He is only relying on his moniker, the Evil King, to intimidate people on the streets. His intimidation worked very well since he was a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. Old 1st Yu Shanghai, Old 2nd Yu Shangrong, and Old 7th Si Wuya. These three were the ones giving Lu Zhou a headache. Not only do they possess terrifying heaven-grade weapons, but their cultivation bases are profound as well. Moreover, they are not alone. They have helpers who are as strong as the Black Knights. I really miss Ji Tiandao's peak form card. If I have countless peak form cards, I can fearlessly roam the lands." As he was mulling over this, Zhou Jifeng suddenly poked his head in. "Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqin is awake. She wants to see you." After hearing this, Lu Zhou responded indifferently. "I refuse." Zhou Jifeng replied, "Understood," and quickly left. Lu Zhou then took out the heavenly writing and began to understand it. Time quickly reached evening. "Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqin says that she'll continue to kneel until you come and see her. She's kneeling at the exit of the South Pavilion." Lu Zhou responded with indifference. "Let her kneel then." Zhou Jifeng didn't say anything else and left again. Lu Zhou continued to the secret chamber to comprehend the heavenly writing. The next morning, he woke up from a state of comprehension. "I feel refreshed. The freshness I'm experiencing is much better than having a good night's rest." A cautious voice came from outside the chamber. "Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqin has been kneeling for the entire night." Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Let her be. There's no need to report this to me." Zhou Jifeng replied, "Understood," and hurriedly left, accidentally tripping on his way out. Ding! Punishing the evil disciple, Yi Tianqin, rewarded with 100 merit points. The system notification used the word punish and not discipline. Although the hatred points have vanished, the loyalty points are not satisfactory. If I'm not thorough in meting out punishments, I would not be fit to bear the title of the Patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion. As Lu Zhou was feeding the chickens, Ming Shirin, with his bruised face, arrived. "How did the interrogation go?" Upon hearing his master's question, he quickly shook his head and answered, "Fan Xiuwen is truly stubborn. If I didn't recall your words, Master, I would have resorted to torture." Lu Zhou seemed to have expected this outcome. The Black Knights are also experts in torture. It's expected that we can't get anything out of him from interrogation. Should we just kill him then? He's no use to us alive anyway. Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing this. There's use for him yet. An 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert would certainly give him many merit points. However, when considering the choice between finding out the mastermind behind that incident and revealing the secret behind the Fish Dragon Village, the latter holds significantly greater value. Thinking about this, his gaze fell on Ming Shirin. Then he spoke out loud. "Ming Shirin, I hereby order you to investigate the Fish Dragon Village at Measure Heaven River. Remember, don't act rashly." Ming Shirin put away his nonchalant demeanor and answered seriously, "Yes, Master." After assigning Ming Shirin to investigate the Fish Dragon Village, Lu Zhou made his way to the South Pavilion. He was a bit puzzled. Since the Fish Dragon Village is heavily guarded, how did Yi Tianqin investigate this matter when she left Jinting Mountain back then? I'll have to ask that rascal about this. Upon arrival, he saw her weakly kneeling on the ground. Seeing her master arrive, Yi Tianqin's face lit up. She mustered up some energy and softly called out, "Master." Lu Zhou looked at her indifferently. "You're not my disciple." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin's joy vanished instantly. "I have questions for you. You only need to answer them. When did you investigate the Fish Dragon Village?" Yi Tianqin paused upon hearing this. "I thought that the master would give me a thorough scolding. I did not expect the master to be more curious about Fish Dragon Village." In a whirlwind of emotions, she honestly answered, "On the 10th year after I left the evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou continued to ask, "How did you access the local and palace's archives?" Some of the sisters in the derived Moon Palace were female guards in the palace. They're familiar with the rules of the palace and the internal layout. They helped me get my hands on the archives. But it took me 5 years. Yi Tianqin's dedication can be seen from the fact that she spent 5 years solely to gain access to the records in the archives, which is truly surprising. Perhaps, the annihilation of the Fish Dragon Village is only a small matter in the eyes of the nobles in the palace. However, the few hundred villagers. As Yi Tianqin said this, she became emotional. Lu Zhou's tone remained unchanged. "Is that why you hate me?" Upon Upon hearing her master's counter-question, Yi Tianqing's mind went blank, and a sense of regret emerged in her heart. Lu Zhou continued to probe. Did the Yanyu Palace go to the Measure Heaven River before? Yi Tianqing thought for a moment and answered. Yanyu Palace did visit Measure Heaven River several times. The palace mentioned that there were many other tribes in the area, but the Yanyu Palace found no members from the other tribes throughout their years of investigations. From this sentence, it seems that Yi Tianqing is unaware that she is a Bai. However, in Lu Zhou's memories, the Bais did not appear to be a genuine tribe. They were a unique ethnicity among Great Yan's human race. Otherwise, the Bais would not dare to live around Measure Heaven River. Clearly, the palace was using the other tribes as a pretext and excuse. While Lu Zhou was pondering, Yi Tianqing suddenly knelt on the ground. I'm willing to accept any punishment, no matter how severe it is. Please punish me, master. Lu Zhou shook his head. There's no need to be impatient. I will naturally punish you for deceiving and denouncing me. However, the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident remains unsolved. Fan Shouwen might just be a pawn in this. If the culprit is me at the end of the investigation, what will you do? Yi Tianqing was dumbfounded upon hearing these words. At this point, she no longer knows who she can trust. Seeing her reaction, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Lock her up in the South Pavilion. She's not allowed to leave. The two female cultivators from the Yanyu Palace helped Yi Tianqing up. After leaving the South Pavilion, Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Soon it was the next day. He withdrew from his state of comprehending the heavenly writing. As the time he spent comprehending increased, the more the scroll's contents increase. However, it is still difficult to understand the heavenly scroll. Lu Zhou took a moment to rest, then decided to try his luck with the draw again. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on the lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Not giving up, he tried again. Still, it was just thanks for your patronage. Seeing this, he could only shake his head helplessly. Perhaps, I used up my luck trying to comprehend the heavenly scroll. I'll try again at another time. Ding! Ming Shirin has completed the Measure Heaven River's investigation, rewarded with 100 merit points. Compared to the others, Ming Shirin is the most reliable in carrying out missions. I should be receiving a letter from Ming Shirin soon about his investigation. Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction, and began waiting quietly. However, after waiting for 3 hours, there was no sign of any letter. The Evil Sky Pavilion had always relied on messenger birds to convey their messages, as these birds were known to be as swift as legendary mounts. There was no doubt that the letter would arrive within 3 hours. With this thought, he called Xia Yuaner in. Send word to Jian Aijian. Tell him to assist in the investigation about Fish Dragon Village from within the palace. Also, tell him he'll be rewarded with a nice sword if he discovers the truth. After Xia Yuaner completed the instruction, they saw Zhou Jifeng running into the main hall from outside. Coming up to them, he anxiously said, Mr. Fourth injured. Xia Yuaner was somewhat surprised. What happened to Fourth's senior brother? Lu Zhou furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. Ming Shirin was not injured when he went to relay the message to the Black Knights. If Ming Shirin got injured while investigating the Fish Dragon Village incident, things are clearly more complicated than they seem. Where is he now? Zhou Jifeng answered. He's at the base of the mountain. Pan Zhong is bringing him here. Not long after, Pan Zhong arrived in the main hall, supporting a battered and bruised Ming Shirin. Master, I'm glad I didn't let you down. I found some clues in the Measure Heaven River. Ming Shirin's appearance looked a bit like how he was after the battle with Zhengzhanghe in the Black Knights. Lu Zhou then instructed him to tell what he found. There are officers patrolling around the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village. This has been the case in the past decade. I snooped around the area during the night and made a huge discovery. They seem to be fishing out corpses from the river. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Putting aside the issue of the other tribes residing near Measure Heaven River, there was no need for those people to fish out their corpses from the river. Moreover, they had been doing this for a decade. Lu Zhou asked with a puzzled look, what's the reason for fishing out the corpses? Ming Shirin weakly responded, I wanted to investigate further, but I accidentally triggered a strange trap and had to hurry back overnight. This disciple is useless. Lu Zhou slowly walked up to him. Lift your head. Sure enough, he saw a witchcraft mark on Ming Shirin's forehead. Upon hearing Lu Zhou mention witchcraft, Pan Zhong immediately leaned in surprise. No wonder Mr. Fourth was affected. It's a witchcraft trap. There are indeed not many witchcraft cultivators in Great Yin. Who did this to Mr. Fourth? Ming Shirin shook his head to indicate he was okay. Just felt a little tired. This witchcraft has only restricted 60% of my cultivation base. It's not that serious. However, Pan Zhong expressed a different opinion. It is indeed witchcraft. We must undo this quickly. Otherwise, it might spread until Mr. Fourth completely loses access to his cultivation base. At that point, it could become even more challenging to undo the witchcraft. Ming Shirin jumped at these words. Pan Zhong, you better not be trying to scare me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and motioned for him to continue. Pan Zhong then started to explain. I'm not making this up. During my time learning the trade at Clarity Sect, I studied the records on witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft is divided into white witchcraft and black witchcraft. A cultivator will wander down the wrong path if they cultivate with malicious intentions. During that time, I was young and impulsive. My main focus was on rapidly advancing my cultivation base, so I had looked up witchcraft, but alas, everyone in the Clarity Sect guarded this secret tightly. Moreover, I couldn't find any seniors who had learned witchcraft and were willing to teach me? Zhou Jifeng asked out of curiosity. Is that why you chose the 3-yin style? Pan Zhong ambiguously nodded. The Clarity Sect's elder only told me that I'm suited for the 3-yin style, but he didn't tell me that I had to pair it with the 6-yang technique. I only learned about the balance between yin and yang after I met Pavilion Master. Speaking of witchcraft, its restrictions are similar to cultivation seals. They would slowly corrode a cultivator's meridians and block them. In fact, the Clarity Sect's seal block technique is created based on a witchcraft technique as well. In any case, the sooner we undo the witchcraft, the better it is for Mr. Fourth. In Mr. Fifth's case, her cultivation base has been completely sealed. The spellcaster must have cast the seal from a close distance. That's why it took effect immediately. For this reason, the outcome will be the same regardless of when we undo the witchcraft. Zhou Jifeng hurriedly asked, since you know so much about witchcraft, do you happen to know any ways we can break the spell? Pan Zhong nodded and began to answer. I remember reading about a method to undo the spell, which is also considered the most trusted and reliable. This method requires the spellcaster themselves to undo the spell. The second method involves cultivating Zen according to Buddhism or practicing Taoist methods. In this approach, once the victim's cultivation base surpasses that of the spellcaster, they would have the ability to undo the spell. However, this method is impossible. After all, how can one continue to cultivate if one's cultivation base is sealed? So, what you mean is that there's nothing we can do to remove the spell on Mr. Fourth? Pan Zhong shook his head to indicate. I'm afraid that the Pavilion Master is the only one capable of undoing it. The third method is to have a cultivator who's much more powerful than the spellcaster forcibly break the spell. Otherwise, the conflict between witchcraft and muster energy would cause the cultivator's meridians to break, leading to their implosion and eventual death. The Pavilion Master is the only one who can do this. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was momentarily speechless. What should I do? Ming Shirin immediately knelt down. Please undo the restriction on me, Master. Lu Zhou did not respond. Instead, he was rapidly considering his options in his mind. Since there are witchcraft traps around the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village, I could not simply send people from the evil Sky Pavilion there. After all, if someone like Ming Shirin fell prey to it, there is no doubt that others would be even more susceptible to falling into the trap. It seems like I have no choice but to personally investigate the Fish Dragon Village. As for undoing the witchcraft, I'm stumped. I have no solution for this. After all, I cannot possibly tell these people that my cultivation base is only in the Brahman Sea realm. Seeing that the master remained silent, Duan Mushing quickly began to plead. Master, although junior brother frequently makes mistakes, he's been doing a good job lately. Please save him, Master. The others in the hall also began to plead. Lu Zhou found himself in a tough spot. If this were in the past, Ji Tiandao would most likely have flown into a great rage and kicked all of them out. However, it is undeniable that Ming Shirin had been doing a good job lately. Although Ming Shirin's loyalty is not as stable as Duan Mushing or Little Yuaner, he is dependable when it comes to completing missions. All Ming Shirin needs is a little discipline. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards the secret chamber, gesturing for Ming Shirin to follow. Seeing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Since Master is dealing with the witchcraft spell, there shouldn't be any problem. The Pavilion Master possesses a profound cultivation base. This minor spell is nothing to him. Duan Mushing walked up to Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. Since Old Fourth is affected by witchcraft, both of you will do. Hearing this, the two had a bad feeling and quickly asked what he meant. Duan Mushing glanced at them. Spar with me. In the secret chamber of the evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shirin followed his master's steps. This was his first time here. Before, he didn't even have the qualification to approach it. Although everyone thought that the master kept all the good stuff in the secret chamber, it was sealed tight. The master would usually cultivate inside, leaving no opportunity to enter. The table was covered with various secret scriptures, and all kinds of weapons were scattered around the shelves and corners. Just as he was excitingly observing everything, Lu Zhou's voice suddenly reached his ears. Sit down. Ming Shirin obediently followed the order and took off his clothes. Lu Zhou moved behind him and began to work. My cultivation base is only in the Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm. However, it's not the true Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm. My avatar is only the mighty 4 quadrants. There should be no problem for me to examine his body, but it would be almost impossible for me to break the spell. He raised his palm and applied it to the other's back, and waves of muster energy began to probe. Ming Shirin couldn't help but exclaim, Master's cultivation base is truly profound. He's capable of suppressing his nascent divinity tribulation realm's muster energy to such a gentle level. However, when my muster energy came in contact with the witchcraft spell, I felt a retaliation. Lu Zhou cautiously tried to avoid the witchcraft spell and check the other meridians. However, as soon as I tried to do that, the witchcraft spell seemed to gain a will of its own and suddenly attacked. Lu Zhou huffed coldly. Preposterous. In an instant, the state of comprehending heavenly writing spontaneously emerged. A faint blue light rippled out, instantly repelling the witchcraft. Not only that, the blue light then entered Ming Shirin's body, suddenly shattering the eerie witchcraft power. Ming Shirin was knocked back by the impact, but after feeling the muster energy flow freely inside him, he was overjoyed. Meanwhile, in a dark room in Great Yan's palace, a woman in gorgeous robes suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with disbelief. Someone managed to break my spell? Who is it? Back in the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was equally surprised. At this moment, I feel the same refreshing sensation I had after I successfully nullified the Brahman lullaby. I am certain that comprehending the heavenly scroll will grant me extraordinary power. However, it was a pity that he still couldn't figure out how to use it. In any case, now is not the time to think such matters. Lu Zhou then looked at Ming Shireen. Ming Shireen felt the witchcraft restriction vanish after hitting the weapon rack. His previously blocked meridians and Dantian's sea of chi became unblocked. Ming Shireen was overjoyed and immediately knelt in gratitude. Thank you for undoing the restriction, Master. Your skills are peerless. Lu Zhou remained silent. He was still amazed at the extraordinary nature of heavenly writing. It's even capable of suppressing witchcraft. Ming Shireen at this moment noticed the scattered weapons on the ground. Just as he touched them, a notification sounded in Lu Zhou's mind. Ding! Weapons retrieved. Separation hook and scabbard. Recommended owner, Ming Shireen. Master, what are these? Ming Shireen curiously inspected them. Lu Zhou then looked at the weapon. A sword that doesn't look like a sword. A hook that doesn't look like a hook. There were certainly some forces at play in the hidden chamber. Whether it was fate or pure coincidence, Ming Shireen somehow stumbled upon this weapon. Master, I think these weapons suit me. This blade, this scabbard. I like incongruous items like these. I'm sure it's at least an Earth-grade weapon. Since Ming Shireen only appraised the weapons with his eyes and didn't test them, it's natural for him to assume they are Earth-grade weapons. The separation hook and scabbard seemed to have been lying around in the hidden chamber for a long time, so they seemed old. However, since the system recommended Ming Shireen as the owner, it will undoubtedly become a heaven-grade weapon once activated. After considering this, he said lightly, "Put them down." Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen could only immediately put the separation hook back on the ground. You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and your cultivation base isn't stable enough for now. It's still too early for you to handle a heaven-grade weapon. Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen's face instantly lit up with joy. There is hidden meaning in Master's words. He's indirectly said the separation hook will be mine sooner or later. Excitedly, he quickly put his clothes back on and responded, "Yes, Master, I'll get stronger as quickly as I can." After speaking, he left the secret room at his master's signal. Reluctantly, he looked back one last time at the separation hook. "Wait for me," he vowed in his heart. Then he quickly walked away with small, hurried steps. On his way back, he happened to run into Duan Musheng and Xia Yuaner. He told them about the master's awe-inspiring display, which left both of them in awe. Soon after, Lu Zhou also emerged from the secret room. The three of them quickly greeted him respectfully. "Master." Lu Zhou nodded in response and then looked at Ming Shireen. "Ming Shireen, although the spell's broken, you should not be careless. Initially, I had no intention of leaving Jinting Mountain for the time being. After all, with my current cultivation base, the best course of action would be to stay in the evil Sky Pavilion and think of ways to earn merit points through my disciples as I slowly build my strength. However, the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident is extremely crucial. It is also related to the palace's elite witchcraft. If I could get to the bottom of this, I might be able to apprehend the person who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base. Also, the system's mission list clearly stated that investigating the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident would earn me 3,000 merit points. The system had never rewarded me with 3,000 merit points for a single mission before. The importance of this matter is clear." With these thoughts, he spoke in a low voice. "I'll be leaving for the Fish Dragon Village first thing in the morning." Hearing this, Xia Yuaner excitedly clenched her fists. Since Master is personally making a move, victory is certain. "Master, I want to go with you." Before leaving, Lu Zhou instructed Ming Shireen to keep an eye on Black Knight. "Yes, Master. With third senior brother and I here, they won't be able to leave easily even if they sprouted wings." He then asked, "Is there any news about the traitors?" Ming Shireen shook his head. "I have not left Jinting Mountain, so I'm unaware of the affairs in the outside world. Ever since the second defeat of the people from the orthodox path, the traitors seem to be keeping a low profile and have not made any moves. After I deal with the matter of the Fish Dragon Village, I'll have to think of a way to deal with these traitors." Upon returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he continued to study the heavenly writing. Evil Sky Pavilion, Heavenly Scroll. After perfectly undoing the spell, my understanding of the Heavenly Scroll seems to have deepened at this moment. The usually awkward and difficult scripts seem much livelier. It has become so much more comfortable and easier to read. Lu Zhou read aloud while contemplating. The Brahmin lullaby was ineffective, and it can suppress witchcraft. Is the human scroll effective against cultivation methods that muddle the heart? As he continued reading, indeed, new content began to appear. He was deeply engrossed and unable to extricate himself. Soon, the morning of the next day arrived. Lu Zhou awakened from his state of contemplating the heavenly writing. At this moment, he felt refreshed, more comfortable than after a good night's sleep. It's time to set off. After dressing carefully, he arrived outside the main hall. At this moment, Xia Yuaner was waiting impatiently. Seeing her master come out, she immediately approached. "I want to ride Whitesard. I don't want Bayan. This naughty girl." I had wanted to reprimand her but eventually decided to satisfy her wish. After all, I'm already old and can't endure a rocky journey. With a snap of his fingers, instantly, Whitesard's figure descended from the clouds, landing in the open space outside the main hall. Xia Yuaner skillfully mounted Whitesard, the scene making Ming Shireen envious. If I could have a mount like this, I'd be willing to endure beatings every day. Whitesard was different from Bayan. Its back was wider and its flight was extremely stable. At Lu Zhou's signal, it let out a low growl, leapt up, and disappeared. During the flight, he checked his status. There are still 2,210 merit points left. I won't buy any item cards and I'll only buy them based on the situation, when I need them. For instance, if I'm in a dangerous situation that I can't defuse. I can buy 4 impeccable cards. With sufficient time, I'll leave the area on Whitesard's back. Time quickly passed, and an hour later, in order not to attract attention, Lu Zhou had Whitesard land near the Measure Heaven River. Xia Yuaner was somewhat puzzled. Master, since you're so powerful, you can just make your way there and kill all of them, right? Lu Zhou reprimanded. So stubborn. He then took out a small stool and rested in place, while Xia Yuaner obediently started massaging his shoulders. However, she quickly noticed something amiss. Master, someone's approaching. Moments later, several cultivators were seen swiftly flying overhead, frantically shouting, Ji Tiandao is coming. Run, the villains of the evil Sky Pavilion are here. Hurry! One of the powerful cultivators spotted Lu Zhou and kindly warned, Old man, quickly run. The old villain, Ji Tiandao, is coming. Are you sick of living? Upon seeing this, Xia Yuaner wore a bewildered expression. Master, when did you chase them? Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. Why would I do something so meaningless? They're just a group of small fries. Master, why don't we catch up to them and kill them? Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhou asked, Why? Xia Yuaner explained, They were cursing and accusing you of something you didn't do. We have to go and kill them. You can't be wrongly accused for nothing. Just as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. Lu Zhou looked towards the source, and surprisingly found a giant elephant as tall as a city wall. An epic mount. Mounts are far more valuable than flying chariots. Flying chariots are only difficult to make, but any cultivator with the right materials and formations could activate them. Mounts were rare, to begin with. They were difficult to catch and even more difficult to tame. Elephant King. Its body resembles a castle wall while its legs are like stone pillars. This was the epic mount, Elephant King. It was sturdy and had a strong defense. It could maneuver rugged mountain paths and cross raging rivers. The only thing it could not do was fly. Behind the Elephant King was a huge carriage, with 3 cultivators floating on either side. Lu Zhou, following the principle of live and let live, signaled Xia Yuaner to leave. Just then, a young girl from beside the Elephant King suddenly flew over on her sword. With a haughty face, she blocked their path, and then introduced herself. I'm the 9th disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, Xia Yuaner. I'm asking you, have you seen 10 cultivators running this way? Hearing this, Xia Yuaner was completely stunned, not only daring to block the way but also impersonating her. Enraged, she picked up her stool and launched an immediate attack. The woman was caught off guard by the sudden attack, quickly raising her arm to block. Then with a kick, she shattered the stool to pieces. Xia Yuaner let out a cold laugh and launched another attack. Under the intense collision, the air vibrated slightly. Lu Zhou, who was watching the battle, remained calm. This little girl's temper is still fiery. Lil Yuaner's Supreme Purity Jade Slip is unparalleled in terms of physical prowess. The imposter didn't expect Lil Yuaner to launch such a sudden attack, catching her completely off guard and forcing her into retreat. The cultivator who engaged in battle with Lil Yuaner was in the Divine Court realm. Lil Yuaner was more than capable of handling opponents of this caliber. However, the person on Elephant King must possess a cultivation base in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm, at the very least. If that person makes a move, Lil Yuaner would have no hope of winning. However, that person didn't seem interested in taking action and simply observed curiously. At this time, under Xia Yuaner's continuous attacks, the woman could only respond in a hasty and disheveled manner. Finally, she was hit in the abdomen by a punch and the fight ended. Xia Yuaner then returned to her master's side, while the impersonator, unwilling to accept defeat, tried to get up to fight again. That's enough. The old man on Elephant King spoke calmly. Then Lu Zhou used the Eye of Truth to inspect the old man's information. Name, Ding Fanqiu. Race, human. Realm, nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Upon close examination, this old man bore some resemblance to Ji Tiandao. Ding Fanqiu was staring down with a profound gaze. Aren't you afraid of me? Lu Zhou responded with a calm expression. Why should I be afraid? Ding Fanqiu furrowed his brows slightly at this response. I'm in a good mood today. If this were any other day, I would have punished you for being rude. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but chuckle. She thought to herself gleefully, my master will show you the consequences of impersonating him. Old man, do you know who is standing in front of you? Ding Fanqiu paid no attention to her words. Instead, a pleased expression appeared in his eyes. Little girl, you're highly talented. It's rare for someone as young as you to reach the Divine Court realm. With that, he straightened his posture. I'm sure you've heard of my mighty name, old scholar. Lu Zhou shook his head, somewhat speechless. I've been living in the mountains for a long time. I'm afraid I don't know much about the outside world. There's no need to worry. I'll tell you all about myself. Please, get on the chariot. With a wave of his arm, Ding Fanqiu motioned his disciples to go down and welcome them. Although the disciples didn't understand why he was doing this, they obediently flew down. The burly man impersonating Duan Mushing had a face full of beard, and the person impersonating Ming Shirin was bald. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but laugh again. Get on. The two then controlled the door panels beneath them and wobbled up into the sky. Lu Zhou was puzzled, considering that they were at the Measure Heaven River. Ding Fanqiu's cultivation base is in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the people from the Noble Path for using my name? There must be more to this person than meets the eye. However, no one in this world can threaten or intimidate Lu Zhou, not even Ding Fanqiu. Meanwhile, A gold glowing item card quietly appeared in his hand. People around him were completely unaware and couldn't sense any aura. Arriving above, Lu Zhou asked, "Are you going to measure Heaven River?" Ding Fanqiu was still putting on airs. Lu Zhou shook his head, somewhat speechless. Ding Fanqiu is still putting on airs. He has no idea that he was standing right before the gates of hell. If he gives a false answer, I won't hesitate to use the item card. Ding Fanqiu responded casually, "Yes, I'm heading toward the Measure Heaven River. Elephant King can navigate through brambles effortlessly. Come aboard." Lu Zhou didn't refuse. "Since I'm old and can't move well, I'll accept your offer." Under Ding Fanqiu's command, Elephant King began to move. Entering the chariot, Lu Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not easy to tame Elephant King." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu smiled proudly. "Elephant King is nothing. I have 10 other mounts at the back of Jinting Mountain." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Go on, brag some more." Ding Fanqiu noticed her expression. "Little girl, don't you believe me?" Xia Yuaner, fluttering her big eyes, replied, "The only person I believe is my grandfather." Ding Fanqiu's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything else. He looked at Xia Yuaner, and then glanced at his flying female disciple outside. He could only shake his head helplessly. Halfway there, a disciple hurriedly reported, "Master, the 2 cultivators who escaped from us last time are ahead." Ding Fanqiu stroked his beard and said lightly, "Kill them." Immediately, horrific screams came from the forest. Ding Fanqiu, crossing his legs leisurely, explained, "There's no need to be afraid, old householder. Although I committed many wicked crimes, I'm a reasonable person." Lu Zhou nodded and responded, "Me too." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu chuckled, "I think we'll get along well, old scholar. Measure Heaven River is just ahead." After saying that, he ordered Elephant King to stop, then leaped down to the ground. Ever since I started comprehending the Heavenly Scroll, my ability to sense aura had improved. When Ding Fanqiu dismounted just now, I discovered that the aura he released is extraordinary. Obviously, Ding Fanqiu deliberately released his aura. "If you may, please." Ding Fanqiu waved his hand casually and spoke in a relaxed manner. As his words fell, Xia Yuaner also jumped down. Lu Zhou followed down the elephant's trunk and landed on the ground. Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly very interested in Xia Yuaner. "Little girl, how long have you been cultivating?" Xia Yuaner answered proudly, "More than 5 years. 5 years to get to the divine court." Ding Fanqiu, surprised at first, quickly regained his composure. He then pointed to his female disciple. "She's very talented as well. However, she isn't much compared with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. "I don't think a counterfeit is worthy of being compared to her." Xia Yuaner, however, pointed to the other 2 cultivators and asked, "Both of you are in the divine court realm as well?" Upon hearing her words, the 2 imposters nodded arrogantly. Xia Yuaner murmured, "Still a little too weak." Upon hearing this, the 2 counterfeits immediately became displeased and started to argue with her. In this way, they quarreled while moving forward and stopped at a relatively high ground. Beyond the ravine is the Measure Heaven River. Looking out, Lu Zhou found that things had drastically changed. "In my memories, this place was full of villagers and fishermen. Now it has become a barren and deserted ravine. Things remain the same, but the people have changed. The Fish Dragon village no longer existed. I'll have to start with the location where officers were collecting corpses from the riverbed first to get to the bottom of the Fish Dragon village incident." As he was thinking, suddenly, Ding Fanqiu's hearty voice came. "Many years ago, I dominated the Measure Heaven River. I fought against many elites here, and the battles lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. We fought with our avatars, which resulted in this area being reduced to a ravine. What a character. He doesn't miss any chance to show off." At this time, the fake Ming Shireen stepped forward to report, "Master, the Azure Dragon Association's branch is up ahead. I'll drive them away." Ding Fanqiu nodded. "Go ahead." Upon hearing the 3 words Azure Dragon Association, Lu Zhou couldn't help but be a bit surprised. "When I was in Anyang, I encountered the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch. I didn't know there was another branch in Measure Heaven River. If the Azure Dragon Association's influence was so vast, their backer, the Nether Sect, definitely would not be weak." Speaking of the Azure Dragon Association, Ding Fanqiu explained proudly, "The Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether Sect. Yu Xinghai, the sect master of the Nether Sect. He was my great disciple." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but laugh. Lu Zhou maintained his calm demeanor. "I'll allow Ding Fanqiu to continue his act for now. Although the Azure Dragon Association only has small fries, it's much better to have them clean it up for me. I want to save as many item cards as possible. They're too valuable." Not long after, the fake Duan Mushing flew back rapidly. "Master, it's as you've expected. When the members of the Azure Dragon Association heard that you're coming, they fled in fear." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu waved his hand in satisfaction. "Very good. Keep moving." Meanwhile, at the Crouching Dragon, the Darknet's headquarters, "I have a report, Sect Master. Old Senior G has been spotted near Measure Heaven River." Siwaya opened his mouth indifferently. "The Nether Sect has also received this information. We don't need to take any action. Impersonating the Evil Sky Pavilion will certainly bring calamity to those people. Keep an eye on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Also, where's the Master of Demon Slaying Sect now?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately replied, "Sect Master, Ren Guping is currently at Green Jade Altar. Zhang Yuanshan secretly supports him." Hearing this, Siwaya chuckled. The noble path and evil path are working with each other for nefarious reasons. This is simply the greatest joke under the heavens. Sect Master, there's another report. What is it? The leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xiuwen, went to the evil Sky Pavilion earlier, but his current status is unknown. Senior Sword Devil didn't wait for Fan Xiuwen, and his whereabouts is also unknown. I didn't dare to follow Senior Sword Devil. Siwaya spoke indifferently. Second senior brother is a humble and gentle person. There's no need for you to fear him. This does not sound convincing. Although the subordinate answered in understanding, he still felt somewhat unreliable in his heart. Sect Master, there's quite a lot of activities at Measure Heaven River lately. Are you certain there's no need for us to monitor that place? Upon hearing this, Siwaya pondered for a moment. Leak this information to the palace. They should clean up their own mess. A wise move, Sect Master. I'll take care of it immediately. At the same time, a group of people arrived at the dilapidated village near Measure Heaven River. Ding Fanchio's two disciples stepped forward to lead the way. Master, this is the rendezvous point. They won't dare to be tardy since you personally came. Master, please have a seat. The bald man brought a chair for Ding Fanchio. Xia Yuaner saw this and quickly took action. Grandfather, I'll go and find a chair for you as well. Taking advantage of her absence, Ding Fanchio glanced at Lu Zhou and spoke indifferently. Do you know why I'm not giving you a hard time? Lu Zhou shook his head without speaking. Ding Fanchio explained with interest. If I did, that little girl would certainly hold a grudge against me. Lu Zhou continued to remain silent. The implication of those words. It seemed that Ding Fanchio has developed a covetous heart towards Xia Yuaner. Xia Yuaner brought a chair to her master. At this moment, a group of officials and soldiers were seen approaching from afar, carrying several large boxes. The leading soldier carefully scanned the crowd. This is our catch for the day. Seeing this, Ding Fanchio furrowed his brow and asked, is that all? The palace has ordered that the corpses we fished out from the river are not to be moved. Our deal will end tomorrow. It's too late to end it now. With that, Ding Fanchio swung his arm, and the surrounding disciples immediately drew their weapons and charged. Under the flashing of swords and knives, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Lu Zhou watched all this with a calm expression, while Ding Fanchio chuckled. Your courage is extraordinary, old scholar. It seems like I've misjudged you. At this time, Xia Yuaner curiously moved towards the boxes. What is in the boxes? A female cultivator nearby answered with a smile. Bones. Human bones. Ding Fanchio stepped forward and gently waved his hand. A palm of chi destroyed the box lid. Lu Zhou's gaze then revealed a puzzled look. These bones look strange. They're slightly translucent, like impure glass or white jade with a muddy coloration. The Bai people? It was clear that the villagers from Fish Dragon Village were dumped into the river. They were Yi Tianqin's people. In that case, why did the palace order their people to fish the sunken corpses out? Ding Fanchio's disciples started to search in the boxes, but they couldn't find what they were looking for. Lu Zhou asked in confusion, what are these bones for? The fake Duan Mushing raised his eyebrows. Old scholar, some things are better left unknown. A few disciples then changed into the uniforms and waist badges of the officials and soldiers. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Should I tag along and widen my horizon? Hearing this, Ding Fanchio joked. There are many witchcraft traps near the place where the bodies are fished out. Aren't you afraid? From their actions, it was obvious that they had been here before, and were very familiar with everything here. Xia Yuaner answered while waving her fists. There's nothing under the heavens that my grandfather is afraid of. Ding Fanchio nodded in agreement. This is what I like. Nobody can blame me if something happens. About 15 minutes later, the group arrived at the port where the bodies were fished out. They had to bribe the gatekeeping soldiers with silver to let them pass. If they were only fishing corpses for a day, the soldiers would not be able to make money through such means. However, these men had been doing this for a decade. They were not even sure of what they were fishing out of the river themselves. Rocks, rotten fishes, rotten shrimps, everything was taken away. After repeating the same routine day after day, they became apathetic towards their jobs. Xia Yuaner blinked her big eyes and asked, why are we killing our way in? The female cultivator nearby explained, this is so much more complicated. There are powerful witchcraft traps around here. Someone's controlling them. The pace of Ding Fanchio and the others was fast. They clearly had been here before. They avoided the guards, circumvented several buildings, and quickly arrived at the target warehouse. Just then, Ding Fanchio suddenly signaled for everyone to stop, as if he had made a major discovery. He then picked up the moist soil from the ground to smell, and tasted it. Only then did he confirm, based on the patterns on the ground and this fresh soil, it seems that a practitioner of witchcraft has set up a trap here. After discovering the witchcraft prohibition, Ding Fanchio looked at the dog in front of him, and explained with a grim expression, in witchcraft, timing, location, and the people involved are important. The spellcaster would call upon the power from external sources to either cause harm or bestow blessings on the target. After saying these words, he looked at Lu Zhou and Xia Yuaner with a profound meaning. Old scholar, please take care of yourself. Little girl, if you're afraid, you can stay closer to me. Xia Yuaner defiantly replied, I'm not afraid. Then, the group bypassed the traps at the front door. After much effort, they arrived at the back door. There were no signs of traps here. How could an ordinary lock stop a cultivator? After opening the door, everyone entered the warehouse. This warehouse is dozens of meters long. The warehouse contains neatly stacked rows of boxes. From the looks of the exposed bones, Many of the exposed bones appear different from those discovered in the crumbling courtyard. Numerous ordinary bones are mixed, considering the population of Fish Dragon Village, which had 354 villagers. Even if all their corpses were present, the number of remains here is excessive. Moreover, they had been fishing out corpses from the last decade, and they are still going strong to this day. Taking into account the remains that had been washed away by the current, were there other people as well, apart from the Bais? Ding Fanqiu calmly issued the command, "Search." Several disciples immediately began to take action. They leapt onto the boxes and started searching. Seeing this, Lu Zhou became even more confused. Before he could speak, Ding Fanqiu next to him took the initiative to speak. "These are the bones of the other tribes." Other tribes? Lu Zhou showed a bit of surprise. Seeing this, Ding Fanqiu began his daily act of grandstanding. There is no place for the other tribes on Great Yan's lands. Over the millennia, after Great Yan had conquered the lands, there have always been disturbances caused by the other tribes. Measure Heaven River is fated to be drenched in blood. After hearing this, Lu Zhou retorted, "Are all these remains from the other tribes?" Ding Fanqiu gave a sarcastic smile. "Well, that's what the palace says." Xia Yuaner was a bit curious. "What are you guys looking for?" Ding Fanqiu replied, "An extremely unique bone." "What kind of special bone?" Xia Yuaner continued to ask, poking her head out. Ding Fanqiu did not answer. Instead, he pointed at her and said with interest, "Little girl, if you become my disciple, I'll teach you everything that I know." Xia Yuaner shot him a contemptuous look. Ding Fanqiu didn't mind at all and burst into wild laughter. "You should consider this carefully. All 9 of my disciples are renowned experts whose names command respect wherever they go." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner pointed to the female cultivator next to her who was rummaging through the boxes. "She's not." This statement left Ding Fanqiu momentarily speechless. Lu Zhou gave a faint smile. "I'm afraid you won't be able to teach her." Ding Fanqiu was trapped in his grandstanding state. "There's no one under the heavens I can't teach." Hearing this, Lu Zhou was left somewhat speechless, and didn't bother to argue with him any further. The reason he came here was to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident. For now, he'd allow him to continue his act and impersonate him. After all, he still has some value. However, how did Ding Fanqiu and his 3 disciples manage to form a connection with this place? It seemed like they had been doing this for a long time. What was Ding Fanqiu's objective? Who was backing Ding Fanqiu? Just as Lu Zhou was pondering, the 3 disciples also stopped their search. "Master, we didn't find anything." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu frowned. "Is there another warehouse?" The 3 disciples shook their heads. By this time, the sun had set and it was getting dark. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps from outside. The fake Duan Mushing noticed it and was instantly on alert. "It's an ambush." Ding Fanqiu coldly issued the command, "Kill them." Upon receiving the order, the 3 immediately charged towards the soldiers outside. Screams of pain rang out one after another. Ordinary people couldn't possibly be a match for cultivators. Lu Zhou understood that since Ming Shirin returned with serious injuries last time, the ambush this time couldn't possibly consist of just ordinary people. A great battle was imminent. He took the opportunity to ask the question in his heart while there was still time. "What's the special bone you mentioned earlier?" Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back, his tone revealing a hint of disdain. "Old scholar, I'll remind you again. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be." Lu Zhou turned his head and gave him a cold glance. "At my age, life and death does not matter. This is not a lie. Before I transmigrated, I had already died once. Moreover, this is nothing compared to when the 10 elites laid siege on Jinting Mountain." The sounds of fighting outside intensified. The number of people increased as well. Cultivators flew in from all directions in the sky. Then a wave of sound spread throughout the entire port. "You've walked into a trap. Death to the intruders." A projected voice rang in the jetty at this moment. Although the voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it clearly. It seemed like things were getting more and more complicated. The fake Ming Shirin hurriedly reported to the people inside the house, "We're surrounded. It's a trap." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu seemed unperturbed and leapt into the air. He looked at Xia Yuaner with interest. "Little girl, pay close attention." With that, he exploded with a powerful gust of qi. Avatar! With a shout, a 5-meter-tall golden avatar appeared in the air. Under the envelopment of qi, the golden lotus under him bloomed one petal after another, totaling 4 petals. His disciples watched this scene with worshipful expressions on their faces. Xia Yuaner scoffed. "Only 4 leaves." Hearing this, the female cultivator next to her became angry. "What do you know? Our master's strength is peerless. He's conserving his strength. 4 leaves are enough to deal with these people. With 100 tribulations in sight, everyone here will have to exhaust themselves." At this moment, waves and waves of energy rolled off Ding Fanqiu's 4-leaf avatar. The buildings near the jetty shook and rattled. The soldiers retreated further. The cultivators raised their guards. Seeing this, the cultivator quickly stabilized the morale. "Everyone, stay calm. Let's retreat slowly. News from the palace states that this person isn't the real Ji Tiandao. A grand witchcraft formation was laid down here yesterday. Let's head back to the grand formation. When the elites from the palace arrive, these criminals will be taken care of in one fell swoop, no matter who it is. Death to the intruders." Under his encouragement, the soldiers all started shouting in unison. There are thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators here. It is clear that everything is a trap. Lu Zhou understood. Since the trap had been set, it was only natural that they could not find what they wanted in the warehouse. It seems like this was planned from the start. That thing must be be hidden or still somewhere on the riverbed. Xia Yuan clenched her fists, seeming eager to fight. What do we do now? Do we charge through their ranks? Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating that it wasn't necessary. Since that person likes being in the spotlight, let him do it. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan immediately seemed disheartened. A four-leaf avatar. This won't be interesting at all. Being used to seeing grand spectacles, she felt that such a level of avatar was of a much lower grade. The female cultivator next to her snorted coldly upon hearing this. Little girl, don't be arrogant just because you had a stroke of luck and managed to defeat me earlier. With your strength, you won't even be able to make a single move against my master. Xia Yuan didn't bother responding. She retorted with a single word, loser, and ignored her, although Xia Yuan looked down upon it. However, for the other cultivators, a four-leaf golden lotus avatar could be considered an elite among elites. The cultivators who were hovering in the air gulped. They were wary of the avatar's intimidating power. No one dared to make a move against a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite at this moment. At this time, several groups of Chiform Madras were floating around Ding Fanqiu. Lu Zhou recognized these as Taoist Madras. Taoist Madras were different from Zen Sex Madras. Zen Sex Madras rely on the golden body support and the cultivator's own muster energy to form the fierce Buddhist power. On the other hand, Taoist Madras mainly manipulated the muster energy in the area, providing a good range. Regardless, both Madras are interconnected. Their differences were not as distinct as one might imagine. The densely packed Madras shot toward the soldiers and cultivators. Some of the cultivators turned to flee when they saw things were not in their favor. Retreat. Don't fight him. Wear him down. Prepare the witchcraft formation. Ding Fanqiu controlled his Madras like a heavenly maiden scattering blossoms. In just a blink of an eye, he took out several hundred soldiers. Many cultivators stood far away. Their cultivation bases were barely enough to protect them from the avatar's intimidating aura. They had no additional strength to fight back. It was as though a flood had just washed over the area. The sound of people screaming rang in the air. The remaining soldiers retreated further away. Ding Fanqiu was somewhat pleased. Who dares to stop me from leaving? Although he said this, there are many witchcraft traps here. If this fight drags on and the elites from the palace arrive, I can't escape. So he didn't dare to delay. With a loud roar, he spouted a thick wave of energy. Centered on him, it instantly spread in all directions. Seeing this, the soldiers once again sped up their retreat. The reason why nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators were so terrifying was due to the 100 tribulation insight avatar. The higher the avatar rises, the wider its intimidation aura would spread. The energy around his avatar spread in all directions with overwhelming force. Lu Zhou, seeing this, stroked his beard and said indifferently, he's slightly accomplished in Madras. Xia Yuan was somewhat curious. This is a slight accomplishment. Lu Zhou immediately responded. Taoist Madras mainly manipulate the muster energy in their surroundings, condensing chi into energy. For a great cultivator, even an avatar can be converted into energy. Zen Madras are mainly created by the cultivator himself. Usually, they're in the form of palm seals. Xia Yuan, fluttering her big eyes, continued to inquire. So, which one's more powerful, the Taoist Madras or the Zen Madras? Little Yuaner's interested to learn more. This is a good thing. If I can groom her well, she'll surely become a great person in the future. Lu Zhou nodded in approval. Each one has its own advantages, making it impossible to compare them. Ding! Teach Xia Yuan a reward. 100 merit points. The female cultivator standing by was somewhat surprised after hearing this. You're quite knowledgeable, old mister. Indeed, our master's using Taoist Madras. However, Taoist Madras have hand seals as well. There are 12 Taoist Madras in total. The more profound one's cultivation base is, the more powerful the hand seals will be. It won't lose to Zen Madras. After hearing this, Lu Zhou thought to himself, a junior who's still wet behind the ears but is too proud to ask for guidance. She can view the sky from the bottom of the well forever. At this moment, after Ding Fanqiu repelled everyone, he summoned the Elephant King. The clanging footsteps came running from far to near. Many soldiers couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit and died on the spot. Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back and landed steadily on the Elephant King's back. His 3 disciples saw this and immediately flew towards the Elephant King. Ding Fanqiu, who had just steadied himself, suddenly jumped down again. He then landed in front of Lu Zhou. Then he looked at Xia Yuan and chuckled. Little girl, come to my side. Just as Ding Fanqiu finished speaking, several long rainbows suddenly slashed across the distant sky. Someone has arrived at the palace. Seeing this, he quickly leaped into the air again. Why isn't that little girl coming over? I thought she would be scared and immediately run over to my side. But not only did Xia Yuan not run, she started to watch with interest. It's one thing to watch, but her expression seemed somewhat disdainful. Little girl, if you don't leave now, it will be too late. Ding Fanqiu shouted and fell back onto the Elephant King's back. Seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. The Elephant King can't get away. Although the Elephant King's resistance is not bad, and its combat power is okay, but it will never fly. Seeing that Xia Yuan was unmoved, Ding Fanqiu showed a look of regret. I have never seen such a young person with extraordinary talent and cultivation. She will definitely surpass my female disciple by an unknown margin. If I could bring this little girl under me, It would be of great help. Unfortunately, what a pity. At Ding Fanchio's command, the Elephant King quickly charged towards the outer edge. Under the trampling of this giant beast, the ground began to shake. Those 3 disciples are hovering above the throne of the Elephant King and seem constantly vigilant against the cultivators who might launch an attack. An expert of the nascent divinity tribulation realm just sitting within the throne and yet emanating such a powerful aura which deters all the nearby soldiers from approaching, even without making a move. Lu Zhou, Xia Yuaner, and the dog are still leisurely watching the show. There's a faint purple thing that looks both eerie and mysterious has appeared underneath. Some kind of mist-like haze which faintly resembles blue smoke is gradually rising from those purple things. One of the commanders immediately rallied. It's a powerful witchcraft formation. Take down those invaders. There will be generous rewards for those who succeed. March. Some cultivators and soldiers wrapped in fog charged fearlessly. The witchcraft formation is taking effect. Even if the Elephant King absorbs spiritual energy during its cultivation, it is still an animal after all. It might become formidable and fierce, but it lacks the intelligence humans possess. But upon seeing those purple circles, it actually retreated. The Elephant King let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the mountains, reverberating in all directions. Instead of advancing forward, it actually continued to retreat. Seeing this, Ding Fanchio was so angry that he cursed. "You useless beast." He immediately leaped into the air. Again using the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, Lu Zhou was somewhat puzzled. The Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight is a powerful move. It consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. It wouldn't be very wise to consume energy in this way. After all, these people are just small fry. If the experts from the palace were to come, how should he respond? Ding Fanchio doesn't have an unlimited consumption capability like the peak experience card. Moreover, when the Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight appeared, those cultivators who were preparing to approach retreated once again, as if they had been trained in advance. To be precise, those rising things are not mists, but rather a part of the formation. Formations convert spiritual energy and form seamless trap formations. However, the soldiers and the cultivators are not affected by them. Under the power of Ding Fanchio's spiritual energy, he used a move called the Heavenly Martial Seal. Just like last time, the Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight has once again whirls and releases countless celestial seals in the sky. Under the expulsion of celestial seals, the faint purple circles seem to have slowed down momentarily and had no remarkable effect. Those circles have surrounded the entire harbor. As the circles slowly expanded, they intertwined with each other and transformed into a gigantic interconnected structure that resembled a 5-ring formation. The radiance around it is growing stronger and stronger. The witchcraft formation ultimately came together in the end. The Elephant King retreated once again. Who would have believed that, if not seen with their own eyes? Even the mighty jungle ruler, the Elephant King, would also experience fear. No matter how much its owner urges, the Elephant King remains unmoved and still retreating at its own pace while paying no attention to the external commands. Even the expert of the cultivation at the nascent divinity tribulation realm is unable to control it. Who might be the expert in the palace responsible for setting up such a powerful witchcraft formation? Ding Fanchio's brow furrowed. He hurriedly called several disciples to get into the water. Maintaining this Dharma body consumes an excessive amount of energy, and it is also necessary to preserve strength. Right now, only the surface of the Measure Heaven River appears relatively calm. Perhaps there is a chance to escape. Feeling helpless, he could only decide to abandon the Elephant King. Seeing this, Lu Zhou kindly reminded, the river has long been covered by the formation circles, spreading even beneath the water. Ding Fanchio's eyebrows furrowed as he looked down from midair, his gaze sweeping over the surface of the river near the harbor. Only then did he find that what he said was right. Indeed, the surface of the river has already been covered by those faint purple formation circles, and they are also growing larger and larger. One must not touch those formation circles. Otherwise, they will be bonded and restricted until their cultivation weakens and gradually fades away. At that point, it will be like a lamb left to the slaughter, with no way to turn the tide. Ding Fanchio then turned his gaze to Lu Zhou. Seeing you being so calm, do you have any good strategies? Does this old fellow have any tricks up his sleeve? But Lu Zhou just shook his head. I got none. We just have to wait for the one who created this witchcraft formation to appear. Since there's no discoveries made in the warehouse, it's time to focus on the people within the palace. Those formation circles have already approached closer, within a few meters in front. At this moment, a cultivator appeared from nowhere, mockingly said, "Oh, isn't this the renowned Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation? Where did that arrogant demeanor from earlier go? Someone has already informed us that you would come." The message was spread within the palace and the witchcraft formation was set up in advance. We were just waiting for you to take the bait. The witchcraft formations in this place were set up for so many years and have never been as magnificent as it is today. How is it compared to your barrier at Jinting Mountain? The commanding cultivator flies over, overlooking the front. During the previous display of the Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight, he surprisingly stayed hidden and did not come out. Now that the witchcraft formation has formed, he has finally shown up. Seeing a youngster daring to mock him, Ding Fanchio immediately snorted. This is outrageous. 100 Tribulations Insight. 5 leaves. This is exactly the moment I've been waiting for. With his yell, the 4-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar suddenly expanded into 5 leaves. The energy of that avatar is extremely fierce. Several people in the distance were shaken and spat out blood before they could react. His 3 disciples looked on in admiration. This is the true strength of my master. The 5-leaf avatar's energy covers a much wider area compared to before. Many cultivators cried out in pain as they were sent flying before they died. The soldiers and and cultivators once again retreated. At this moment, a general took the initiative to come forward to stabilize the morale. They're restricted by the Grand Witchcraft formation. They can't escape even if they grow wings. We'll just wait until they're too exhausted to fight back. After recalling his avatar, Ding Fanchio slowly landed. The 100 tribulations inside avatar consumes a tremendous amount of vital energy. He now must preserve his strength. The Grand Witchcraft formation continued to expand. Although its speed is much slower now, it would eventually bind them if this continued. Xia Yuaner looked at the slowly approaching formation with some unease. Master, what should I do now? Hearing this, Ding Fanchio was extremely surprised. This old scholar is your master? Xia Yuaner glared at him. You're annoying. What does it have to do with you? If you continue blabbering, I'll ask my master to clobber you to death. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanchio didn't get angry. For some reason, I'm not losing my temper when I hear little Yuaner provocative words. It's truly a shame if I can't make her my disciple. Lu Zhou remained silent throughout. The item card is already in my hand. If Ding Fanchio made any sudden movements, I could have taken his life with an item card. An item card would undoubtedly be able to kill a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Ding Fanchio was very puzzled inside. He sensed Lu Zhou's aura and cultivation once again. He's still as calm as ever. I probed his aura and cultivation base again. He is weak, truly weak. At most, he has connected 3 meridians in the Brahman Sea realm. He doesn't seem to be hiding his true cultivation base. Once the Grand Witchcraft formation reaches him and takes effect, he'll have to defend himself with his muster energy. At that time, he won't have a way to conceal his strength. I wonder who he is. How did he become this little girl's master? At this moment, the witchcraft circle's speed increased. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire jetty. It was as if a giant translucent bowl had fallen from the skies. The Grand Witchcraft formation is officially completed. Ding Fanchio's face changed drastically. Before the witchcraft spell completely entered his extraordinary 8 meridians and blocked his Dantian's sea of chi, he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Run! His 3 disciples were sweating profusely. They were in a state of extreme weakness. Ding Fanchio understood. I'm the only one in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I could not bring so many people to escape with me. So he tentatively looked at Lu Zhou. Old scholar, I don't care what kind of elite you are, but you and I must work together now if we want to leave. The Grand Witchcraft formation will render us powerless in no time at all. After hearing this, Lu Zhou casually glanced at him. You're not worth it. My current cultivation base is only in the Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm. I could not even be considered as an 8 Meridians expert yet. Moreover, my avatar is the lowly mighty 4 quadrants. If I were to manifest it, it would only be slightly larger than a monkey. It would be of no use at all. The result is the same without restricting cultivation. Ding Fanchio was so angry that he was puffing out his beard and glaring. If I hadn't summoned my 100 Tribulation Insight avatar earlier, you'd be dead by now. The palace has laid down this grand formation to guard this place. Now that the trap has been triggered, we won't be able to leave if we don't act now. Currently, I'm the only one capable of escaping from this place. Little girl, I'm giving you a final chance. Come with me. I'll bring you away from this dangerous situation. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner scoffed. Get lost. Seeing this, Ding Fanchio could only shake his head helplessly. How unfortunate if that's the case. I'll leave on my own and leave you to your fate. The witchcraft has already begun invading my meridians. Realizing something was amiss, he suddenly shot upwards. His whole body's gang energy burst out and enveloped him. If I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here forever. Just a few moments ago, I hesitated about leaving my disciples here. However, there's no need. I don't have time to hesitate now after all. It's too late. Master, please don't leave me here. Master. Upon seeing this, the 3 of them suddenly burst into tears. Their cultivation bases are only in the divine court realm. Moreover, they have already been weakened by the witchcraft trap. How could they possibly leave the grand formation? The 3 of them put together could not even compare to Little Yuaner. Little Yuaner merely felt a minor effect. After all, the Supreme Purity Jade Slip is much better than other cultivation methods. At this moment, Ding Fanchio once again sped up. He was about to break out of the Grand Witchcraft formation, but at this moment, a pale blue arrow suddenly shot over. It was so fast that it was almost sparking from friction with the air. Like a meteor, it passed through the area of the Grand Witchcraft formation and directly pierced Ding Fanchio's protective gang energy shield, embedding in his shoulder. Ding Fanchio's eyes widened in disbelief. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell back to the ground like a deflated balloon. Upon seeing this, everyone started guessing. A master has appeared. Only a nascent divinity tribulation realm archer could land a hit on him from such a distance under these circumstances. Also, the archer must have a certain level of skill. Who could that person be? Under the skies of Great Yan, there is only one person, the strongest among the 3 godly archers, who could pull off such a shocking feat, easily piercing through a 5-leaf avatar elite's protective energy layer. He is here. Everyone's attention was drawn over. A square red flying palanquin was seen hovering quietly. At each corner of the palanquin, a female cultivator stood guard, and on top of the palanquin, there appeared a man wearing a flower cloak and a bamboo hat. The 2 words most powerful behind the flower cloak were enough to show his strength and confidence. That shocking arrow was indeed shot by this man. Ding Fanchio watched the scene with a grave expression. Such a high-level archery skill. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou started making calculations secretly. So, the reinforcements from the palace have arrived. It seems like more than one of them. What if one deadly strike card isn't enough? Just then, the man jumped down and landed gracefully on the ground. The surrounding soldiers bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord Qin. This archer possesses at least a 6-leaf cultivation. He is Qinju, the most powerful person among the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers." Lu Zhou then used the Eye of Truth to check the other's information. Name, Qinju, race, Triverso, realm, nascent divinity tribulation. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He then looked at the 4 women. Based on their auras, at least 2 of them are in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. However, a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator without any leaves is not a genuine cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I think I might have underestimated the situation. Should I use an impeccable card to escape? While Lu Zhou was contemplating, Qinju's voice rang out. His Excellency has ordered for these people from the evil Sky Pavilion to be captured and handed over to the palace. Upon hearing this, the general nearby quickly responded, "Understood." Hearing these words, the 3 disciples shuddered in fear. "We're not disciples from the evil Sky Pavilion. You've made a mistake. We're fakes." Qinju responded with a faint smile. "Since they're fakes, we'll execute them here." After saying this, his right hand rested on the bowstring. His fingers pulled the string, condensing his chi into gang energy. The illusory arrow gradually took shape. With a swoosh, the arrow was instantly shot out, directly piercing Ding Fanchio's female disciple. Upon seeing this, Ding Fanchio's face turned pale, but he soon calmed down. He turned his chi into an energy arrow. How could a Divine Court Realm cultivator, restricted by the Grand Formation, defend herself against Qinju, one of the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers? Lu Zhou watched the scene without any expression. His bow seems to be an Earth-grade weapon, similar to Li Qing's bow. He is going to kill them one by one with his arrows. He spoke lightly. "Ji Tiandao." Ding Fanchio did not deny it. He forced himself to stay calm and revealed the other party's identity. "Are you, Qinju, one of the 3 godly archers, whose arrows never miss?" Qinju laughed upon hearing this. My reputation precedes me. Indeed, I am Qinju. You've trespassed where you shouldn't have." Ding Fanchio stroked his beard in response. This is how the evil Sky Pavilion has always operated. Upon hearing these words, Qinju glanced at him. "That's enough. It's one thing for you to fool others with your act, but you can drop your act in front of my lord. Your strength and cultivation base are too weak. Even the real patriarch of the evil Sky Pavilion would have to admit defeat today, let alone an imposter like you. This grand witchcraft formation was prepared specifically for blind and arrogant cultivators like yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the aged and deep voice of Lu Zhou came through. 3 godly archers of the Divine Capital. Hearing this, Qinju's gaze shifted from Ding Fanchio to Lu Zhou. His eyebrows furrowed. "I did not notice this person." Lu Zhou's expression was calm and composed, not at all affected by the witchcraft grand formation. Seeing this, Qinju was instantly startled. "You're not affected by the grand formation?" Lu Zhou calmly looked at him. "Are you talking to me?" Qinju waved his right hand, slowly conjuring several arrows composed of gang energy. "Do you know who you're talking to? I applaud you for your bravery." Lu Zhou shook his head and responded. Qinju with a proud expression on his face. "Old man, who are you?" Before Lu Zhou could answer, Xia Yuaner couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward and announced loudly, "The person standing before you is the true master of the evil Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing this, everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. After Xia Yuaner finished speaking, she retreated back to her master's side explaining, "I could not hold it back any longer." Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing, indicating it was no problem. Right after Lu Zhou revealed his identity, Ding Fanchio suddenly woke up, scared out of his wits. "No wonder. I had thought this little girl resembled the evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple. How many times did I attempt to take her as my apprentice? Who knew the old man whom he had brought with him was the old villain he had been impersonating? I'm dead. I'm dead." But at this moment, Qinju in the distance not only disbelieved but burst into laughter. "My lord was informed that this Ji Tiandao is an imposter. I'm here to kill him on the spot." Lu Zhou coldly looked at him. "If you answer 3 of my questions, I'll turn a blind eye to today's event." The bow and arrow in Qinju's hand were ready to shoot. Suddenly a wind bell sound came from the airborne carriage in the sky. It seemed to be conveying an order. Qinju understood the meaning. Frowning, he uttered a single word. "Speak." Lu Zhou, swaying the cup in his hand, slowly began. "First, who's your lord? Second, what's the purpose of fishing the corpses out of the river? Third, who's the mastermind behind the destruction of the Fish Dragon village? If you answer these 3 questions, no one will die here today." That tone, attitude, and expression, without him making a move, there's no doubt about it. He's the real master of the evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao, the patriarch of the evil path, who has 9 great villains as his disciples. Was there anyone under the heavens, apart from Ji Tiandao, who could stand unaffected in a grand witchcraft formation? As Lu Zhou finished speaking, the whole scene was as silent as a grave. One could hear a pin drop. Qinju didn't answer. He was waiting for his master's orders. The soldiers and cultivators waiting outside the formation are primed and ready to attack at a moment's notice. This is a sure-win situation. "My lord, what are you thinking about?" After a moment, the sound of the bell rang. Upon receiving the order, Qinju revealed a teasing smile. "My apologies. It's meaningless for someone who's about to die to know the answers to these questions. I've never met anyone who dared to speak to me in such a manner. An arrow that has been shot can't be recalled. Death is the best outcome for these people." Qi consolidated into several energy arrows. Qinju, holding the bow and arrow, had already aimed at several people on the field. Any last words? As expected of the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers. From his movements alone, it's clear that Chenju is much more powerful than Li Qing, one of the 4 Dark Knights. Lu Zhou shook his head. There's a price to pay for being stupid. He then supplemented 4 more prop cards. 5 balls of golden light immediately solidified in his palm. The golden light kept enlarging, morphing into the shape of Tai Chi. Seeing this, Chenju's eyebrows furrowed again. What the? Taoist Madras? How's this possible? Are Taoist Madras so big? Without time to think, he quickly released the bowstring in his hand. The arrows of Gang Chi were instantly shot out, and just then, the incoming Madras came over like shooting stars, leaving a trail of golden light in the sky. Not only did they swallow the arrows of Gang Chi, but Chenju, not too far away, couldn't escape either. He was directly blasted into bits. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Lu Zhou watched the scene without any expression. Everyone on the field was stunned. Ding Fanqiu and his 2 disciples stood dumbstruck. The other 4 Tai Chi golden lights flew into the sky. The female cultivator in the red flying chariot realized something was wrong after a moment of stunned silence. The audacity! The female cultivators shouted, full of confidence. They wanted to disperse these Tai Chi golden lights, but as soon as they made contact, they noticed something strange. The surface of the Madras was covered with Gang Chi, vast like the sea. Touching it only caused a slight ripple. There was absolutely no effect. The 4 circles of light passed by the 4 of them, blooming like fireworks. After the brilliance, they turned into smoke. Only 4 clouds of blood mist were left in the air. The people who witnessed all this couldn't believe it, as if they were dreaming. In just a few seconds, 5 masters from the palace were killed on the spot. It was just too fast. Ding Fanqiu knelt down with a thud, his face filled with shock. In this cultivation world, a cultivator would at least need a cultivation base of 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm to cast these Taoist Madras. And this is the case after being caught in the witchcraft formation. This means one would have to fight against the spell's corrosion as well. Just how powerful is this strongest expert under the heavens? Compared to the colossal energy seal, my Taoist Madras were as insignificant as ants. I've never seen such shocking Taoist Madras in my entire life. Those who are capable of casting Taoist Madras like these were Taoist grandmasters. Such exquisite Taoist Madras. To think I tried impersonating someone like this. How foolish. Ding! Killed 3 nascent divinity tribulation targets and 2 divine court realm targets. Rewarded with 3,700 merit points. Fortunately, I didn't suffer any loss. After making the calculations, it seems Chenju alone was worth 1,500 points. However, I did not earn much. I have spent 2,000 merit points earlier after all. I didn't want to attack him. For a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite archer like Chenju, it was easy to fire 3 arrows per second. I can't parry them all with critical block cards. Moreover, I would probably have to waste my impeccable cards as well. Rather than wasting my precious resources, it's easier to do things this way. Also, there was no place for other tribes under Great Yan's skies. Unlike the Triverso, the Bai people branched out from the Great Yan citizens over the generations. After several millennia of surviving, they set down their roots here. They were aboriginals. The Triverso, on the other hand, was another tribe since ancient times. The uncontrolled chariot fell back to the ground. It was completely empty, with no one inside. The soldiers and cultivators were hastily retreating, while Lu Zhou slowly stepped forward. Dear Emperor, what kind of people do you keep around you? Do you know that a person from the other tribe had infiltrated the palace? If only more of them would come here as well. Fortunately, I had expected this when I used my 5 cards. The situation is still within my control. If a group of Divine Court Realm cultivators had charged at me, I would have had a hard time dealing with it. Xia Yuan cheerfully came to her master's side. Lu Zhou then asked her, how are you feeling? Is the Supreme Purity Jade Slip capable of repelling witchcraft? Xia Yuan obediently answered, I'm alright. I felt slightly dizzy earlier, but I feel much better now. For some reason, after the masters in the palace died, the surrounding witchcraft circle also faded a lot. The light purple fog dispersed mostly. Lu Zhou then looked at Ding Fanqiu, who was coughing violently. With Chenju dead, I have no choice but to try and get information from Ding Fanqiu. Whether I had to resort to torture or intimidation, I'm certain I would be able to get something out. Ding Fanqiu noticed him and quickly knelt on the ground. This junior had eyes but couldn't see clearly. Please forgive me, senior, Lu Zhou calmly said. I think it's strange for you to address me as your senior. Ding Fanqiu explained in fear. It's unforgivable for me to impersonate you. However, I must still thank you for killing Chenju and avenging my disciple. Thank you, senior. After Ding Fanqiu finished speaking, he kept kowtowing with his 2 disciples. Ding, you have received a kowtow. Reward, 2 merit points. The merit points reward is so small, insincere and petty hypocrites. Lu Zhou's expression was as usual, showing no emotion. I have some questions for you, and you'll answer them truthfully. Tell me your true identity. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu quickly responded. I'm Ding Fanqiu from Great Yan's sect. These 3 are truly my disciples. Why did you impersonate the evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and continued asking. Ding Fanqiu hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. Senior, many Villian, Tian, and Luo sect's disciples were killed by the evil Sky Pavilion. Centuries ago, the evil Sky Pavilion destroyed several thousand weapons of the 3 sects, dealing a heavy blow to our foundations. Since then, we've never been able to truly recover. I was ordered to impersonate the master of the evil Sky Pavilion and commit crimes everywhere. After hearing this, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. Yun sect is the head of the 3 sections. A grand sect of the noble path is resorting to such despicable methods? Ding Fanqiu responded. The evil Sky Pavilion has committed so many evil deeds. I was only ordered to give them a taste of their own medicine. Before he could finish speaking, a slap came across his face. I'll ask you again, what's the secret behind that bone? After being slapped, Ding Fanqiu became much more honest. There's a bone from the Bai people that can help a cultivator overcome the great limitation of 1,000 years. Senior, with your knowledge and experience, you must have heard of this before. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was taken aback. A bone from the Bai people that's capable of overcoming the life limit of the cultivation world? After searching my memories again, since Ji Tiandao lived for 1,000 years and traveled across the lands, it's impossible for him to have no collection of this matter. Has this bone been found? The palace has searched for this bone continuously for a decade and didn't find it. The chances are even slimmer for us. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner burst into laughter. Fools, nobody can overcome the life limit. The owner of the bone died. Yet, you're hoping the bone can help you overcome your life limit. What a joke. This cultivation world, everyone steps on this big limit, but there's always someone unwilling to submit, wanting to try. Could it be that Great Yan's emperor is also unwilling to submit to the limit of his lifespan? Just as he was pondering, thousands of soldiers and cultivators slowly approached. They've been affected by the witchcraft formation. They're powerless now. Don't be afraid. Trespassers will be executed on the spot. Attack. Seeing the many cultivators approaching, Xia Yuaner stepped forward, ready to make a move, but Lu Zhou shook his head indicating it wasn't necessary. He then summoned Bayan. In an instant, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck the ground. Bayan roared and charged into the crowd. The cultivators with cultivation bases in the Brahman Sea realm and below have no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, the soldiers could not withstand even a single blow. They were all sent flying. The Divine Court realm cultivators launched their madras and flying swords. But not only was Bayan unhurt, it was actually enraged. It leaped up, directly pouncing towards those cultivators flying in the air. As Bayan began its massacre, continuous notification sounds reached Lu Zhou's ears. Merit points would only increase when cultivators were killed. There was none for ordinary people. So, Lu Zhou slightly moved his thoughts and issued a command to Bayan. I've always been a kind old man. Spare the folks. Pay attention to the cultivators. Bayan's powerful attack was beyond everyone's expectation. Ding Fanqiu watched in astonishment. A legendary mount? Compared to this, Elephant King is just the trash of the trash. Added 800 merit points, but it's not much. Weak cultivators can only award me with pathetically small rewards. Lu Zhou waved his hand indicating that it was enough. Upon receiving the command, Bayan let go of the ordinary soldier in its mouth. Then, it turned around and strutted back to its master. As it passed by Elephant King, it disdainfully gave it a glance. The gigantic Elephant King instantly fell to the ground in fear, shivering. So, that's the difference between a legendary mount and an epic mount. Xia Yuaner came over and cheered repeatedly. At this time, 2 people in the distant sky were rapidly flying over. Their speed was extremely fast, and the aura they emitted drew everyone's attention. Ding Fanqiu stared blankly at the sky above. Did the palace send a lot of masters? Just as he was wondering, the 2 majestic figures had already appeared on the ground one after the other. Ming Shirin bowed with his hands clasped. Master, Duan Mushing was also extremely respectful. Xia Yuaner happily bounced over to the 2. Third brother, fourth brother. Hearing her address, even a fool would understand who the 2 people were. The kneeling impostor opened his mouth in confusion. Master, they look a bit like us. Ding Fanqiu compared his disciples to the 2. The difference in their presence was not just a little. Lu Zhou calmly looked at them. Why are you 2 here? The 2 immediately replied. Master, I've obtained some evidence from Fan Zhouwen. He said that there's a witchcraft formation here and was guarded by a palace master. So I came here immediately with third brother to help. There's a lot of masters in the palace. I know, master is very powerful and won't even pay any mind to this. But those pathetic pricks don't deserve the master's attention. We made this decision by ourselves. Forgive us. This kid got a bit better after seeing the separation hook. He's being very detailed with things compared to back then. Lu Zhou shook his head and answered that it was fine. In his heart, he felt somewhat speechless. I would have saved 5 item cards if I knew this earlier. But, what's done has been done. I've already used it and there's no point of regretting it. Duan Mushing looked around somewhat embarrassed. The corpses are everywhere. We're late. Xia Yuaner covered her mouth and giggled. Third brother, fourth brother, look at those 2 counterfeits. Hearing this, the 2 immediately approached. Only then did they notice the men who looked somewhat similar to them kneeling on the ground. You think you are qualified enough to be my counterfeit? Ming Shirin looked at the 3 and snorted coldly. The 2 were frightened, trembling, and hastily explaining. It's a misunderstanding. Ming Shirin didn't waste any words. He directly activated his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. In an instant, violent auras crisscrossed around. Duan Mushing showed interest and nodded. Me too. Then he roared, 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar. Seeing that he also wanted to show off, Ming Shirin immediately ran up to stop him. Hey, brother, you already have the Overlord Spear. Just let me handle this. Once his one-leaf avatar is unleashed, his leafless avatar would pale in comparison. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Zhou. Don't worry, master. Before we left Jinting Mountain, we had definitely beaten Fan Zhouwen into his place. I'm sure that he'll be obedient as hell. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. Jinting Mountain has barrier protection so even the outsiders can't make it in. That's too much. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu was incredibly shocked. Fan Shouwen is an evil Sky Pavilion? Don't ask about things that you shouldn't. Ming Shirin chastised him. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and looked at Ding Fanqiu. You came from insect. Who ordered you? Ding Fanqiu hesitated, seeming unwilling to answer. Lu Zhou snorted coldly. If you don't speak, after this, he'll get killed and you'll get yourself in trouble. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu pondered for a moment. What he said made sense. Up until now, there's no point of return anymore. Besides, it was the senior who helped me avenge my female apprentice. After thinking it through, he then began to speak. The law enforcement elder of Insect, Hua Wudao. Upon hearing this name, Ming Shirin's eyebrows furrowed. That old fart is still alive? Elder Hua has held a grudge against the old senior ever since the old senior defeated him. It has become an obsession and a knot in his heart, causing him unable to make any progress in his cultivation. So, hearing this, Ming Shirin spat. What a shameless prick. He only got himself to blame for being weak. How dare he blame someone else for being too powerful? Only someone from the evil Sky Pavilion would say something like that. Back then, Hua Wudao was a 6-leaf Golden Lotus Avatar elite, and he is specialized in defense. Even the 10 great elites did not dare to underestimate him. He prided himself on his defensive skills. 20 years ago, he declared that he had the best defense under the heavens. At that time, there were no movements from evil Sky Pavilion, and it seemed like the evil Sky Pavilion's strength was waning. He wanted to seize the chance and defeat Ji Tiandao and level up to a 7-leaf Avatar. However, on the plains of Jing Province, Hua Wudao and Ji Tiandao had only exchanged one blow that ended in Hua Wudao's humiliating defeat. After all, at that time, Ji Tiandao was already an 8-leaf cultivator. Since that day, Hua Wudao became a laughingstock among the people on the noble path. This became a knot in Hua Wudao's heart, causing his cultivation base to stagnate in the past 20 years. With a calm demeanor, Lu Zhou inquired, "Where's Hua Wudao now?" Ding Fanqiu respectfully replied, "Elder Hua went to the Green Jade Altar 3 days ago. It's said that he has gone there to discuss an alliance to defeat the evil Sky Pavilion. He knows about the matter regarding the palace fishing up bones from the river more than I do." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou remembered the letter he received from Jiang Aijian a few days ago. I think Jiang Aijian's letter mentioned that the Fiend Temple Masters seem to have gone to the Green Jade Altar as well. These people are planning to gang up on the evil Sky Pavilion? Since they want to deal with me, I should just head to the Green Jade Altar directly. Ming Shirin's face changed slightly at the side. Master, the Green Jade Altar is the righteous sect's territory. I'm afraid. Lu Zhou understood. Before Ming Shirin entered Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, he ran into Zhang Qiuqiu, an elite from the righteous sect. When he was roaming the lands and causing trouble, he was defeated and he had been traumatized by that incident since then. However, his trauma was not as severe as Yun Sek's Hua Wudao's trauma, which created a knot in his heart and caused his cultivation base to stagnate. He then proceeded to ask, "Are you afraid?" Ming Shirin straightened up and replied, "Why would I be afraid?" At the side, Duan Mushing chuckled. "Junior brother, this is a great opportunity." Based on their perception regarding cultivation, Ming Shirin was in fact more talented than Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng joined the pavilion much earlier than Ming Shirin. However, Duan Musheng is currently not much stronger than Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin had too many distracting thoughts and his intentions were not pure, therefore his avatar did not sprout any leaves ever since he entered the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Although they are both in Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, if one's avatar has no leaves, then he is not regarded as a genuine cultivator in the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. With the addition of every leaf, a cultivator's strength would improve dramatically. Xia Yuaner voiced out to remind her master, "There's also Zhang Yuanshan. You should kill him. I can't stand that man for cursing you every single day." Recalling Zhang Yuanshan's demeanor, Lu Zhou said, "He is indeed despicable. He was the one who led the second attack on Jinting Mountain. That person is extremely cunning. Zhang Yuanshan is somehow involved in this secret meeting at the Green Jade Altar." Lu Zhou continued to ask, "One more thing. Do you know who's behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village?" Ding Fanqiu was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing the question. "Weren't you the one who destroyed the village, old senior?" "This information was given to me by the insect. They even sent someone to investigate the palace. In the end, we confirmed that the culprit of the Fish Dragon Village's destruction was none other than the old man standing before me." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, but did not ask further. "I have asked everything that I can. It's clear that Ding Fanqiu does not know who the mastermind behind all this is. If they're capable of keeping these things a secret for a decade, they're definitely not ordinary people." Having reached this conclusion, he ordered Ming Shirin to take Ding Fanqiu away. Xia Yuaner pointed at the two imposters. "What about them?" Ming Shirin chuckled. "It's alright to impersonate me, but it'll be difficult for you to escape death after defaming my master. So, do we kill them? I agree to have them killed. Cut them in half. That's the best way. I don't think that's enough. Let's cut them into 8 pieces. Some elite cultivators are especially cunning. They'll only die when you've cut them up thoroughly." The three of them began discussing what to do with the imposters. The two imposters were frightened to the point of nearly wetting themselves. "After all these years, we have only been impersonating their appearances. We had failed to master the essence of these villains." Ding Fanqiu, having regained his senses, pleaded with a sullen face, "Impersonating the evil Sky Pavilion is my sin alone. Please let them go, senior." Ming Shirin chuckled. "I see that you're willing to take responsibility for your actions. Alas, even if my master spares them, do you think they can continue continue living? They're already affected by the witchcraft formation. Their cultivation bases will deteriorate sooner or later. This spell is very difficult to break, unless you're thinking of begging my master for help. Hearing this, Ding Fanchio's heart sank. He stuttered and did not say anything else. At this point, a messenger bird flew in. Xia Yuaner quickly grabbed it and said, "Master, it's a letter from that shameless guy again." At Lu Zhou's indication, she began to read the letter. "Old senior, you told me to investigate the fish dragon village, but this will take time. However, I can provide you with the latest information. It's best if you don't go to the Green Jade Altar. The evil king, your 8th disciple, is lying in wait outside the Green Jade Altar. Finally, how amazing is the sword that you promised me?" Upon hearing the contents of the letter, Ming Shireen snorted in anger. "I think old 8th didn't have enough last time. How dare he think of attacking master with his cultivation base? That deceiving scum, who betrayed his master and sect. I'll head over there and skin him alive right now." Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing this. Old 8th has always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong. With his abilities, I don't think he's bold enough to try and ambush me. Duan Mushing was somewhat curious. Then, what is he doing, lying in wait at the Green Jade Altar? Ming Shireen began to analyze. The righteous sect has always regarded itself as a member of the noble path. Although Old 8th has left the evil Skype Pavilion, the noble path won't share the same opinion. The Nether sect, the Crouching Dragon Dark Net, and even Old 8th's Tiger Ridge gang are their targets. I think Old 8th is trying to get revenge with this opportunity. You have a point, but I still think that Old 8th doesn't have the balls for this. 7th junior brother must be the one behind this. At this point, Lu Zhou asked, "How powerful is Old 8th's organization?" Ming Shireen promptly answered, "Old 8th's personal strength is nothing much to speak of, but he has a group of trusted subordinates who listen to him. They're everywhere in the streets." Lu Zhou shook his head and turned to Bayan. "All of you, come with me to the Green Jade Altar." Upon hearing their master's command, the 3 of them answered in unison, "Yes, master."